At Athenan. Super chatted $20. Did I tell y'all I got into Yale Law? Free Palestine.
That's a great note to start out the stream on. Hope springs eternal. Yeah, let me, yeah, congratulations. Whoa, I feel like I've got, did not mix out effectively there. That's okay. There's still time. There's still time to change the road you're on. There's still time to change your destiny. Anyway, what do we got here? What am I trying to do? Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. Gotta be able to do this magic. That magic. That is awesome. And that's kind of what we need right now. More woke lawyers. Seriously though, I'm not even kidding. You know it's not a pejorative coming from me. Given that I understand the origin of that term, chat. I feel like I'm a little too low volume here. Let me fix that, or maybe the music is too high volume. What I was trying to say was, what's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, the 24th of August, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. Currently ever increasing number of weasels. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com, twitch.tv, high risk, high reward, high on a life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. I'm sorry, my hair is a mess. I'm sorry I was late for stream. Like, you know, the timer ran out. I was about to come on, and I seriously had a hair drobe malfunction. I really got to schedule a day to get my hair taken care of. And thank you to everybody who contributed to that, because that's something obviously I really need. I feel like maybe I might be less hot with like slightly shorter hair. Can I send you money directly? Let's see, is the best way to do that? Maybe Cash App? It's nocommentchick on Cash App. Wait, let me just make sure. I haven't used this in a long time. The other thing about Cash App is, like, have you ever noticed this? If somebody sends you money on Cash App, you've gotta like accept it right away. Otherwise, where is Cash App? I know I have it somewhere here. Otherwise it like it cancels. Wait, do I have Cash App? Am I crazy? Yes, I do. I do have Cash App. I do have Cash App. And it is, as you might expect. Oh, it looks like, oh my god. I have money on here apparently. Here, let me just try withdrawing it. Whoa, what's going on here? Withdraw, okay. Okay, maybe Cash App not the best idea. I'm so glad I looked at this. My current, like, I don't have my my current debit card, like the debit card I gave it has expired. I don't know. What is the best way to, it would be nocommentchick. Yeah, it would be no comment check. I'm sorry, chat. I don't mean to. Thank you so much, Athena Investments, and congratulations. Also, that's huge. That is huge, right? That is a big acceptance letter, right? I hope it was thick. Was it thick? Did you get the thick letter? Like that's what that's what me and my friends would talk about when we were applying for our dream school, and we all, you know, got in, and like we were all like, we got the thick letter, we got the thick one, right? It's because, you know, if they're gonna tell you like, yeah, try again next year, maybe it's gonna be a short little thin little letter, but if the actual acceptance letter generally pretty thick. Yeah, it was thick and weighty. Nice. I love that. That's beautiful. Was it thick, Irene? That's all she has to ask, right? That's all I have. That's my first thought goes to first, is the girth of the weight, the substance, and the girth of the letter. Anyway, chat, I don't know why I am making acceptance letters sexual, but anyway, I guess you've come to expect that, right? In a certain way. Are we? Yeah, we're not. Are we framey? Are we framey? I don't think we're framey. I saw a little bit of wait, framiness. Where is that coming from? I swear to God, it's got to be Discord. It's got to be Discord that's doing that. The other possibility, I guess, would be Firefox, but I don't even know. But yeah, chat. Yeah, I had a little wardrobe malfunction on the way in. Apologies for that. Oh my God, stop. Sorry, it bugs me so much, right? Because at least the beginning of the stream, like, I want to give you a professional looking video, and it feels like, you know, it feels like when I'm choppy, it makes it look like I got a shit webcam, and I actually don't. I've got a pretty good webcam. But yeah, we might have to hold on that, Athena Investments. I think I can use my Cash App. That's great that I've got $22 on my Cash App that I can't currently access. I think I just have to feed it the information for my new card, and it should be okay after that. Oh my God, chat, what is going on? I'm gonna have to. It was 2016. Everyone would be spamming extra thick. If this was 2016, everyone would be spamming extra thick. Really gonna have fun this month now that they're doing an audit of any digital assets sent to any privates. Oh no. I gotta get rid of this framiness. Sorry, chat, I have to like put my hair up first because being sweaty and a mess is even worse than just being a mess. Let me see what I can do here. All right, how about if we just get our timer started right away, and then I can close out of Firefox, and maybe that'll make the system resources gods happy. All right, so if I take away 1 hour. Nope, that... What's going on? Why does it say 3 hours? Reset timer. 1 hour. Okay, that's what we did last time. God damn it. Technical difficulties already, chat. You know what? Actually, I think I can safely kill Discord. Yeah, make sure there's not anything that I haven't checked yet in Discord. There's not. Yep. I don't need it today. This is good timing for once. Task manager. Oh, come on. Don't go so slow. I can't type. Task manager. All right, open that up. Please tell me the task manager is not going to be like slow or... All right. Wow, that's a lot of CPU. Okay, it's not. It's not. It's OBS. OBS is what's doing it. God damn.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Congrats to Athena, throw my vote power to them.
That is crazy. Okay, so Athena, you do not just control 50 points, you control 60 points right now. Because Davi has just also, I got some weasels to call out when I get a chance. Let me just see what I can do. Okay, so there's a little bit of a spike on OBS. Oh my God, it's Chrome. Chrome is not happy. Let me see if I can do anything to satisfy its dark desire. Oh, wait, why have I gotta say it like that? Like Chrome is some kind of like incubus that I've summoned. Why would I summon an incubus, chat? I'm not that, you know, down bad. Come on. I know everybody thinks I'm married to my work, but not to the point where I need to get an incubus involved. Wasn't there a band called Incubus? I feel like my sister listened to a band called Incubus. Okay, so what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to get rid of everything that I can, just to make sure that, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, wait, oh yeah, I was in the middle of trying to get this to work. Control panel, reset timer. Is this gonna be a problem? Oh, it's resetting it to the wrong thing. Anyway, chat, I know it doesn't say it. At least I can make this correct. We're at 60 out of 100 already. That's how quick this happened. And I got a lot to talk to you about today. Yeah, because I think that the Syed campaign made a bad decision. All right. Now, there are people writing them off for this decision right now. I'm not one of those people, right? Hope springs eternal. And the response wasn't as bad as it could have been, but it's kind of like a multiple choice test, right? And when your reaction, when your inclination, when your reflex is to pick the wrong answer on the multiple choice, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign. It's almost like a true or false test, and they answered false, right? I don't know, chat. But anyway, we're gonna look at it. It is, you know, something happened with Hasan, as always happens. They've been concentrating, digging in on Hasan, trying to make Hasan an issue for Syed, even though they're different people. And Hasan can help out with the campaign, and then Abdul is not necessarily saying, I agree with everything this guy ever has said, everything he will say, and everything he's going to be clipped out of context for. But look, here's the deal. What this is a test for all of us. It's a solidarity test. And Syed's campaign answered one question wrong. That's how I'm taking it, chat. You've been in testing situations before. You've answered questions wrong. What happens? You don't die from it. It's not over. They don't come and take the test away and say, I'm sorry, you fucking suck, you know, kick you out of a med school, kick you out of law school, right? It's not quite like that. You know, sometimes sometimes there's a curve. Sometimes it's, you know, sometimes you're up against a shithead like Mike Rogers, who honestly, we should be talking about Mike Rogers associations. This motherfucker is associated with Jake Lang, the Nazi that just got his ass beat by Spider-Man in Minnesota. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? 60 plus for Rokana. Damn, look at that. That's a strong showing for Ro. And this is an interesting, yeah, Rokana, if you don't know, appeared on Van Latham. Anyone know Van Latham? Van Latham fans? Van Latham, I don't know this guy, right? But, you know, what I do know about him, I guess, is that he likes mushrooms, which, you know, hey, that's kind of cool. What am I trying to look at? I've got to, okay, so I'm trying to fix first my tech issue here. See if this thing will respond to, it's not responding. Can I do it manually? Can we do it live? What happens to, oh no, I haven't hit go yet, so it's not gonna sub add time. Bleh. I killed Discord. Do I seem slightly less? Yeah, it seems like we might have gotten rid of the herky jerky. The beef jerky, that is. I got some weasels I gotta call out. And since I can't get this thing I can't get my tech to work right now, let me go ahead and do that. That's a big congratulations, Athena. That's amazing. I am, it's kind of nice too, because this is not like, look, I'm not super happy about what happened, okay? The band Incubus, yeah, the band Incubus. My sister was a fan. I don't know much about them. Yeah, I want to do the Rokana thing. We will add 60 points to that. Oh my god, everything's breaking. Come on, computer, you can do this. Wait, I know how to call out weasels. I'm good at this. So some people, we got 1-1 for Van Latham. I guess I gotta admit, I did not know about Van Latham before this. Where is... Okay, Doodle's Hearts, you just got weaseled. Talia Johnson, you just got weaseled. Cats are comrades, yes they are, and you just got weaseled. Yeah, we learned about that in the Chainsmoker cat anime, right? Oh no, we didn't watch that on stream. I'm sorry, chat. I would have gotten blasted off the internet if we had. Imborsma, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Jinglin, you just got weaseled. Driftless Iowan, you just got weaseled. Maddie B, you just got weaseled. Elephant, you just got weaseled. Not that Kate, not the Kate you're thinking of. You just got weaseled. And Omar H, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. You love the music? Thank you. I'm glad people are picking up on that I do actually have some skills when it comes to DJing, even if I'm not on the ones and twos. Even if I'm on the tab A and the tab B, I can still make it work sometimes. But yeah, it looks like I have to fix my Cash App. I do think there's, yeah, I'm pretty sure I will be able to get it if you send it to me on Cash App. But I never take any of this shit for granted, because there's so many weird things now where they're like, you know, companies like, you know, you try to set up a money thing and the company's like, doesn't work, will not let you do it, and won't tell you why. So that's why I hesitate from being just like, yes, use Cash App, because that is a great way to get around the, you know, YouTube likes to take its cut. It's like a 30% cut. Twitch likes to take its cut. It's like a 45% cut. And even stuff like Throne takes a little bit of a cut. I mean, I guess Cash App takes a cut too, especially if you want to get your money sooner. That Generation X is evil. I've worked for usually the Gen X evil that I've worked for generally like shrooms. There's a lot of, like, because of the Joe Rogan thing, you know, it used to be like almost a signifier for like progressive, you know, far left, right? And ever since Rogan, it's become less so. In fact, there was a weird little, I don't know, this was an article, right? But they were talking about alt-right people that had joined the alt-right, people in the Pacific Northwest that were joining groups like Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer. And they sort of like surveyed these people to ask them, you know, kind of like, hey, what else is going on in your life? And like a surprising number of them, you know, it's even would say something like that their political transformation had been a result of a psychedelic experience, which is really fucked up. It's really fucked up. Look, I would never tell you that, you know, that there's any sort of entheogen you could imbibe and it's always going to have a good result. I think that, you know, the place that you are at, both in terms of physically, you know, are you around friends? Do you feel safe? And also the place that you're at in your life. I think that determines like kind of the results of and for some people, like, I mean, some people have great results. Some people, you know, maybe even, you know, had addictions to other things. And after, you know, after spending some time in the world of mushrooms, they no longer feel those, you know, the addictions are easier to manage, right? Or they get a new perspective that kind of allows them to approach life in a different way. Of course, there's also stories of the opposite happening. I don't know who Van Latham is, so I don't know what the case was in his scenario. I don't know. A lot of the most evil guys I've ever met like mushrooms. I feel like you're not supposed to like them. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like anybody that treats mushrooms like a party, I'm suspicious of, right? Because it's supposed to be a very, you know, what can I say? Yeah, safe space and environment. I mean, that would probably be good. I mean, acid made me a more cynical person. Okay, well, if that's what you needed, then not. Aaron Rodgers had an ayahuasca journey. Wait, for real? I'm sorry. I was like, when you say ayahuasca journey now, the first thing that comes to mind is Rudyard. Rudyard Lynch. I always forget his last name, and I'm like, just think racism. The guy is racist. What is associated with Rudyard Lynch? There we go. Easy to remember. It's almost like a mnemonic. If you forget what Rudyard's last name is, just remember how racist the dude is, and you'll probably figure it out. Even live on stream, just like shrooms, because they make my brain fog go away. Nice. Yeah, like I said, some people have really good results from those, but I would not ever say that that is going to be universal. And there's definitely, you know, plenty of bad people that, you know, it's not a vibe check, at least not at this point in time. Wow, we're talking about so many different things while I try to, yeah, it says 110 right there. What do I want to do? I could try resetting this. Yeah, we had a little trouble with this last time, but we did end up figuring our way out through the woods. This thing is important because it keeps me on track in terms of not accidentally spending too much, not accidentally getting, you know, sucked into a rabbit hole myself and streaming for longer than I mean to. Let's see, what reset timer? Can we reset timer? Is that not gonna do anything? Can we hit start? Oh no, everything is fucked up. And that's a bad thing to be fucked up. And this is the one thing I really need to, okay, what if I, no. Still not doing it, still not doing it. Rogers is a right-wing anti-vaxxer. Yeah, we need to be talking about Rogers more. That's the frustrating thing about the media cycle, right? Is anything that Abdul does, if Abdul burps or farts, it makes headlines. Whereas Rogers is on, like, he's friends with a Nazi. He's friends with an actual, you want to talk about anti-Semitism? Let's talk about Jake Lang. Let's talk about January 6er, Jake Lang. Let's see what else I can do. Maybe if I go back here and open it up again, will that help me? I can't make it start. I can't make the time change. I can't make it reset. Oh wait, something happened. Wait, what if I... It says 0 now. Reset timer, come on, something work. Okay, the other thing I could do is try like logging out of stream elements and then logging back in. Let's do that. I don't want to spend too much time on this chat because it's not fun for you to watch me struggle with technical difficulties. And sometimes if an element is just out of whack for the day, it's best to leave it alone and try, you know, just do without it. That's what I did with the timer for the rundown. And it did actually just start working on its own again. I don't know what happened. It just kind of flipped over to being fine. All right, let's try this one more time. Can we make this timer thing work? I'm from Michigan, and I told people the senatorial race would be really ugly with Islamophobia. If Abdul won the primary, people told me, but it already is ugly. And I was like, just wait. And I hate that I was right. Yeah, and this is the problem too, is that Abdul's presented with a, you know, kind of a, like, what looks like an easy way out, right? He didn't say any of this stuff. He didn't do anything wrong, right? This isn't his shit. And the temptation is if I just, you know, throw Hasan under the bus, right? I mean, work for Obama, like, right? I just throw the person under the bus, right? And then maybe it's solved. Maybe they're happy. And it just never works like that. It just never fucking works like that. Performative guy who goes around in bulletproof vests trying to upset people. Yeah, and he got his ass beat by Spider-Man. Do we see that? We got to start with the Spider-Man thing, right? Because I really do want to recenter this all to Jake Lang if possible. That would be the smart thing for Abdul to do, right? That's an option. You don't see it, but there's also an exit of like, hey, why are we talking about, why are we talking about Hasan when we should be talking about Jake Lang? Jake Lang is in the news right now. If Abdul tweets anything out with Jake Lang, engagement, okay? Same thing with Hasan, unfortunately, too, but like he doesn't want that engagement. Your engagement should be highlighting the issues of your opponent. Let me try hitting reset timer. Will that work? This action cannot be undone. Once you've reset the timer, it stays reset. Thank you. That's great. That's great, Stream Elements. Okay. Me no like. Let's just, here's what I'm going to do for now. I'm going to close Firefox, which is the program that Stream Elements is open in. I am going to, wait, what was my next move? Something else that I have to do? Something else that I need to do? Something else that it's important to do early? The poll, that's not what I was gonna go for. Fuck. There was something that, oh my god, I forgot what it was though. Dom, you just got a 5-stream stream streak. Congratulations on that. It's not like the most vile Islamophobia is anything new in the past 30 years. On the YouTube stream too, but it's muted because of echo. Excuse me? Oh, I see. You would get echo. Yeah, I was just making sure I wasn't putting out echo in some way, or the bunny men for that matter. All right, so we still got a little problem here on Chrome is still kind of cooking a little too hard. Was it Jake Lang that I was gonna? No, yeah, it was Twitter. It was Twitter. Like that's actually a pretty good solution. Okay, so we open up Twitter. I'm still trying to find the version of the Hasan stream that I'm going to use here. There we go. It's a good time to open up Twitter, actually. It does seem like it. And it does seem like this is something that the topic of the stream tonight is something a lot of Hasan Hasanabi heads are looking for. So I see them out there retweeting my go live stream thread before I've even brought it to you. Let's bring it to you, chat. Let's bring ourselves into Twitter for a hot second here. There we go. That's my thumbnail. Pretty simple, basic black thumbnail. We got the faces say everything here, chat. The faces really do say everything. And again, I'm not writing off AES, but I do think that this is a major fucking mistake. And that would be a mistake too, to play like what do you call it? Like music that music that would get me in trouble with. So glad Muslim American born in the 90s. It's only been getting better. Did a new update force AI on your computer? I don't think they could. I don't think they can. Narwhal, I'm Windows 10, right? I mean, unless Windows unless Microsoft's gonna do that. But no, what the AI stuff is in. Nadia was talking about this last time, right? The difference, I think Nadia said, between kernel. So kernel, I think, is like your normal computer, right? It operates with a kernel. In the old days, this used to be kernel panic. And in the new days, I don't know. It's a different kernel. There's a new kernel in town, chat. Maybe it's Colonel Sanders. I don't fucking know. I actually don't know shit about computers, and it sucks. I should. There's such a big part of what I do for a living that I really should. It would behoove me. Lang is a normalized harassment bully streamer because conservatives, of course. Yeah, because they don't step away from him. That's the difference, right? If you don't step away from your people, and I'm not trying to make it bookends. I'm not trying to act like there's not a moral difference between the left and the right. I'm not trying to even act like these you know, the people on the left and the right don't, you know, react differently. But if you don't step away from your people, then your people are there for you. They're usable for you, right? If you do, they get isolated. And also, and here's the really bad thing, like, look, Hasan's not going to turn on AES. He's not going to say, I think you should just not vote in the Michigan primary. He's not going to get butthurt, right? Whatever Abdul says about him, it's not going to change, you know, Hasan's advocacy, right? What he, you know, how he presents the race to his chat. But it will affect, and we've been seeing, I'll show you this in a second, right? It will affect the feelings of people that feel aligned with Hasan, people that are plugged in enough to know that he didn't do anything wrong. He actually said something very based and very important and very anti-Semitic. It's not that Hasan accidentally, you know, has this predilection towards anti-Semitism and accidentally let his mask slip or something. It's the opposite. This is a clip of Hasan, like, standing against the colonel, standing against anti-Semitism. And when you leave your people behind the enemy lines like that, it's bad for solidarity. It's really fucking bad. And I do see some people, you know, being like, you know, and it doesn't take much, chat, because these people have been let down by Democrats so much, by so many times, so many people, so many Democrats. You know, people thought, oh, this is gonna be different. It's good. Obama, it's gonna be different, right? Bernie, it's gonna be different. AOC, it's gonna be different. And so many times it's not different enough. It's not that different. It's not where we, you know, wanted to see it. And that's what causes the breakdown in solidarity, right? This is always a mistake. This is always a fuck up, both morally, in the sense that, you know, Hasan's being lied about, right? You should care about that. You've been lied about before. But also, yeah, in a practical sense too. This is not the right way. But we'll get into that when we get into that. Anyway, this is my go live tweet. If you want to help me out here, you can do so. Am I framing? Are the frames good, chat? Let me know. I need some feedback. I feel like I keep on seeing, it looks like I'm choppy. That's the word. That's the word that usually, but yeah, anyway. So if you want to help me out on this go live tweet, this blast off tweet, if you want to help me blast off, you can do so by clicking on the link that I'm putting in chat right now. The link is also pinned, I believe. So there's two different ways you can get it, you know, whichever way. I don't like want to spend time explaining to people that the pinned, what is the pin? What, like, don't worry. If you don't know what the pinned is, here's the link for you. You don't have to know, chat. You don't have to know everything about streaming. You shouldn't be expected to know. You're just trying to watch some content here. And I'm trying to give you the content. There it is, chat. There it is. That's the go live link. That's the blast off link. And you two can use it to help me out to reach more people. And I think there's some people that really need this tonight. I think there's some soldiers behind enemy lines right now that could use a little bit of a pick-me-up, and that is what I endeavor to do tonight. I don't want to dwell on the negativity. I don't want to dwell on you know, the sense of betrayal, which is real. People do feel that whenever a left flank candidate is tempted and falls victim to that, answers falsely on a true or false question, right? It does really, you know, it is disheartening, right? So we're gonna give content tonight, even if it okay, what else? It does look like shit's calmed down a little bit. Is there anything else that I can do? Is there anything else that's like straining the system? I'm just gonna look through this really quick. I'm just anybody have this problem with WMI provider host? I think I can effectively end this task. It's taken too much CPU. There's 2 instances of it also. I'm just gonna kill it. There is another thing I can do by going into services. Anybody know this? When the WMI host is like fucked up, you can go into services, and there's a service, there's a process that allows, there's a process that corresponds to it, right? And I can never remember what it is because there's WinRM, Windows Remote Management, that's not it. WMI registration service is running. Is that the one? Any computer heads out there? When did Windows Management Instrumentation. WMI is Windows. So wait, should WMI registration service in services, or the process WMI? Oh my God, it's not gonna bring me back to it, is it? Yeah, it's gonna make me scroll again. Fuck. We can close Xbox. That's a slam dunk. That's an easy one. But no. Wait, can I? I set in task. Process could not be completed? Go fuck yourself, my Windows. What else is on? What is, well, oh, okay. I think I see the problem here, maybe. I don't know, chat. I guess I didn't close it. Like, look, I got a bunch of stuff on my start menu that probably shouldn't be there, or that at least doesn't need to be there. I have not taken the time to actually kick it off the start menu. Oh my God, no, I pressed it the wrong thing. But you know, the little caret menu, I can just kill the processes. Oh my God, I can just kill the processes in that, maybe? The adults are in charge. Yes. Our RGC, the real Republican Party. Thank you for the super chat, Davy. And sorry about the wait. They win if he stops. Okay, I'm just trying to, like, you said win, and I'm immediately like, Windows Management Instrumental in blah blah blah. Redacted. Restart that. Windows Management Instrumental in something. Okay, I'll see if I can find that and mess with that. In services, right? Windows Management Instrumentation. Wait. That's what WMI stands for. In something.c in service there's two WMI, like two WMI services. One of them is WMI registration service, which is running. The other one is WMP. Oh wait, yeah, that's got to be it. That's got to be it. Yeah, there's two things that say okay, so performance adapter and management engine. Management instrumentation. Did you mean engine in the services? Okay. Windows, sorry, Poilu. I just want to make sure that I'm doing what you're saying here. This is the most interesting stream ever. It's about to be. It does seem like, okay, so WMI registration services, Intel management engine, WMI provider registration. That's the one. That's the one I should shut down, because that's the only one of the culprits, I guess, that could be, that is currently running. That's got to be it. I don't think ending a process, it's a service, actually. I'm ending a service, not a process. Because I have been told that ending the process that's taking up all the thing, we're about to get out of the tech if I can just get the confirmation, right? I think I know what Poilu is telling me, but I'm just verifying. Management, instrumentation, and services. That's got to be it. It's the only one that's running. Restarting the service is better than ending the process. It's called Windows Management Instrumentation. Okay, well, yeah, I don't have that then. I have Windows. Oh, found it. Okay, and it is running. Got it. It's just, it's called, it's what do you call it? Restart, not stop. Restart it. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm restarting it. I got it. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm restarting it. Hopefully it will make everything better. We'll see if that's true. But anyway, in the meantime, you can boost my, you can boost my thread here, my blast off tweet. get it out there to more people, find more soldiers dispirited behind enemy lines, and let them know that there is hope, that hope springs eternal, that we have not forsaken them, we have not forgotten them, and we got each other at the end of the day, right? When shit politicians are shitty, we got each other. We got to stand for each other, and we got to do, you know, we got to chop wood and carry water. Same thing that you do the day before something fucked up happens, right? Chop wood, carry water, move on. That's what we got to do. Sometimes life throws you a curveball, okay? And you know, sometimes that curveball hits you right on your little toe, and it's like, ow, damn. But you gotta pick it up anyway. God damn it. Sorry, my phone just like made a buzz. What is that called? A haptic? Is it a haptic, chat? Am I trying to say haptic? I'm not very good at tech, as you can see. Does it seem like it's gotten better? Let's take a look. Go back to processes. I don't know if processes is gonna tell me. Maybe it has gotten better. Let me just scroll down here again. Like I said, I'm not gonna spin. Oh, system interrupts is taking 25% of my CPU. Why? What is up with that? I don't even know what that is, chat. I just got distracted. Thank you, Blitzy 9K, for the bits. And for cheering me up. Vibration. Isn't it called haptics, though? I thought it was called haptics. Aren't we actually at... I think we're actually at 66, right? So, I mean, like, look, that's going good. Some of the tech behind the stream is not going so good, but I think I can fix it. I'm just trying to give you something to look at and something to do, which is help out my blast off tweet. Also, like the stream, right? We got this downtime here. It's a great time for you to like the stream. Anytime is a good time to like the stream, but generally the earlier the better, because the sooner the stream gets liked, the sooner YouTube starts sending more people in here, right? And it will, because this is an interesting topic. So if you want to help me out, want to find more fallen soldiers, hit the like button. That's something you can do. I'm going over things that you can do for free, no cost to you. You don't have to pay anything for this shit. You support the stream, you feel good about it. You say, I'm doing my part, and you salute. And that's, you know, that's where we're at right now. Let's see. I got to, they changed bookmarks to history, and it keeps confusing me. So I've got a lot of stuff to kind of show you. Let me give you Blakely for now. And look, Blakely, awesome creator from what I've seen. I really like Blakely. Maybe this will be a good introduction to this while I try to fix stuff in the background, chat. Is that okay with you? You're Blitzy on Twitch. Well, thank you, Blitzy. Thank you for supporting the stream. I really do appreciate. And everybody, like, also, God, I gotta thank Poilu. Poilu 333. I hope I am pronouncing your name correctly, because I think you really helped me out just then. We'll see, chat. Maybe the computer crashes. Maybe I was trolled. I don't think so. Though. I think Poilu gave me good advice, but I'm just telling you, I wouldn't know the difference because I'm that incompetent at tech. That's where we're going. Well, we've been on for an hour already. Let me put on Blakely, get us started here, and I'll try to fix.
Actually so embarrassing from Abdul El Sayed. Like, actually so embarrassing. I hope someone...
And this is what I'm saying, chat. This is the response that you get. Now, I don't think Blakely, if Blakely is even a Michigan voter, I don't think Blakely's going to turn around and be like, I'm sitting this one out, or like, I'm voting, I'm going to build the third party here. I don't think that's going to be the response. I don't think anybody's like, you know, writing AES off. But yeah, it is. She's right. It's disappointing.
On his team sees this, because this is what losing looks like. This is what capitulation looks like. You're already bent. Is it a law of nature for the progressive left to bend the knee to bad faith Zionist establishment fucking hacks as soon as they get elected? or win a primary or get into office. Because tell me why Abdul El-Sayed is bending the knee and engaging in this struggle session, putting out a statement condemning Hasan Piker and ceding to their bad faith lies and framing that he was somehow threatening or making that Israel First hack Jeremy Moss feel unsafe. First of all, no one made Jeremy Moss say that he felt like Israel should be the first priority of the US. Jeremy Moss said that himself, and he deserves to be criticized for it. All Hasan Piker was doing was criticizing him for that. That makes him unsafe? No. This, you know it's bad when Smira Tandon is cheering you on. And when I saw, before I even read this statement, that she was like, thank you for putting this out, I was like, oh, okay, what they mean is thank you for bending the knee. Have any of them apologized for their non-stop anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia toward him? No. I want everybody to see what's happening here. This is, once again, progressives immediately bending the knee and being weak as fuck because the Zionist corporate establishment will not stop berating him. And instead of fighting back like he should and dismissing their bad faith out of hand and not engaging in their games, he once again is centering Jewish feelings. And this is the same thing that they're doing right now to Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi Hasan criticized Hakeem Jeffries for meeting with Jared Kushner privately, where they discussed such things where they could find area of agreement like immigration. Yes, when you hear that, the alarm bell should go off. What does Hakeem Jeffries have in common with the Trump administration when it comes to immigration? Please tell us. And there's now hundreds of tweets, very coordinated, very sauced. All these establishment hacks are reposting them, claiming that Mehdi Hasan is racist because he criticized Hakeem Jeffries for privately meeting with Jared Kushner. How many times are you guys gonna fall?
That's crazy.
It's them weaponizing.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Black in order to silence criticism of him, or weaponizing claims of anti-Semitism against Abdul El-Sayed or Hasan.
That's a Hakeem Jeffries scandal. That should be grounds for the Democrats to rally around a new leader. All right? That should be it for Hakeem Jeffries. Instead, it's a scandal that somebody criticizes him. What the fuck is going on? Does Hakeem Jeffries just have pictures of everybody, I don't know, fucking animals or something? What does Hakeem Jeffries hold over people's heads? Why does this horrible leader, like, have so much staying powder, chat? Staying powder. He's got the staying powder. He sprinkles, anytime somebody tries to get rid of him, he sprinkles the staying powder on, and he's like, nope, not getting rid of him. I'm still here. Hakeem Jeffries. You know, God, what a fucking loser.
On Piker to silence criticism of Israel. It is a long-standing tactic that they are not operating in good faith. So by you putting out statements like this, you are quite literally telling them that their manipulation and smear tactics will work to control you. And it's never applied evenly or fairly because they're Islamophobic and racist toward Arabs as fuck, and it's just treated like Tuesday. Putting out a statement like this and engaging in these fucking struggle sessions is a signal to them that you will cave and you will do what they want. It's a humiliation ritual. It's this kind of fucking weakness and not standing on business as to why the progressives never win. We can blame everybody else. We can blame the system. We can blame the two-party system. We can blame the Republicans. We can blame the Democratic establishment, and there's plenty of blame to go around. But there's always a part that we all have to play. And the part that the problem is with the left and the progressives is that you're fucking weak. Wait! And isn't it convenient that now the political focus is on lies told about Hasan Piker and now Abdul El-Sayed needing to condemn him instead of the focus being on...
All right, here's an idea, chat. Oh my God, it's not on the stream though.
Statements. Listen to what Jeremy Moss actually himself said that caused people to be outraged by him in the first place. And just so everyone knows, Jeremy Moss is the one that just won the seat for Haley Stevens' old congressional seat. It was his opponent that leaked those remarks that he did not deny until weeks later. And then he was like, oh, I don't know, I was kind of taken out of context. Maybe it was AI?
I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think...
Okay, I got another idea for today. How to deal with this.
We have been victims of anti-Semitism.
I'm so sorry. The fuck? No, you should not be allowed to serve in Congress if you're gonna say shit like that. This guy's literally saying, America's not my homeland. I don't care if America's used as a pawn. The entire purpose of my campaign is to ensure that America keeps supporting the Israeli regime. What? You should be arrested. You should be right. Forget about not being able to serve in Congress. Not only should he be expelled and not allowed to serve, he should be tried. This is treason. Why is everyone acting like this is normal? Is the oath that you take to the U.S. Constitution when you get sworn in a suggestion? If you're not already following Gen X Girl, you absolutely should. She did like...
I think I got it solved.
...thread about Jeremy Moss's corruption. But instead of focusing on that and the insane statements...
I think I got it solved. Oh, wait, I'll have to change something, but...
...monstrous liars' lies and throw Hasan Piker under the bus while conceding to their lying framing. Isn't it just convenient that that psychotic, deranged, racist, Islamophobic, genocidal account with the pager in the bio, go to this guy's profile and just put in Gaza...
Okay, I think I got it.
...feel like you found lost pages from Mein Kampf. That's who is amplifying and spreading these lies about Hasan Piker that El Sayed is falling for and...
Look at this, chat.
If he loses, this will be part of the reason why. Because unless and until the progressive left starts realizing that their fight is not just with the right, it's with the establishment Democrats that help and enable them, you're gonna keep losing. Our faction of the progressive left is weak as fuck and constantly allowing ourselves to be railroaded by the Democratic establishment. At a certain point, we all have...
I feel like I need to thank Blakely here. I know Blakely didn't, you know, I'm also thanking the chatters who helped me figure out the tech difficulties. I also want to thank the Academy and my parents and God. I want to thank Direful for suggesting that I get a timer, an extra timer on top of the subathon timer, and Zara for suggesting the timer that I ended up choosing. Yeah, I'm very grateful right now. I'm grateful to a great many people. Okay, and I'm happy for Athena Investments getting into. Can I get in on that gratefulness? Wait, what is this? Can I? Yes, you knew where I was going with that, Athena. Are you psychic? Have you developed psychic powers? Is that a thing that happens from watching this stream? Anybody, one in chat, if you've developed psychic powers while watching the stream. Blakely, great video, awesome intro, and appropriate outrage, right? Appropriate outrage. No, you got to start it off on a really good note and actually kind of improved my mood. I mean, almost don't want to say that because it feels manipulative to be like, oh, chat can improve my mood just by you know, sending money my way. No, don't think of it like that. But seriously, just like the contrast, you know, of what's going on in the world, what's going on in the Democratic Party, what's even going on the left, because you got people like writing, being like, yeah, just go ahead and you know, it's easy, throw Hasan under the bus and they'll leave you alone. That is such a stupid, like, I don't like, I'm not saying that people that are saying that are, you know, I'm not calling them like fake comrades. I'm not like, you know, questioning their, I just think it's a mistake. I think they're just wrong, and they have not been around enough to know that that feeding the fucking trolls never works, chat. It never fucking works. Just like, you know, when I was getting harassment, what they wanted to see was a reaction from me. Abdul is being harassed by the fucking political equivalent of Twitch trolls, right? It might as well be Twitch, you know, some fucking splinter Discord out there mad at me for criticizing their favorite, you know, comfort genocide streamer. And you know, and let's put the screws in on NCC here. Let's make it like, you know, like the worst thing that I can do is react to that and be like, oh shit, people, let me apologize to Destiny, to Vosh, to Dylan Burns. Let me apologize to everyone and see if they'll fuck off. No, they don't fuck off. If they throw a stone in the water and they get a ripple effect, chat, that does not encourage, they're not satisfied. Oh, cool, I got a ripple. I'm gonna fuck off now. I'm gonna let you do your thing. No, they know now. Throw a stone, get a ripple. Throw a big boulder in there, get a big splash, right? You gotta be that unperturbed. You gotta be that undisturbed chat. I feel like I'm channeling like a Taoist image here. What is the undisturbed? This is a thing. I think. I feel like I'm making a thing in out of mashed potatoes and be like, this means something. This is important here, like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But no, I'm trying. It's a Taoist thing about like the pool of water that stays unperturbed, the lotus that grows in the midst of mud and muck and stays utterly clean. It's something. Is this pre-recorded? Yes, I'm talking to you. I knew you were gonna say that, and that's why That's why I said this. I knew that like a certain shape was going to come in here and ask if this is pre-recorded. Blakely's statement obviously is, you're looking at Twitter here. Blakely posted this, and I just brought us in here because I'm having technical difficulties. No, if this was pre-recorded, you probably wouldn't be seeing any technical difficulties, or I would have edited out my freak out to that. Why am I not respond? See that? Look at that. A certain shape has just like realized, oh shit, if I make myself a problem, she will respond to me. Oh, I get it. You think that you're looking at Twitch chat at the very beginning of my stream, and you're thinking that's all I'm dealing with. It's just Twitch chat. It's just a few people. Why isn't she obsessively responding to every single one of them?
At Narwhalby, super chatted $5.
Where'd that come from?
Ideological racket. Just a
Super chat.
and they'll leave you alone.
Super chat. Super chat. Wait, super chats don't exist on Twitch. What's going on? Is it possible that a certain shape has made certain assumptions that do not hold? You're not going to attack me. That's okay. That's okay. Like, that's okay. I'm forgiving you for not attacking me. Look, I needed an attack. I expected an attack, but if I'm not going to get an attack, I'm going to let it roll off my back like water off a duck's back. But yeah, just so you know, this isn't like a stream of this is a political stream. I don't know if you've been in one before. And we cover political topics. I'm a React streamer. I react to, I am taking a little time because we are at the very beginning and just like, explaining the rules of the game to a certain chatter here. So yeah, if you expect like for every chat that you make to be answered and responded to, it would be impossible. I got YouTube going on. I'm like Sam Cedar. Okay. I'm as big as Sam Cedar. I'm the same size and shape as Sam Cedar, right? I am, no, I mean like, cause I got to say poggers all the time. No, I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. That maybe is the confusion. But totally, I just had to get on your level, a certain shape. I just had to. I am DSA, bitch. Well, thank you, bitch. I accept. The DSA within me recognizes the DSA within you, and the bitch within me also recognizes the bitch within you. And I'm happy to field these questions, because if you have a question, probably somebody else does too. It's what I always say. It's also true for this. So I'm not trying to, have a go at you, for asking an unexpected question. But yeah, I was a little surprised by that one. Anyway, anonymous gifter gifting a community sub, Moose Not Mises. Wow, that's a great one to say. You just got jellyfished. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Yo, Norwell by Nature, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the other super chat as well. Like, look at that. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to add these up. 71 plus, we're at 77 right now. And as you've seen, chat, if you look above me, right, I guess I'm going to turn off the subathon one for now. Right, even though this one's nice because it well, actually, Twitch, you can no longer hack. You can't hack this one. Is it 78, actually? YouTube took away my chat? Wait, what? Okay, well, if you say it's 78, I'm gonna assume it's 78. And if I'm one off, that's okay too, because I am not gonna sweat too much small stuff today. I'm just gonna try to get moved on. So, like I said, chat, in the interim, while I had, that's the other reason I'm like really thankful to Athena and to Narwhal and to Bailey and to Direful and to everyone. Direful, I keep on almost calling you Direwolf, right? I keep on almost like confusing you with I believe a Minecraft mod dev. I believe that's what Direwolf 70 or whatever his name is does. But no, this is Direful, not Direwolf. That's not a reference to the Grateful Dead. It's a reference to, I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons maybe. I never ask people what the source of their username is, and I don't expect you to ask me the source of mine. But if you did, I would explain to you that I made this account when I was very young, and I was a mere Minecraft commenter. And when I would read comments, especially right-wing comments on, did I say Minecraft? God damn it! What is wrong with me, chat? I mean, I was playing Minecraft at the time. but yeah, when I would see, chud comments in somebody's comment section, I would just be like, don't, you don't need to comment. You don't need to say anything. And it got too much. So I made an account and I started commenting, and that's why I'm called No Comment Chick. Very easy. Nearly called me that the other night. Direwolves are not nearly as scary as direful pots. Is it a Magic the Gathering card, perhaps? I mean, is it a banned Magic? No, that's Pot of Greed. That's not. That's the one. I'm thinking of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, aren't I? Or is that Magic the Gathering? I don't even know. Let's watch the rest of this Blakely thing, because I am very thankful for Blakely for covering for me while I was trying to get the countdown moving. The other thing I got to do is this, maybe. Whoa, a hype train started. Anonymous gifter, you just started a hype train. Look, you can support me on Twitch anytime you want to, but you get a little something extra for your trouble if you do it while there's a hype train going on. You get, I think, a conductor's badge if you gift the equivalent of 100 bits or more. And then you get exclusive emotes if you get it to like level 2, level 3, level 4, etc. So this is a good time if you've got a Twitch Prime sub burning a hole in your pocket, or you need to re-up a sub that your sub has expired and you need to re-up it. This is a good time to do it because you get a little something extra. I'll just tell you that Pot of Greed is way too OP, and the proof is that the original designers, I just saw the pot and it made me think of Pot of Greed. Anyway, we're going to interrogate everyone about it was a random suggestion. Oh, whoa, I've got one too. It was a random, what is it, Royal Lace or something? It's like Royal Lace, bunch of numbers, I think is my, I think Xbox did the same thing for me, Direful. It'd be funny if I went by that. Like, people would be confused if I was like, all of a sudden I'm Royal Lace. I would have to dress differently, wouldn't I? If I was Royal Lace. Wait, there's also a jar of direwolves are cute until they eat you. Pot of Greed is way too OP. The original designers didn't know how to design a card game. Okay. That's why it ended up like that. And also thank you, Blitzy, for the 200 bits jumping on that hype train. You got 43% complete on your level 1. And you got 3 minutes left to try to make something happen. So yeah, if you want to right now, Twitch, a good time to make your move. Twitch has been like, look, I mean, I don't know. I think YouTube, like, there's been a lot of new weasels on YouTube. Let's just say it that way, right? And so Twitch is kind of getting, I mean, I don't know. The Twitch was ahead for the longest time. First YouTube was ahead, then Twitch was ahead. Now YouTube's ahead again, and Twitch, this might be the time for your comeback, is what I'm saying. I don't know if you could manage that, but yeah, I'm rooting for you. Anyway, chat, let's watch the rest of this Blakely thing. I've got a little bit of a rundown for you nonetheless, and then I'll get back and explain how I fixed the tech. I'm sure you're very interested in that, right? That's the most exciting part of the stream, is the tech. Me complaining about the tech, me fixing the tech, me explaining the tech. That's all very neat and interesting to a bunch of chatters that are here for politics.
Have to look inward, and being right on policy is not enough if you have no fighters. You're unwilling to embrace the fight and embrace the hate from your supposed own side. But I'm sure Abdul El-Sayed capitulating to these bad faith actors, throwing Hasan under the bus, claiming that he said something he didn't even say in order to appease these bad faith actors. Yeah, I'm sure they're not on Twitter right now gloating about how you bent the knee. Oh wait, and look at how they flip the politics of this on.
Oh, most certainly. DSA, anybody remember DSA _watch? DSA watch? The child? The literal child? The person that held a Twitter space, and it was just a bunch of, squeakers in there. A bunch of underage people. That account, yeah, they're really happy. They made this. I think they're the original clipper, right? We'll get to the whole. I think Hasan gives a pretty good breakdown of the timeline of what happened. So we'll get to that in a second. Let me just make sure that I'm doing what I need to do by adding the timer to all the scenes that need to have it for now. Again, I'm sure, chat, that when I when I reset my computer, I think everything is going to be fixed. That's my guess. All right. I think it's probably it's probably one of those things. So let's just move this countdown up here. Oh my God. I'll fix that later. I will fix that later. Let's finish Blakely. We'll finish the rundown, and then I'll go back and explain to you the poll. I'll see who's winning in the poll. Make sure to vote if you're not already. There's a poll going on over on YouTube.com. If you wanna respond, it's a poll for bonus content. Basically, chat, if we get to 100, which it looks like we will today, I do some bonus content. I do some subjects that I was not planning to do, but I'm ready to do them nonetheless, and I need your help in choosing them. In fact, we even have somebody putting their money where their mouth is right now in the form of Athena Investments. So Ro Khanna, trying to flank AOC's Woke 1.0, is actually in first place right now. But go over there and vote anyway. When you're voting, yeah, you go to nocommentchick/youtube.com. Sorry, wait, no, wrong address. youtube.com/nocommentchick. You will click on the live stream, you will click on the chat, and then you at the very bottom of the chat, you can click on the poll, and then you can make your voice heard. You can vote as well at that point. And I'll look at those votes after we get through our rundown right here. I'll maybe fix the screen a little bit too on the other screen. So yeah, anyway, let's finish this bit, Blakely, finish the rest of the rundown.
Jeremy Moss is the one that should be in the hot seat.
Yes.
Some insane
Yes. Oh my God, so much yes. So much this.
treasonous ass shit. But instead, we're focused on how Hasan Piker pointed that out and hurt the traitor, Jeremy Moss's fifis. Like, what overpaid fried brain GC consultant told you this was a good idea? Did J Street write this nonsense? Like, holy shit.
Yeah. Massive mistake, I think, by the Syed campaign. All right, so here's Mike Rogers. Hey, Bernie, unlike Abdul El Sayed, I have no issue disavowing French extremists. Oh, shit. He did finally disavow Jake Lang, but as a way of trying to get Bernie to disavow Hasan. So that's what's going on here. I was about to say, you got a lot, and there's more than Jake Lang, chat. In terms of extremists, in terms of horrible people, I think isn't there like a preacher or something involved in this Mike Rogers campaign? While I have your attention, I would like you to know that Abdul will definitely say that he will not affiliate with people like Hasan Piker, who thinks Americans deserve 9/11, self-identifies as a racist, Yup. I always worry about this, chat, because I think I've said I was a racist before. I think that when we were talking about racism, like in an effort to get people to cop to their implicit racism, I said I am racist, right? I didn't say this because I fucking love racism and I think it's based racism, more like baseism. No, I said it, because I feel like racism, and specifically black racism, is in the food we eat, it's in the air we breathe, it's in the water that we drink. And, trying to, pretend that doesn't affect you, that doesn't sort of get into your subconscious is pretty much going to be a lie if you're, born and raised in a country like I was, right? And I always thought about, like, what if somebody just clips this and is like, oh yeah, she endorses racism, she loves racism, she's all about the racism, and not just an expert on it from having encountered it online so much. Anyway. Self-identifies as a racist, calls for the public execution of American capitalists. This is that Dan Saltman stream. God damn. This thing right here was like, the streets run red with their blood or something is what Hasan said. He's talking to a landlord. He's not talking about capitalists. So he's talking about landlords, and he's teasing a guy who is a landlord who he was friends with at the time.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $5. He said, check in with your boy on Maine while calling Hasan a racist.
That's crazy. That's crazy. This is tiring. This is very tiring. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. That brings us up to what, 83? Are we at 83 right now? The clip of Mike Rogers is referencing is the Hasan satirically said he was racist, and yeah, that's the one, Ash Bradford. And Scott Jennings put it out there as a defamatory clip. People believe this. This might be part of the trial. This might be part of the trial against Scott Jennings. In terms of the defamation trial, if Hasan actually decides to take him to court, right? In terms of proving that his reputation has been damaged, that there was an effect. It wasn't just like Scott Jennings put this out there. There's been a real, and in terms of like proving damages, I suspect this might actually come up. So who knows? Mike Rogers, maybe you did Hasan a little bit of a solid. It's a weird thing to say, chat, but go with me if you will. Straight up defamation, says Iraq, but I think courts are gonna give Hasan that win. Unfortunately, not gonna give him the win. Yeah. That's what I thought you were saying. Just looking through chat really quick here. I actually saw a Blakely live earlier today. Nice. When does Blakely stream? Maybe I should try to catch Blakely. I'm actually very impressed from that clip. I've watched a few Blakely clips, but that one, Blakely was on fire for that. Are there coniferous mushrooms? What are they called? They're called decomposers. So technically, maybe they decompose things. They decompose plant matter. Do they decompose animal matter too, maybe? The Russian word for wolf is bork. Oh, it looks like bork. I don't know how you pronounce that, but apparently it looks like bork. Oh, the chatter on Twitch was maybe saying that I'm just spending too much time. It is easier for me to see YouTube chat, but when I'm on, I can actually see both. Random streamer equals political and literal terrorist, legit pedo in the highest office of the land. They sleep. They sleep. That's right, Blitz 9K. I'm not racist. I'm an American. That's right. No racism in America. You certainly do not get, like, I'm just trying to think of like just how my life was affected by, I don't know. So racism, you know, strangely enough, even though I'm not the target of it, has, you know, affected, and I would say somewhat impoverished my life. But, you know, if you try to talk about this like straight up, yeah, you run the risk of somebody trying to mischaracterize you. You're being really honest and talking about not just, you know, the explicit racism, you know, of somebody that you know has bad feelings towards you know, towards people that aren't white. You know, is one component of it, right? But what people don't talk about and what could be more damaging, because it kind of runs under the radar, is implicit racism. And maybe the beginning of dealing with some of that is to acknowledge that it has affected us, that we do have, you know, Obama even talks about, I believe, an incident where he exhibited some implicit racism and in an effort to try to relate to all the racists in America. Obama talked about like locking his door when a black guy came by at some point, locking his car door. And so yeah, implicit and systemic, and it still accomplishes its goal of you know, disenfranchising certain people from society, whether it's implicit or explicit. It's still harmful. Right. That's the point that I want to make. But it's hard to be fucking honest with guys like this running around. They're going to take anything you fucking say. In this case, not Hasan being honest, but Hasan, you know, joking, being sarcastic, right? As an admission, as a self-identification. Could you please check in with your boy? Okay, something about this, right? Something about this guy calling Hasan Abdul's boy. I don't like it. I do not like it, sir. I do not like it. But yeah, great video from Blakely. What else do we have here? Now, this might not be related. Let's take a look at it anyway.
But you brought up the war. Are you glad the Ayatollah is dead? Yeah, I mean, look, he was a terrible person, but that's beyond the point. The bigger question is, should we have gone to war in the first place? So, look, I just want to be clear with you, right? I mean, I'm never going to defend the Iranian regime, but I am going to defend the idea that we probably shouldn't be fighting wars we don't know how to get out of. Oopsie, you go to war and you tell us that it's going to be a special military operation. That was in February. We're now in September almost, and we're still fighting the special military operation. I mean, it's not working for us, Jesse.
We're not really.
Jesse Waters is disgusting. It's like when Wick says gang. Yeah. He's trying to be folksy, but he just, I don't know. What do we think about the little disavowal of the little disavowal right in the beginning, right? The Ayatollah, yeah, he's a terrible man. I don't know why he's a terrible man, but he's a terrible man anyway. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like they're saying it as if they think it helps, right? And certainly, I'm sure Abdul, has disagreements, would not agree with we're talking about the Ayatollah who was murdered in an incident in perfidy when the United States was supposed to be negotiating with Iran, and instead they go and they kill this guy. Are we talking about the current Ayatollah, the previous Ayatollah? Either way, yeah, the gay Ayatollah. Are we talking about the gay Ayatollah? Jesse Waters deserves your hate, Splashson. You are right and based to hate Jesse Waters. That's the only correct response. You're not happy enough about the Ayatollah. That's what I was wondering. Is he talking about the Ayatollah that was murdered in perfidy? Or is he talking about the new Ayatollah? Either way, obviously Abdul is not like a advocate of theocracy, but it should go without saying. And if it doesn't, I mean, if Abdul being, Muslim or coming from that background, it necessitates a sort of disavowal of theocracy for him to run for Senate. That's kind of, it says a lot about our country, honestly. Let's watch the rest of this.
Exactly what happens when you've got a dunce in the White House who doesn't know what he's doing.
So you'd go back in time, you'd give them back their nuke program, you'd give them back their Air Force, their Navy.
No, I'd go back.
Trump didn't do shit to their nuclear program, okay? Trump did not, like, he will claim, because he's got to claim something. Yeah, the setting back of the nuclear program is minimal. And also, when you do an act that it encourages, a foreign power to develop nukes, you're not setting back their nuclear program, you're setting it forward, right? There was a fatwa, chat, under the old Ayatollah who was murdered, right? There was a fatwa against Iran developing nuclear weapons. There was a religious fatwa saying we Muslims do not believe in fucking weapons of mass annihilation like this. We're not about this. We're not doing this. We don't believe in this, right? That the degree to which nuclear waste was enriched is a result of Trump tearing up the JCPOA, right? The result of the United States not making good on its agreement with Iran. So what are they supposed to do? Well, if you want to negotiate another one, you might want to enrich your uranium, because then you've got something that you can negotiate with. You can say, okay, I will allow you to take this enriched uranium out of the country if you will give us a security agreement and take the sanctions off, right? And give Iran back the money that was the assets that were frozen, right? That's why the shit was enriched, right? But no, you're not setting back shit. We grant so much to the Trump administration in terms of narrative, and we got to figure out a way to dig our feet in and say, fuck no. Fuck no. There was a fatwa against nuclear weapons.
Nuke programs buried under a mountain of rubble.
And we actually had nuclear containment. Now, Jesse, you like to, I mean, look, I understand selective memory about history, but we had a JCPOA that was well negotiated, that actually had nuclear non-proliferation far more securely than what we have right now after having gone to war for the better part of 6 months.
Yeah, I like the fact that the nuke program's buried under a mountain of rubble. They can't even get access to it, but that's me. I think we'll figure it out.
Yeah, because nobody's able to dig shit up. You dumb fuck. You dumb motherfucker. You stupid asshole. Jesse Waters. Go back to licking Bill O'Reilly's balls. I liked you better when you were Bill O'Reilly's ball boy.
The thing you said about...
So let's just stop there. So
Sure.
Jesse, wait. I understand you're not good at math. I get that. I'll give you that. But science, we got to talk about science.
Oh, I love this. I love this. I love this.
That, like, nuclear material doesn't just go away because you buried it under a mountain of rubble. You understand they could still go back and
Yup.
right?
Yeah, watching it from Space Force.
So
and anybody
we're not any
that
more
goes
secure
near
than we were back then.
Okay, let's move on. You said getting rid of Sharia law was white supremacy. Let's roll the tape. Go.
I don't have to tell you that the same exact forces that drove native peoples from their land 2 centuries ago.
Wait, they're talking about penises elsewhere in this clip? Well, look, I just got the clip from Audrey, socialist Audrey on Twitter, right? I didn't know there was a penis talk. Oh yeah, I think you're right, Adric. I was about to ask about that. I think we need to turn this up. The Blakely thing was a little quiet too. Oh, there's another clip by Audrey. Okay, I can put that on there.
Destroyed Black Wall Street a century ago.
Nobody talks about Black Wall Street. Hardly anybody in America knows about Black Wall Street, right? Yeah, this is, you know.
Bombed a building decades ago and tried to ban Sharia law not a decade ago. That those forces are alive and well today.
So getting rid of Sharia law is white supremacy. Can you explain that one?
Excuse me?
Do you know what canon law is? Jesse, I assume you're Christian, right?
Yeah, tell me.
All right, so canon law is the name.
So yeah, he's talking about the MOVE organization in Philadelphia in terms of the bombing of an American city, a whole fucking block that the cops said let it burn, right? This was a dissident organization that they were going after. They ended up bombing the house that these people lived in, and that caused a fire, which spread across. They fucking punished the whole, you know, essentially a black neighborhood, right?
For Christian law. I don't begrudge you your right to practice your faith as you choose. I don't know why the idea that I could practice my faith as I choose is a problem. Nobody is trying to push Sharia law on anyone else, just like I hope nobody is trying to push canon law on anybody else, because we live in America.
Black Wall Street, you might know, as the Tulsa Massacre. It's where it took place. Black people were trying to build wealth in a black neighborhood, and this pissed off the white residents of Tulsa, and they fucking burned. They fucking burned it down.
You should have the freedom of your religion. So the idea that you have somebody like Tommy Tuberville, right, who, you know, barely was good at coaching football, is out here trying to ban Sharia law when there's less than 1% of the Muslim community in America, as if somehow Muslims are out here trying to push Sharia law, that seems to me to be deliberately targeting the Muslim community because they're different. And I'm just saying that, like, I have no issue with people practicing their faith. In fact, I would never want somebody to push their faith on me, and I would never want to push my faith on somebody else.
Good, because no one wants you to get rid of your religion.
And so the idea, I'm
no
just saying,
one wants that.
So, but when people preemptively go out there and start preemptively passing laws to ban something that's not happening, what you're trying to do is target a very small community because they're different. And this operates. I mean, look, I'm just going to say, there's statistical evidence that the president and the vice president
Michigan's
like to target me
scary,
simply
people
as a function of my faith.
That. You know, it's like men aren't equal from women.
Like,
it's like
I just
physical
think you
punishments.
like to say the word. Look, Jesse, look,
people don't
like to
that
say
in
the
Michigan.
word
I'm just saying, I don't think that's a good
really
position.
And scary. Nobody's pushing it. No, but Jesse, nobody's pushing it. You know what the issue is in America, in Michigan?
What?
The issue that people are worried about is not that somehow somebody's going to come and push.
Oh wait, let me. Sorry, I didn't put the volume up. Did I?
Worried about how they're going to afford their gas. The issue in Michigan is, how am I going to see a doctor when I get sick? How am I going to get a job? You're out here. Honestly, you guys love to play this.
Agree.
Let me know if that's better, Chad. I can turn it up more if it needs it.
But you use these.
Oh, it looks like it does need it.
I agree
to
with you.
avoid actually having to talk about the issues that everyday people like to talk about. Now, look, Mike Rogers is the guy I'm running against for U.S. Senate, and I know you've had him on your show. Maybe he answers questions.
Almost.
I've actually never had him on.
Only, but look, you haven't. So he's ducking your show too, because he's ducking. Look, can we all agree? Like,
I haven't
Jesse,
invited him on.
We're going to have a debate, right? Can we all agree that Mike Rogers is a beta? Can we all agree with that?
I haven't even had him on.
Dude won't even come on your show because he's afraid of getting grilled. So
I will have him on.
That guy,
and I'm sure it'll be great. But Abdul,
like, Jesse, let me just say,
can I back up
he's
for
out
1
here
second?
trying to talk about my.
Can I back up for 1 second?
Finish my point. I'll finish. I swear I'll be quick.
Okay, because Mike Rogers isn't here to defend himself.
He thinks he's running against Hasan Piker. Well, maybe then he'll actually come on your show. Maybe I'm doing you a favor then. But the guy's a beta, doesn't like to answer questions, and he dodges every debate.
I don't
think
he's
going to dodge you too.
Need Mike Rogers on the show, but thanks.
All I'm going to say is this.
Thanks for booking it. You know, I agree. Gas prices.
Look, he thinks he's running against Hasan Piker. He wants to run against Hasan Piker. Anybody that was going along with this slander, including unfortunately Abdul's campaign, played into that a little bit.
Benefit.
Made it easier.
Too high. Abdul, pipe down 1 second.
Pipe down. Excuse me?
Prices are too high. Green New Deal's not going to help that. You said that we get to keep our doctor. I've been told that before.
Gas prices are too high. Green New Deal is absolutely going to help that. What are you talking about? You bring in more energy. Do they not understand this? Do they think that green energy is like super weak and it can't run things, or it's not as good, or it's like, you know, if your power company's like, you know, using solar or wind or something, that somehow your washing machine is gonna tap out halfway through the load? What is this fucking brain rot that Jesse is spewing, right? No, it increases the overall energy, right? Gas is also a type of energy. When there's more overall energy, Jesse, what the fuck happens to prices of gas? Do they go up? Or do they maybe go down? Right? Because some of the things that we're using gas for are you know, you can, come on, right? It's the only way that we're going to get to a place where we're not fucking hampered by, you know, where gas prices can't fucking crash an economy. If we're like the Chinese and we actually develop solar and some of our alternative, our renewable energies, then yeah, then gas shortages, gas cutoffs, like a problem in the Strait of Hormuz it's not as big of a deal.
We were lied to. So let's move on.
All right. There we go.
But you brought up.
Let me, I wanted to see, somebody said that Adri's got more stuff for us. Okay, well, you know, if you're the thirst viewer of Hasan Piker, there's definitely some stuff for you there. What is he doing? I don't know what that is. Was that at the Fear and Tour? Okay, so what? This is Waters. Did you? Oh, here we go. The ding-a-ling. I found it, Ash. Thank you for letting me know there was a penis clip.
The idea that the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. I just think the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. And if you're a minor,
you want to try on kids?
Now, if you disagree with that, if you disagree that healthcare decisions need to be made by a doctor and their parents and a patient, then we think we agree to disagree. But, you know, you want to put government inside
so, Abdul, you're a doctor, right?
Selectively. I am.
So you think it's okay for a parent to slash his kid's thing-a-ling off? You think that's okay?
I mean,
This is a question that, because of the fear of being characterized in a certain way, of being called a child abuser, really, a lot of Democrats, a lot of people that are on the right side ostensibly will kind of like back off and cede ground. They don't know, right? And if you're not trans, you don't have to know about like what gender affirming care looks like for a child. Guess what it doesn't look like? Bottom surgery. Doesn't happen. Wouldn't make sense, right? You know, somebody that's developing, somebody that's at that age where, you know, you go through stages of development, for that sort of surgery to be done then, which nobody's doing. It's not happening, not a real thing. It wouldn't make sense because there is a need to wait for things to develop before that kind of surgery can be performed. So it's not a thing. It doesn't happen. It's a lie. This guy's fucking lying to you, saying this guy's accusing parents of cutting their kids' genitals off. Okay, fuck him. He's lying about loving parents that allow their kids to socially transition, right? Saying that they're doing something to the genitals. They're not. It wouldn't make sense. God damn it. But like, let's see, because apparently ASEAN, is that how it's called? ASEAN is a thing down here. No, ASEAN, is that what the account is called? And Socialist Adri retweeting this, thought that Abdul did a good job with this. Let's take a look.
So do you really want to have this conversation? Are you circumcised?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a
Jesse, are you?
personal question.
Okay.
Doctor.
So you probably should.
You're talking about little kids' stuff, okay? You're talking about little kids' junk. Don't tell me that's a personal question, you monster. Yeah, you're gonna answer whether you're fucking circumcised or not.
Want to move on. You probably should want to move on.
Is circumcision's different than castration?
I think it's a problem. It's a problem that you think that you get to decide what happens.
Yeah, circumcision is different than something that's not fucking happening. But it matches the description you just gave. It does. Something is cut off of a child in the very sensitive region. Okay, so
between a parent, a doctor, and a patient. And I'm just saying that, yes, circumcision is surgery on a kid's dingling. So if you really want to bring that up, you can. I just think you guys are really selective about how you want to talk about these things.
Abdul, Michigan's not going for that.
You're wacky. You're fucking wacky. You're the wackest of the wacksters.
That is sick stuff.
You're whacking off, Jesse. You're just whacking off on your show. And I don't like it. Intactivists rise up. Do we need to play Foreskin Man? Wait, Foreskin Man is not AI slop, right? It is anti-Semitic though. I now remember that. Yeah, as I was going to like let's remember about Foreskin Man. Yeah, that's right. The intactivists. There's a group of activists that are against circumcision, and this one guy came up with a comic book superhero named Foreskin Man, who's like a superhero who goes around beating up rabbis and doctors and anyone who would do a circumcision procedure. And yeah, they make the rabbis look evil. It's pretty anti-Semitic, right? But we don't need to watch that right now, lest I too be accused of anti-Semitism for platforming Foreskin Man. All right. Jesse is King Whack. Yeah, he's the wackiest of the wacky protesters on Bible Man. I don't know if anybody out there gets that reference. Anybody remember the wacky protester from Bible Man? One of Bible Man's ops. Speaking of ops, we got to get to that. We really do have to. I want to show you that Spider-Man thing. All right, so Hillary Scholton, whose name I believe I might have misspelled. Let me check that really quick. Let me get to this. We want to see, did I misspell Hillary SCH? Is it O? How do I spell this? Hillary Scholton. Okay, got it. SCHO. I think I misspelled her name. Yo, what just happened? Regardless, whoa, something just happened. Something just occurred. Stop the stupidity in with the 10 big ones. I believe I'm going to need to read out some weasels now. Xiao Chunshu. How's my pronunciation? You just got weaseled. I'm trying to get better, chat. You know, I kind of want to learn. Yo, tag teaming it, Stephen P, and stop the stupidity with the tag team attack on the goal, on the bonus goal, right? Christina, the 17th. You just got weaseled. Why is my fucking phone going crazy? Does my phone get a update when people become weasels? Nope, I'm just still here on my sad Cash App screen where, what just happened? Okay, I think I just got a message on, anyway. It happened at the same time. That's what confused me. That was all that confused me. Night Light Plushie Jesus, that is a great thing to have. You know, I feel like I wish you would if you have a product, right, that is a Nightlight Plushie Jesus, please sponsor me. I want to support. I want to plug in the Nightlight Jesus right over there, and that would be a great addition to my stream if that's a real product. Angie and Daron Cannon, you just got weaseled. Billy Breeze, you just got weaseled. Biz, oh wait, let me see here. Bezbub, you just got weaseled. Brilliant, you just got weaseled. Keeb it real, like a Keebler elf, maybe? You just got weaseled. Lauren 1, you just got weaseled. And Passing Wind, Jesus Christ, I hope I won't be doing that today. Either way, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And I think I've got other weasels to read out as well. Pretty sure it's real. If you actually have a connection to that product, I would love for Nightlife Plushie Jesus to sponsor me. But yeah, Stephen P. and Stop the Stupidity, thank you for tag teaming the stream with a veritable barrage of weasels. As I try to shout them out. Anna Shuttleworth, you just got weaseled. Crosario, you just got weaseled. CJ the Roo, you just got weaseled. Sue Lorito, you just got weaseled. And wait, I read Crosario. I think Mojo Pit Dog, you also just got weaseled. I think that's all the weasels. I think I read them all. Either way, thanks to both of you. Right, Stop the Stupidity and to Stephen P. Getting us all the way out to, what did Narwhal say? 128? Is that where we're at? We're at 128 here. So many weasels. So many weasels. I should say 128. And you know what this means, chat? Now look, the one thing I've solved our problem, okay? I switched the counter that doesn't work out for a counter that wasn't working the other day, but now is working, right? This counter right up here, it says 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 20 seconds. So the only thing that kind of sucks with this is I'm gonna have to like manually count out 60 minutes, chat. I hope that's not annoying, but it's got to be done. All right. So 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It sounds like the count. I sound like the count from Sesame Street. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I should do it in Thai. Yisip et. Yisip song. Yisip sam. Yisip si. Yisip ha. Yisip hok. Yisip chat, Yisip pet, Yisip gao. Right? Samsip. Let me go back to English. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Teach you Thai counting? I was about to, but I realized it's going to take a long time to get 60 on there in the first place. My Thai is interesting. Wait, my pronunciation? Yeah, I'm not doing the... I might have missed some of the accents on that. But anyway, we added an hour, and sorry it takes that long to add an hour. It's a different timer, and that's how this timer works. You can add a minute, but that's all you can do. There's no like add this much time, or it's just like you got to click every single time you want to add a minute, you got to click. So that's what I did. Anyway, this is Hillary Scholton. Now she's involved in this too. She is a Democratic congresswoman who is in a scandal right now. That's why she's deflecting to Hasan Piker. What's her scandal? She fucked a Republican. I believe she I believe she fucked a Republican politician, if I'm not mistaken, right? So she's being seen right now by the Democratic Party as a little bit of a traitor. What do you do when you're a traitor? You point to somebody else and says, "See, they're the traitor. They're you know, they're anti-Semitic." So today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholton issued the following statement after Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. I hope she pulled the Republican dick out of anyway before, you know, issuing the statement, right? You know, because otherwise it's going to be like, it's going to be hard to understand. It's going to be hard to understand, right? When you got something in your mouth, it's not the best time to talk. Anyway, chat said that American Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. In his stream, Piker directly discussed the targeted Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss, showing his picture while stating that eventually someone will come around and take action, not against Israel, but against American Jews, right? So then she says Hasan Piker's call for violence against American Jews was and directly naming a Michigan elected official and future congressional colleague, Jeremy Moss, are unacceptable. Full stop. Piker is a hack who thrives on hate and shock and awe. Shock and awe? What the fuck? Why are you putting shock and awe? Do you know what shock and awe is like a phrase? Iraq, 2002? I got my dates right here. The commencement of the Iraq War, right? Not the Gulf War in the 90s, but the Iraq War in the 2000s was an air campaign that was characterized by calling it shock and awe, right? This was like a buzzword that they were putting out there. The Iraq War, if you ever go back to it, there's a ton of buzzwords, right? Everything's a buzzword. And they thought that the buzzwords could kind of like superimpose themselves on reality. Boots on the ground is a phrase from the Iraq War. Going forward, I guess we still use that one. Going forward, I'm going to blah, 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 right? That's a phrase from the Iraq War. And my favorite one is the surge worked, right? They did a surge. They were having trouble in Iraq. There was actually, you know, resistance. And there were, you know, casualties piling up on the American side. So they surged more troops into Iraq in hopes that it would, I don't know, cause the country to be more pliant, you know, cause the resistance to go away. It didn't. And the United States, you know, is very much not in control. In fact, even the government that, you know, was put in by the United States got weaker and weaker. And so the surge did not work, but they said the surge worked, and they feel like the surge works. The surge works. If you say it enough, people will just be like, oh yeah, the surge worked because it rhymes. Motherfucker. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're coming up with rhymes. But that's what was happening by the end of the Iraq War. Anyway, I just find it funny that shock and awe, right? And shock and awe was thought to be the United States' trump card, right? You know, like these other countries, they've got tanks and they've got military guys and they've got all this shit. But we got shock and awe, and they can't take the shock and awe. The shock and awe is going to work. And when the shock and awe works, the Iraqis are going to be like, oh, I'm so scared. Please do whatever you want with our country. Take all of our oil. Give us over to Halliburton. Just please make the shock and awe stop. Like, right. These terms were like venerated in a way that's hard to describe, but it's important to remember. So that's why I'm reminding you right now. Dangerous for everyone. We should all be calling out this disgusting rhetoric so that nobody talks about my fucking affair with a Republican. That's right, Hillary Scholton. That's right. Disgusting rhetoric so it loses its grip on our politics once and for all. So essentially, chat, you know what this campaign is? This campaign is look at the Muslim, right? Look at Hasan Piker. Look at the dangerous, scary Muslim, okay? And stop talking about Israel, right? That's what it is. That's what this is. And it's working on way too many people. Okay, so here is Palki, another Hasan Hostwit clipper, right, responding to, I think, Abdul's statement here, which Blakely showed you. I'll go over it myself in a second, Abdul's statement. And again, like I said, it's not a worst case scenario, right? There could have been like more of a concentration on Hasan Piker. There could have been more of a disavowal. He could have gotten thrown under the bus a little harder than he did. So that's why I say maybe not all is lost, but yeah, I do think this was a mistake. Anyway, Palki replies to this. Hasan did not say anything wrong, nor did he call for violence. This is a statement that won't help. Please stop giving these people a single inch. They will not play by the rules. This is what I'm saying, chat. You give them an inch, they take 100 miles or more. I'm trying to read chat here to make sure. If you want to see the original tweet that started this, oh, thank you. I linked it in stream suggestions. Oh my God, I killed Discord. What a day to kill Discord. If you could tell me the name of the, oh, it's a tweet though. Dareful, any chance you can grab that and put it into Twitch chat or YouTube chat? That might be the best way right now. It's not the easiest thing, but I can probably do it. But yeah, I had to just because anyway. So what Palki is doing here is showing the clip in its full context. So here's Mike Rogers. Yeah, let's just watch it from, oh God, I'm giving DSA watch a view. This literal child here that
and you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer.
So this is what people that are, I mean, and again, Mike Rogers does not have like an insane amount of reach on Twitter. That's 6.3K, but this got spread and spread and spread. So I think this has gone pretty hard. And unfortunately, this is just what the network news wants, right? This is what they love. So they're going to obviously pick it up too. Abdul El Sayed, surrogate Hasan Piker, on American Jews, someone's going to come around and take action, right? So that's what they're trying to emphasize, to try to make it look like oh wait, this was the one you were looking for? Yo, did I just like receive mind waves from you, Ash Bradford? Did you just, again, one in chat, if you feel like you've developed psychic abilities after watching my stream, this could be a selling point, chat. Was that the one that you were looking at, that you were going to suggest? The thread I posted has Palki giving 2 clips. Yeah. I think we will run into that. But yeah, this is the Mike Rogers one. This is the one that everybody saw. And it is very much chimped, right? I think there might even be a cut within this clip, in addition to it being, out of context.
Who's in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel. Eventually, someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. And you want to know.
Okay, so I think the kind of, so he's got Jeremy Moss on screen. This is all of our reaction to Michigan Democratic congressional candidate Jeremy Moss. See, now it's not a reaction. It's not just a reaction to him. It is a statement directed towards him, right? Not in the sense of like, you better watch out, Buster, you're going to get Charlie Kirked, right? That's not what Hasan was saying at all. It makes it sound like he is sort of pulling aside and castigating American Jews of like, hey, Jews, do better, right? It's not where he's going with this. I think this is in the context. We'll see the larger context here. More calls for violence coming out of Abdul El Sayed campaign. Somebody that is not on the campaign staff, but whatever. Here is his running mate. Oh my God, you would love that, wouldn't you? Hasan Piker saying that if American Jews support Israel, they will be violently targeted because of it. Again, not exactly lying here, but the way that you're saying it implies something that is not true, that Hasan didn't say. right? This was not a threat. This is all in reaction to Michigan Democratic congressional candidate Jeremy Moss, who happens to be Jewish, saying he is unsure if he will be able to support Abdul. I mean, this is a fucking traitor. This is a fucking traitor to the Democratic Party, right? This is somebody that is like a candidate, a fucking candidate who wants you to vote for him, but he's telling you not to vote for the Democratic candidate for Senate. Oh, this is the... Okay, we'll take a look at that in a second too. Thank you, Direful, and thank you, Ash Bradford. Pointing out the cause and effect of the media and Zionists in leadership positions, conflating yeah, exactly. He is disagreeing with anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitic conflation, saying that that what Israel does, all Jews are culpable for, and that all Jews agree with it, and shit that's obviously not true, and yeah, shit that could lead to more violence being directed at American Jews. The American Jews are already experiencing an upsurge in violence because of Elon Musk, because of anti-Semitism being mainstreamed by Twitter, right? Literally, this website right here is a prime vector for anti-Semitism. Jake Lang, who was associated with the Mike Rogers campaign before he distanced himself, also anti-Semite, right? This guy's got a lot of cleaning up around his own house to do before he could even talk about Hasan Piker. And the fact is that Hasan Piker is on the right side of history when it comes to this. Hasan Piker is more against anti-Semitic racism than this guy. So let me just I always forget that's Palky's at. All right, so we saw the version that, oh my God, did I just lose it? Anyway, regardless, I got the right. Okay, so Palky's explanation for this is this clip, This is clip chimped in multiple places. Here are both the full clips. Nice. In the first clip, Hasan was responding to an anti-Zionist Jewish person that said that their temple is deeply Zionist and it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. His response was explaining how Zionists go about conflating anti-Semitism with Israel and weaponize it against those who are anti-Zionist, even if they're Jewish.
As an anti-Zionist Jewish person whose temple is Reform and deeply Zionist, it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. No, I understand that. I understand that. Look, to the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you. Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to get your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay?
So do we understand the context? Chatter is Jewish. Chatter belongs to a temple that is very heavily Zionist, right? Chatter is asking, how do I get aunties and uncles to wake up from this kind of, knee-jerk support of Israel? And Hasan's answer is, I think, pretty good. Of like, this is, not just, not if what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza has not changed your mind about this yet, here is a reason that involves you, your family, and its safety, right? A reason not to reflexively support Israel. And that's what's happening. A conversation within the Jewish community in which, and you could see parallels like this in a lot of different marginalized groups, right? Where the aunties and uncles like have certain reactionary ways of thinking, or conservative ways of thinking, or risk-averse ways of thinking. And the younger generation is starting to wake up, and they're asking, how do I get this across to the older generation?
We're teaching people the wrong lesson. At the end of the day, American Jews do not prioritize Israel, but they do prioritize anti-Semitism. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of this propaganda that is facing the American Jewish side from a lot of these Jewish outlets, right, will tie the two all the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? All the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? When the host asked Angie Nixon.
Wait, so is that where it flips over? This is where the clip begins? I think what happened, okay, just so we got this right. I think this is the context, right?
All the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? When the host asked Angie Nixon, like, oh, well, don't you think we shouldn't stop giving
maybe right here.
A lot of this propaganda that is facing the American Jewish side from a lot of these Jewish outlets, right, will tie the two all the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? All the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well.
So there it is, right? Everything that happens from ZBS, outlets like ZBS and on, is the DSA watch clip. Let me just verify that really quick.
And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer.
Oh, wait, actually, that's where it starts. Is this the main clip, or is there like another? No, this is attached to this one. I think, anyway.
Well, right? When the host asked Angie Nixon, like, oh, well, don't you think weapons to Israel at a time when anti-Semitism is exploding? Where's the connective tissue between these two events? American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people. After you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. It's that simple.
Okay, I'm just trying to examine the bones here, like I'm in Gross Lab, but find the bony landmarks for you of kind of like where this clip picks up. I guess it's right after this.
And you want to know why? Because people.
So last thing he says is,
people are not going to give a shit, and we're already past that point. It's that simple.
It's a little harder to see from this. Oh, wait, that's the... so it's somebody other than DSA Watch who initially clipped this.
And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take.
Yeah, so I guess the clip implies he's talking to all Jews, and in reality, he's talking to the aunts and the uncles that are used to kind of defending Israel, who do associate that with their identity, without paying attention to like, where are we at right now? Like, what time and space are we in? What is this? A second clip, Hasan was discussing Jerry Moss's statement of not supporting El Sayed, and how these statements make anti-Semitism work. Is Oakland County's Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdul al-Sayed? No, of course not. So he's not painting all Jews with a broad brush. He's not, I guess the other implication there is that like he looks at Jews as monolithic, and American Jews as like monolithic, right? Clearly here he doesn't. No, of course not. But if they're, obviously he's talking to a Jewish chatter, right? So it's, it's pretty silly to, take that implication if you watch the whole thing. But again, a lot of people just seeing this clip. But if there's, this clip right here, the one that DSA Watch retweeted. But if there's isn't an opposition from Jewish figures in the community that are loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires, then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize this media narrative presents Jews as a single-minded and singularly invested in the content and the continuation of Israeli apartheid. So that's the second.
I wonder what he has to do to gain the support of Oakland County's Jewish community. Yeah, he has to drop his critiques of Israel. That's what it is. Now, is Oakland County's Jewish community in unison making this demand of Abdul al-Sayed? No, of course not. But if there isn't opposition from Jewish figures in this community that are loud about the divergence between this representative and their own desires.
The only thing I don't like about what Hasan says is that, that's sort of putting it on the, I get what he's saying, and I get why he's saying it, right? But putting it on the Jewish community when the mainstream media has actively ignored anti-Zionist Jews, anti-apartheid Jews, pro-Palestinian Jews, right? It's not that there's not Jewish people out there saying this, it's that the media fucking ignores them. So that's my only real area of disagreement. But again, it's just like, it's not a disagreement of Hasan's deeply held beliefs. It's just like, I guess given the hindsight that I'm afforded, being not the streamer who made this clip, I would have said it differently, I guess, is all I'm saying. Yeah, they're going after Mark Ruffalo, too. We'll go over that in a second, chat. We're going to get into the Hasan Piker VOD from today, and he's not in a great mood. This is affecting him. This is hurtful to him, right, to have these accusations be made, and so many people just to get out of trouble or like going along with them, throwing them under the bus, right? This is what throwing under the bus means, right? We use that phrase a lot. I think we overuse the phrase throwing under the bus, but this is literally what it means. It's like the Obama and Jeremiah Wright thing. It's when somebody when you betray somebody who is right, in order to get the fucking, Islamophobic press off your back, right? Moss put it on them, to be fair. He's responding to the Moss. Okay, so let's maybe, yeah, we'll see more. We'll see more.
Then the media narrative will set in. Even if they don't realize that this media narrative presents Jews as single-minded and singularly invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your...
Hasan was talking about anti-Zionist Jews not being allowed in media at some point. Yeah. So he knows. It's somewhere in the VOD. We'll go over a lot of the VOD today, chat. I don't have specific timestamps, but I think I'll be able to find my way. I think I'll be able to. What do you call it? It's dead reckoning, right? Is that when? What is it like when a ship doesn't have a? Anyway, I think I'll be able to. I'll be able to reckon in my way. And God, we're hitting all the Grateful Dead references today. He had Maddie Summersville on. Oh wait, Maddie's Hot Take. Yeah. No, I love her. She's awesome. And they were talking about how, has Maddie said anything about this? Talking about how anti-Zionist Jewish people get black. So yeah, he's well aware. He's well aware. It's not something, I'm not saying something that Hasan, has not already recognized and acknowledged. Oh, this is last week's stream. Yeah, this one was last. Yeah, because was he wearing, he took Sunday off of Suit Guy. He didn't do Suit Guy for Sunday, but that's how I know which Hasan VOD I'm dealing with, right? Is like what he's wearing. Dead Reckoning is when you pilot by focusing on an object visible in the distance. There we go. That's what I'll do. Line of sight. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to dead reckon it. I think we can do this, right?
To a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about.
The real thing, chat, that pissed people off, the people that are crowing about this tweet, is that, probably stuff like that he called Israel, said Israel is becoming Jewish ISIS. And that one really stings, because you remember at the very beginning, right after October 7th, there was a concerted effort to conflate Hamas with ISIS, right? And it was kind of predicated on the fact that, that ISIS was, I don't know if this is true or not, right? But that ISIS was like eliminated, that they were like killed down to the last soldier, right? So the implication there was that we're not going to stop bombing, we're not going to stop shooting, we're not going to stop killing until every Hamas member is eliminated. Now, obviously, that is not a possible thing to do, but the reason that they conflate Hamas with ISIS is that the method of dealing with ISIS that people in the U.S. chose and the press, kind of emphasized was, killing them down to the last man. And because of the particularly brutal televised beheadings of prisoners that ISIS has taken. So yeah, and the prisoners being taken, right? Obviously, Hamas was not beheading prisoners on video, right? But they want to be like Hamas's ISIS. So since we're allowed to go full on genocidal in that case, we should be allowed to do so in this case too. Exactly what people did with Muslims after 9/11. Racists said that all Muslims in Arab, they made up lies that like there was that there was some Muslim area like after 9/11 everyone was cheering, right? Not true. Osama bin Laden did not have political capital. Osama bin Laden did not have a political mandate, right? Osama bin Laden was reacting in a way that may be typical to some what would you call them, Wahhabists in Saudi Arabia, but it's certainly not something that American Muslims were voicing, right? His gripes with the U.S. and people always concentrate on the letter from Osama bin Laden and his complaints about the U.S. Right? People sort of forget that the real smoking gun of blowback in the case of Osama bin Laden was the fact that the United States armed and trained him and his men. The United States CIA. I'm not being conspiratorial. This is well documented. They created Al Qaeda, right? And while Al-Qaeda was focused on getting the Russians out of Afghanistan, the United States was well pleased with that. When Al-Qaeda pivoted to striking back at the United States for perceived infringement into the Holy Land because of the stationing of American troops in Saudi Arabia in Gulf War I, that was the subject of his letter. But again, I don't think people pay enough attention to where he got his start. They pay way too much attention to what this madman said in in his explanation. And again, you don't need to hand it to him. You don't need to. He's Osama bin Laden. You don't fucking need to believe, that his propaganda letter is the truth.
You're making anti-Semitism worse. Republican U.S. Senate candidate Mike Rogers is endorsing a one-year moratorium on new data centers. Look at that. Look at that. They are positioning themselves.
They did this in Texas too.
To the popularity of our politics.
Greg Abbott has signed on to a moratorium of data centers in Texas. So Democrats, some Democrats, I'm assuming not Abdul El-Sayed, but some Democrats are a little late on this. Certainly David Crowley, right, missed his chance to do the right thing.
Policies, our positions. Look at that. Yeah, Ben Jacobs says, Ben Jacobs reports on Jeremy Moss's take. Adam Johnson says, I'll translate for those unfamiliar with these serious outreach threats. Moderate on Israel, support apartheid and the arming of genocide, albeit some mild scolding about Netanyahu, or else I will withhold my support and help Rogers. This is a variation on Hakeem Jeffries' further conversations thread. There are pro-genocide uncommitted movements everywhere for those with eyes to see. That's precisely what is going on here. These guys are shamelessly saying that they are uncommitted.
Dave Crowley, yeah, kind of earned that one.
Because Abdul has an anti-genocide position that is broadly popular, and these guys can't contend with that reality. They want Abdul to take a less popular and immoral position, a position that he does not hold. It's totally ridiculous, and we should not let these people forget. We should not let others forget what shameless positions that they are holding on to in this pivotal moment where the Senate majority hinges on this seat, and they are casting that aside. Because while not all Jews in Michigan are single-handedly or single-mindedly in unison holding up the continuation of Israel's apartheid as a major reason as to why they will withhold their support, there are those who are doing that. And we must not let people forget that reality.
It's a real never forget. Anyway, in other news, this is my district. Oh my gosh, Palki's in this district, and I'm still not over the fact that a freak like Jerry Moss won. Yeah, that does suck. But look, I mean, we're making progress. Progress is being made. You do have to question that progress, right? And you do have to, especially, when the reaction from the Syed team is what it was, right? It doesn't feel like there's a lot of solidarity. And it's easy to get dispirited, but let's see if I've got anything else for you. Okay, so this is the statement itself, and then I guess I'm going to show you Destiny. Oh God, this is kind of. I don't think Harry Sisson came up with this, but yeah, he's one of the ones that tweeted it out. I forget who originated this. Trump was waving a green flag. He's trying to have like a green Grand Prix race on, in the Capitol, and yeah, the green flag gave a great opportunity for a green screen moment, and there it is. There's clavicular, Fuentes, shoe on head. Some of the stuff we're not going to get. I do want to point out, right, that there's this clip, I think, highlights the danger. Now that we're on to talking about data centers and stuff like that, this clip highlights the danger of the Democrats taking what they think is a more pragmatic approach rather than taking what they know is a more moral approach, right? They're slow to really signal that they are on the side of the American people in their struggle against ever increasing costs. That many of those costs that are the Trump administration caused those, right? The Trump administration got elected to make life more affordable and has done everything in its power to make life less affordable, right? Data centers are a great example of that. Look at JD Vance talking about Huey Long, though.
The great Southern populist, probably most of you in the room don't know who I'm talking about, but he's an interesting guy, kind of a crazy guy. His name was Huey Long, and he once said, "Every man a king" was the goal of his political program. But no man is a king if their castle is under siege by criminals.
So he's aware of some of Huey Long's baggage. That's why he made the statement, kind of a crazy guy, right? But yeah, this is a populist.
No man is a king if they can't take their family out to dinner without being mugged or having their car jacked. And of course, ending the Biden border invasion was a big part of why we have changed that over the last 18 months.
Right, there's that, then there's this. We got an anti-pedophile shirt citing here. Now, chat, understand, this is a very common shirt that you'll see right-wingers wear. They were especially wearing them when the moral panic around trans people was big, right? Would wear a shirt that says, "Kill your local pedophile." And with the whole, like, sort of conflation of trans people existing with grooming, right? This is, what they were signaling, right? And I think that's what this guy is signaling too. I don't think he necessarily came there to snark Trump, but look at the reaction. So the crowd reacts negatively now to a "Kill your local pedophile" shirt. And if they really took that to be a snark at Trump, I'm surprised that he didn't get, like, violently thrown out of there.
That's all right. That person's going home to mom, gonna get scolded because mom is voting for him.
That person's like 40 years old. What are you talking about, Trump? It does seem to be a little bit of a cell phone here. Yeah, Redmond Berry.
But I said, you're going to lose all of your tax breaks. You're going to lose.
He yelled it out. Okay, so he was actually saying, okay, so maybe this is a Trump guy that has turned on Trump due to his failure to release the Epstein files. I thought it was one of their guys. I thought it was just a guy, wearing the shirt from a few years ago, not realizing that shirt that was meant to attack trans people is actually seems aimed at Trump right now.
So you have to get out of it. No, they're going to do it. They're going to.
So we know this. We know that this guy meant Trump when he. I mean, that is kind of. All right. So what do we have here? We have another Syed interview, and I'm not going to watch all these with you, but I just want to give you kind of a rundown. That's what we do in the rundown. We run it down.
It sounds to me like
this is going to be Syed responding to the Huey Long speech by Vance.
Vance is feeling some nostalgia for the segregationist Democrats of the old solid South. But I wonder what you heard in these comments.
Well, I'll tell you this. Every time J.D. Vance opens his mouth, the first two things I can think is, man, that guy is boring. And second, Peter Thiel had to spend a ton of money to get that man elected, barely. In the state of Ohio. Now, I'm from Michigan, and we got issues with people from Ohio, but this one in particular I took somewhat confusedly, because here's the thing about it. He's painting this picture of going back in time to talk to his papa about me. Now, why is he pointing to me? Why is Donald Trump pointing to...
Did you say papa or did you say peepaw?
To me. They're pointing to me to try and say that somehow I'm less American than they are.
I guess there are papas and peepaws.
Now, what does that have to do with? I don't know, the color of my skin, how I pray? But the confusing thing about it is that he thinks that there are some people who are more American than others because they can point to their papa who was here earlier. And my question to him is simply, why is it then? How do you look your parents-in-law in the eye and say that somehow they're less American than you are? Because that's what he's implying there. But bigger picture, this is about trying to change the channel. They're trying to dissuade us from actually...
I'm trying to remember. I think my one of my cousins called my grandma Mima. That wasn't like her name. Her name was grandmother, okay? She liked to be called grandmother. She didn't want to be called granny. She didn't like that. She didn't really like, I mean, she would tolerate grandma, but she didn't really like to be called grandma. She wanted to be called grandmother. But because my cousin was an adorable little kid at the time, my grandma put up with being called Mima. And what did he call? I think he called my granddad Papa or something. I don't think it was Papa, but it was close.
Paying attention to the issues that we see laid bare when we talk about our kitchen table budget every single month. Because the question Michiganders are asking is not about my parents. It's not about Sharia law, because there's like less than 1% of the entire country that's even Muslim. It's about whether or not you can afford your groceries, whether or not you can afford your gas, whether or not you can see a doctor if you get sick. And my name and my background aren't raising your gas prices. That's what the Trump administration is doing. My name and my background aren't picking trade wars to increase your costs. That's what the Trump administration is doing. My name and my background aren't the reason you can't see a doctor. That's because of the Medicaid cuts and the ACA cuts that are about to come down the pike next year because of what the Trump administration is doing.
Big, beautiful bill. Big ugly bill.
But I encourage you to leave my name and my background
out of it. More Democrats should be talking about this, because the Republicans did something kind of craven with the big, beautiful bill. The cuts to Medicare, and I believe some of the cuts to SNAP and the quote unquote work requirements, which are going to end up just kicking people off Medicare, because I don't know if you know this, but when you're disabled and you're overwhelmed, it's kind of hard to keep up with the torrent of paperwork that you've got to do. And now they got more paperwork to do to prove that they are, doing something, either working a certain number of hours a week or going to, like a work program. Right. It's the goal is to kick more people off. Right. But that kicking of the people off, guess when it happens, chat? Guess when it takes place? Right after the midterms. These motherfuckers, and nobody's talking about this, right? Like, if you want a scandal, media, here's a fucking scandal. The big, beautiful bill, which cuts to the bone medical care for some of our most vulnerable citizens out there, right, was set to go in effect cynically after the midterm elections. They set this up so that it would go into effect after you're able to vote them out of office, right? All the more reason to vote them out of office now. Anyway, anti-Kasperian, I don't care. This is kind of interesting with the ICE agent. What do we got? Hutch here. Oh God, I gotta show you this. Right? This is important. There's been a lie spread about Kyle Kulinski. Again, I don't agree with everything Kyle says, everything that Kyle does, but he's being lied about here.
Again, this one's not even accurate. It says Kyle endorsed and voted for Jill Stein in 2024.
It is accurate. I'm sorry, but it is. It's true. He did it.
It's not true.
Endorse Jill Stein in 2024. And acknowledging that I do actually take Kyle at his word. Like, I do think that he actually voted for Kamala. But he never rescinded it, right? So, like, listen, people are going to hold you to their word. I mean, like, when you say something, people are going to bring it up, right? Like, that's how this works.
Hutch seems to be under the misapprehension that our job as political commenters is to tell you how to vote, chat. How would you take that if I told you how to vote? How would it have been if I was like, listen, everybody in my chat, you better get out there and vote for Kamala. You better Pokemon go to the polls. That's not our job, Hutch. Our job is to analyze politics, right? It's up to our audience to decide what to do with that. And yes, our analysis is going to play some role on this, but like, no, Kyle was not like, was not leading people to, to vote third party there. Kyle, oh my God, chat, there's a Kyle clip of this. God damn it. There's a Kyle clip of this that I don't think I was assuming this would be it.
Video that Kyle acknowledges the existence of him on, I guess, Jill Stein's birthday or whatever, being like, happy birthday, Jill Stein. He acknowledged
that is not just what he said, my good sir. He did not just say, hey guys, happy birthday, take it easy. That's not what he said, okay?
Acknowledges the existence of that video. And it's true that I guess for a day he endorsed her before then endorsing Kamala instead once Kamala was the nominee.
I think it might have been around the time of Biden. Do you remember when Biden dropped out? I would love to find the Kyle clip again. Like, chat, I am not Kyle's keeper. I do not agree with everything that Kyle says, but I do think he's been mischaracterized by Hutch and by Destiny, and I feel bad about it because I believed it. When I first heard it, I was like, okay, you know, I mean, that sounds like a thing that Kyle might do. It's actually not true. I think it was when Biden was, you know, in the process of dropping out, that maybe for a day, you know, when the thought was that Biden was staying in the race, that Kyle might have said, okay, I guess we're voting for Jill Stein now, or like, you know, I don't know what to do, right? But yeah, when Kamala got in, Kyle got really fucking supportive. Kyle was probably more out and out supported of Kamala than I was, and I always, you know, portrayed Kamala's candidacy. Although I'll say I was kind of excited at first. The first moves that Kamala made were refreshing, right? Her choosing Mike Waltz, and some of the things that she said about price gouging, right? She walked back the price gouging statement, and it turned out like Waltz was not as much of an indicator of where the campaign was going to go as we thought. But you know, I was still always in the you know, ballpark. I was always in the framework of yeah, this is gonna, you know, there's a lot to be desired from this campaign. It's not been run well, and it is likely to lose, but that this is a harm reduction, you know, this is a lesser of evils choice that you could make, right? And that's not me telling people you gotta support her or else you suck, right? It's just you know, because again, I know it hits different, like the Kamala campaign, if you're personally affected by what's going on in Gaza, and I never want to put myself in the place of, you know, scolding families who lost people in Gaza on who to vote for. But again, it's a difficult wire that we walk as content creators, right? I never want to, you know, scold you or about voting or tell you who you've got to vote for. I mean, you can kind of garner what my position is based on what I say, and I do that because I need you to trust me. I need to be real with you. If I sweep for Kamala and tell you she's going to be so much better than Trump is, right? That Kamala's keep it secret, but she's got a plan for Gaza, right? She didn't give any indication of that, and so I wasn't going to lie to you and tell you that she did, right? She seemed to be still in the tank. Or there is some Fuentes Hasan stuff we got to go over at some point, but I don't have time. We got clavicular here. Somebody called him Peter Thiel's good boy, and he sicked the security. I'm not going to put the sound because I'm pretty sure there's copyrighted music here, but that's clavicular. There's Trump. Oh, God. We got this is a preview for tomorrow, okay? Professor Dave.
Then there is the Groy.
I think we're going to be covering this tomorrow. Professor Dave put out a new video on Destiny, and it is damning. But we'll have to go over that later. Yeah, he basically puts together all the Destiny lore in one place. It's like the second half or the last quarter of his video. Is about Professor Dave. So I think we have maybe covered everything. What was Bernie's okay, so yeah, this is Bernie calling him out on the Jake Lang Association, which did get results because he has now distanced himself from Jake Lang. Oh yeah, the real thing I wanted to show you is yeah, the statement from Al Sayed. All right, let me just read it because this is what this is the mistake I think that he's making. And again, we'll put it in perspective. Could he have made a worse mistake? Yes, right? He didn't throw Hasan as under the bus as he could have, but yeah, I mean, look again, he's giving he's feeding the trolls. He's giving the scumbags what they want, and they're gonna know when you react to their agitation. They're gonna know that they can come back for more. They can extract another pound of flesh later on, and they will. They're not going to leave them alone, right? This encourages more of that behavior. This encourages them to push a very principled candidate around and try to push him out of his moral stances. And ultimately, if he gives into that, that's not going to give him more votes on the right, chat. That's going to give him less votes on the left, right? So this is a mistake. Anyway, let me read it. I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe in without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. So in case you thought it was about Hasan, no, he's talking about Jewish Zionist, I think. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. That's not quite Israel comes to me in my dreams, but he is laying it on thick, right? Nobody expects you to prioritize any group in politics over your family. What a crazy thing to say. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all its forms. I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for the campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare. This is not solidarity, and this is not needed. This is not helpful. This is not going to win him any votes. This is going to lose him energy for sure. And that's what I said about the Kamala thing, right? Kamala's failure to meaningfully address Gaza lost her, I would say, more energy than it did votes. But the energy has a knock-on effect, chat, of getting you votes. When the group of people that would be naturals to do door knockings and do phone bankings for you, right? Young people are the people that do that. When you diminish their excitement, you're going to get less of their activism. You're going to get less of their support. You're going to get less of their volunteering, right? And so that was a mistake for Kamala. Possibly, I mean, a lot of things could have determined that election, but yes, that's one of the things that could have very easily determined that election. But yeah, he's got to hit that Michiganders note, doesn't he? Talk about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare, because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. It's why I'm fighting to stick it to them now. Goddamn, is fighting to get money out of politics, money in your pockets, and Medicare for all. So there we go. Again, it could have been worse, but it's not good. And let me just show you, let me just show you what's right under here. Right. So here's Palki just making a, substantial, just showing the substance of the matter and what's wrong about Abdul saying this, right? Not really, getting mad at Abdul, but just, putting everything in its proper context. Blakely's a little mad, and it's understandable. It's literally not what he said. A totally disastrous move to capitulate to the bad-faced Zionists and throw him under the bus. This is exactly what I said, yes. Barbarism critic, he didn't say anything violent or incorrect. Oh my God, bro. Blakely, again, what a clown-ass DC brain consult. Blakely's really mad. You can tell it's real. You can tell Blake it's 100 that you're not seeing any performance from Blakely. This is a legit reaction here. What clown-ass DC brain consultant told you that this would be a good idea? Again, attacking the campaign. I kind of like it, right? That it's hard to know where to go here because again, Abdul, winning rather than Rogers is going to be a good thing. I haven't changed my mind about that. Hasan hasn't changed his mind about it. It sounds like Blakely hasn't, changed her mind about that. But yeah, this is a big mistake, and it could very well come from listening to shithead consultants. We got fan productions here. Hasan wasn't calling for violence. He was saying conflating all Jewish people with the actions of Israel makes Jews less safe, which is true. Something he's repeated for years. Oh God, that's a long speech, but let me see, maybe the very beginning.
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism.
There you go. That's what he actually thinks. I got to get that last drop of tea. No, it's actually smoothie. That's why I'm having trouble with it. I mean, did I drain my tea? No, I still have some tea left. Oh, and for anybody wondering what I was eating earlier, this is one of my favorite dishes, right? I get it from this Burmese place. And what it is essentially like a rice pancake that is mixed. It's got like herbs mixed in it. Like I think it's like cilantro. What is that though? I don't know. There's a bunch of herbs like kind of cooked into the pancake, and then it's wrapped around a tea leaf salad, which I think I've eaten on stream before. I think the tea leaf salad is not anything new. Those are tea leaves right there. All right, let me make sure that this is all visible on stream here. Those are tea leaves right there. We got tomatoes, we got some cabbage, we got some chopped up bird's-eye peppers. We got a bunch of kind of dried and fried like mung beans, and I think that's a pea. Peanuts, just crunchy like beans, crunchy fried beans, and nuts are in here, along with a bunch of herbs. It's freaking delicious. And yeah, the tea leaf, making salad out of a tea leaf is pretty cool in my book. But anyway, yeah, so tea leaf salad, lam fat tok, is a Burmese dish. This restaurant in particular has combined it with the sort of rice sheets. A lot of times this isn't super authentic to wrap it like this, right? This is something a little extra they've done. They've kind of combined two Burmese dishes here, right? The lam fat tok wrapped inside the rice pancake, kind of like a burrito. But generally you'll get these little rice pancakes, and they'll give you sauce to dip them in, and it's really good. But yeah, this is a little variation there, a little, I wouldn't call it fusion because it's all Burmese cuisine, but I think it's cool. Anyway, let's see. I just wanted to show you kind of like the reaction. And again, David Doyle, you're feeding into the bullshit of right wing. Sometimes David Doyle is like somebody I feel is like I feel like I've disagreed with David Doyle and seen him as being a little on the liberal side before, but he's absolutely right here. He's not what I'm trying to say. I don't know that much about David, but he's not somebody I always agree with, but I'm finding myself, he's on the right side here, feeding into the bullshit right-wing framing, allowing, and this is what we want to see, solidarity, right? Whether you are a democratic socialist, whether you are a soc dem, whether you are a progressive that wants to fight against the fascism of the Trump administration, we need to link arms right now. We need to work together. And I'm glad to see somebody like David Doyle doing that when it would be so easy and so fruitful, maybe, to throw Hasan under the bus, right? There's a lane there for, for like liberals or leftists, to be, fuck Hasan, right? I'm sure there's some people that would be amenable to throwing him under the bus, but there we go. When was the last time a Republican ever apologized for anything that they've done? Yeah, Rogers distanced himself from Jake Lang, didn't apologize for it. So I just wanted to show you really quickly some of the response to this and how, yeah, he's bleeding on his left, right? And I don't think he's winning voters on the right. I don't think there's a lot of Zionists that are going to be like, okay, I'll vote for this guy now. Yeah, you can't. They're gonna always come back. They're always gonna come back for another pound of flesh when you kind of feed the trolls like this. So, yeah, unfortunate to be sure. All right, that is all I've got for you on the rundown, chat. I am going to give you, we're going to do the, we're going to watch some of Hasan's stream today. We're going to actually watch a lot of Hasan's stream today, because I think it is pretty poignant, and I feel like he did a good job, as good of a job as you can, chat. You got to understand, right? He's being blasted down by a giant bullhorn, okay? And he's got a little microphone and a little PA that he's shouting back with. And for, you know, what, for the position that he's in, the sort of asymmetric nature of this warfare that he's found himself as a mission objective for, I would say he's doing pretty good. Vamps with a resubscribe, thank you. Solidarity, yes, that's what I want to hear. And that solidarity, we're up to here. What do I want to do? I want to switch over. I want to talk a little bit about the bonus goal, because it does look, yeah, we are going to be at least getting some bonus content. We could even get a lot of bonus content potentially, because we are at let me correct this, not 128, not 128, but rather 134. Is that right, Narwhal? Am I still, I hope I didn't miss anything. 134 out of 200. That means there is 66. Yeah, 66. We're 66 points away from adding another hour. As you can see, I've had to change my software. I've had to change my timer. This one takes a little bit more doing to get. Wait, something just happened, and I don't think it showed up. Narwhal by nature with the Doyle is pronounced Dole. Okay, David Dole. Okay. Like pineapple, Dole, right? Do I have it now? Like the pineapple. Okay, I thought when you said like pineapple, I thought you meant that vowel, like pineapple, Dole. No, but you mean the brand, right? The Dole company that I believe, do they like own an island of Hawaii or something? I feel like I remember hearing something about that. There's a Hawaiian island that's completely owned by the Dole, not the Doyle, the Dole Corporation. I'm impressed, perplexed, and amused that you pronounced it both wrong and differently. What did I say that first time? What was the other mistake? But either way, that brings us up to, yeah, we're at one. Let me change this. No, stay there. 139 is where we're at. Again, you know the drill, chat. You know how this, oh my God. You know how this works, all right? That timer only goes down, right? And when it's over, the stream will be over too. Now, there is a way to make it go up, but you got to make this number go up. And we are making this number go up. It's gone up once. I added an hour. If it goes up to 200, I'm going to add another hour, right? So we could potentially add another hour to the stream if we get 61 points further. How do you get the points? Where do the points come from? Super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on, I actually don't have Throne set up right now. For people that were asking earlier, what is a good way to donate to me if you want like more of your donation to get to me? Generally, it's Throne. I'm a little bit scared to put out like just a, I don't know, random like cash goal at this moment, because like the hair thing, they got weird at me because of that, right? They asked me to justify the cash goal or something like that. I don't know if it's because I've I just want to make sure. But yeah, Throne would normally be the place I'd say to donate to me. I'm gonna say Cash App for now if you want to. It's no comment $, no comment check on Cash App. It's very simple. It's not no comment check CC. It is just straight up no comment check. Okay, so it looks like the last payout got completed for the hair styling and coloring and all that stuff. And it's no longer asking me to justify my love or whatever the fuck it said. I just got a weird little information box that popped up. So that was what makes me scared to just put like a random, like I was going to put, coffee fund for Vietnam up there. Obviously, coffee does not cost a lot of money in Vietnam. So I want to be real careful that whatever I'm putting on Throne is like something that I'm going to, if need be, I could show them receipts and say, like, this is what I used it for, because I don't know what they're worried about, but I don't want to be flagged in their, thing as like a sussy baka. All right. I don't want to be the sussy baka to them. But so, yeah, I guess I'm going to say, Cash App is the best. I'll know for sure tomorrow, chat, or whenever I get a chance to add my new card to my Cash App. But it might be, I'm thinking Cash App is going to be the best one. Anyway, so yeah, so super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, I'm going to skip saying throne for right now, because I literally don't know what to put on throne, but that's usually a way to support, if you just want to do a donation and not have it be attached to a sub or a membership or a super chat or anything like that. And if you want more of it to get to me, but for now I'm going to say Cash App. I guess I'll check my Cash App during the stream if that if any of that happens, and add that as well. Patreon, also signing up for my Patreon will make the number go up. Speaking of which, I gotta mention somebody on Patreon that just signed up recently. L, if you're out there and if you're listening, let me know, because I want to add your Patreon sign up to the bonus goal, but I want to do it at a time when you're actually watching the stream, so that I know that you will benefit. You will get something for signing up, right? You will be there when your sign up takes effect. Does that make sense? So yeah, let me know. Whenever I hear from you, I'll be happy to add your sign up for Patreon as well. Cash App uses AI to flag, so it gets stuff wrong. That's not good. That's not good. Anyway, or on Twitch, of course, right? Which you can support me on Twitch actually at no cost to you. Yeah, there, like I like to mention the no cost ways to support the stream. And again, the no cost ways to support the stream are, first and foremost, liking the stream on YouTube. That really helps a lot. I appreciate that greatly. Another way that you can support me at no cost to you. Again, I'm trying to mention this first because I know a lot of people, when they hear, they're like, "Oh, I don't have money." Yeah, like a lot. Yeah. Like this is a common common occurrence right now, right? For people not to have money. America is unsurprisingly unaffordable. Times are tough right now, so I want to mention. Yeah, you can support me on the blast off tweet right there. I'll put the link in chat again, right? So these are no cost to you ways of supporting me. And again, this does not make the number over there go up, but it does help me out a lot, and I do appreciate it. And if you do any of this, if you like the stream on YouTube, or if you give me a like on Twitter, you are doing your part. So there we go. What am I trying to say? Oh yeah, so you can support me. Another way that you can support me at no cost to yourself is if you have Amazon Prime and you're on Twitch, or you have Twitch, right? You can hook your Twitch, account up to your Amazon account, right? And if you do that, you'll get a free Twitch Prime sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, thank you, first of all, because you only have one to give, so I really appreciate that. Parking it here, and second of all, yeah, you'll get all the benefits of being a sub without any of the costs. So I want to save you money. If you're out there, if you have Twitch Prime, use that first, right? You don't have to pay $6. It is $6 to get yourself a sub on Twitch, which I realize is a lot of money to some people. But if you're one of those people that can't afford the $6 a month, never fear, because there is another option. There's another possibility, right? People are very generous, both on YouTube and on Twitch. And on Twitch, they can actually choose who they give subs to. So I would say your best bet, if you can't afford a sub on Twitch, is to just be active in chat, because at some point, somebody will see that you have no sub, and when they're feeling generous, they will target their generosity at you. So that's my best advice for that. Obviously, bits and other things count as well. Any way that you support me monetarily or with a Twitch Prime, which you do, at no cost to you, makes the number go up. And if the number goes up to 200, we're going to add, yes, another hour. We are 61 points away from that right now. Why would I want more time, though? That's a good question. If you're thinking that you're on track with me, you're asking the same question that I am, right? Well, for bonus content, basically, right? First of all, I do get more time to use on the main topic, right? Which helps me out a lot because sometimes I'm kind of slow. Sometimes I got a lot to say. Sometimes I get distracted, right? So you give me more time to fully address the main topic, which is going to be Hasan's stream today, which is, pretty big chunk of content there. So you give me more time to explore that topic, but you also give me the ability to give you bonus content. And I've got your bonus content for you to vote on. How did I decide what bonus content I do? You get to vote on it. It looks like 66 of you have voted so far. So make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already, right? We're a little slow on votes tonight. I don't know. Maybe I was just spoiled by last time. A lot of people voted in the last one, but if you haven't voted already, it's going on youtube.com/nocommentchick. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to click on youtube.com/nocommentchick. Then you can click on the live stream. Then you can click on the chat. And then at the bottom of the chat, you'll see a little thing and you can click on that. That'll be the poll, right? You open up the poll and you place your vote. What have we got for you to vote on today? Well, actually, looks like Dean Withers is in first place, right? So we got 4 items for you to vote on. First place, we got Dean Withers allegation. So a bunch of, there's been an AI slop campaign to get Dean Withers, who is the guy that's cried for Charlie Kirk, right? He's harmless, okay? I will say that in a pejorative sense, right? He's sometimes kind of useless, right? But he's certainly harmless. And there's an AI account out there, an obviously fake account accusing him of the R word. Right? There's no proof for any of this. There's no substance to this, but they're doing it to try to just kind of, hey, I heard you leftists really are into accountability for your live streamers, especially on TikTok. Here's an accusation that you got to believe, even though it's obviously coming from a fake source. So anyway, we got the Dean Withers allegation story. That's in first place. Second place, we got Hakeem Jeffries in a secret meeting with Jared Kushner. What's that about? I actually don't know. I want to know too, right? That's in second place. Third place, we've got Ro Khanna tries to outflank AOC to the left. This is Ro Khanna kind of taking on a Van Latham podcast, right? Ro Khanna is trying to present himself as being, as having more sympathy for the politics of 2020 maybe than AOC does. It's there's Ro Khanna that we're talking about, right? This is Silicon Valley's congressman. There's, it's like, I'm glad that, he's not biting the, throw woke 1.0 under the bus kind of bait. But again, I don't exactly trust the guy. He's really good on some issues. He's surprisingly good on some issues. He's surprisingly brave. He's willing to alienate the rest of the Democratic caucus to do the right thing at times, but yeah, also on other things, he wants to cooperate with the Republicans. So he's a mixed bag. And he's trying to mix up that bag even more and make you think that, I don't know, maybe he's to the left of AOC. Not sure if I'm biting on that. We went over the AOC woke 1.0 thing last time. I hope it's not a sign of more capitulation to come for AOC. But some people kind of disappointed over that take. Some people arguing about what she actually meant in that take. So that was the last live stream I did. And then in fourth place, sadly in fourth place, Stale 2000, Dogtober 7th, Rabbit Hole. It turns out, chat, that there was more to that story than I gave you. Right? When we went over the Stale 2000, this is the Reddit mod of all Reddit mods. Here, let me show you really quick who that guy is. That's him. That's Stale 2000. This guy, right? And so when Austinox kind of, wait a minute, is that the Is that literally the thing? That background, chat. That background. It looks like the Galorb or whatever the fuck that guy's name. That weird CGI thing from the early 2000s that was like a Christian cartoon. But yeah, this is Stale 2000, and apparently there's more to the. So anyway, Stale 2000 got kicked out of a Reddit event. No, this is not it. He gets kicked out of a Reddit event.
Hi, I'm Stale 2000, the viral Reddit mod, and I'm here to report on a truly unfair tragedy, and that is that Reddit banned my Reddit accounts for attending a mod event. It's a bit of a funny story.
Anyway, he makes this claim. He gets banned from a mod event. They don't want him there. He's obviously the final boss, or no, I guess the 4chan mod is the final boss of mods online. But I guess like Austinox, see if we can find it. Yeah, right here. Calls it out. And one of the things that happened is he got all of his accounts got banned, right? And right at the same time when all of his accounts got banned, there's like 7 accounts here that were involved in the Dogtober 7th slander. Austinox asks Stale 2000 about this, and basically he sort of blames some kick clip accounts, right? So accounts that are clipping in the interest of kick.com is who he blames. But I didn't even notice this, chat, and I don't know if I could find it here. Hasan went over this, right? The clip that I showed you was actually out of context, believe it or not. Yes, the Hasanabi industrial complex, right? The clippers, the people that clip Hasan and put up segments of him on YouTube, right? They sometimes edit it too, and they edit it to just make a good clip. They want to make a good video. They want to make a video. So they'll cut stuff out that they think is like, Hasan's kind of stun locking on this. One of those stun locks, chat, is Stale 2000 pointing the finger at Dan Saltman. So that is what this that is what this topic is about. That is the Stale 2000 Dogtober 7th rabbit hole. That's what we're talking about. It goes deeper. That's why I said rabbit hole, right? There's deeper to it. So I found another clip of Hasan's where they don't cut anything, right? And you see that he's pointing the finger at Dan Saltman. He's saying like a third are kick accounts, a third are I can't remember what, and a third are Dan Saltman. He actually fingered Dan Saltman, chat. Don't you want to see that? Don't you want to see Stale 2000 finger pointing? Yeah, finger pointing at Dan Saltman as the culprit for Dogtober 7th. But are we surprised? Can I find this? There's one clip I really want to show you. Dogtober 7th, Dan Saltman. I don't know if the search sucks now. Why he's chill with Hasan becoming more and more popular. That's not it. I don't know if I'll find it. I doubt I'll find it. We'll try to find this sometime, chat. We need to find this sometime. Oh yeah, there's Hutch complaint. Hutch ended a live stream over Sam Cedar and Mehdi Hasan. He was disappointed in Sam Cedar, so he crashes out and he ends his stream. It's kind of funny. Oh, there's Maddie. People are talking about Maddie's hot takes. That's Maddie. I don't think we're going to find this, unfortunately, so I'm just going to skip over it because we got to get going. We got a lot to cover today, and I don't want to belabor it anymore, but there is a Dan Saltman clip, if you can find it out there, that I'm looking for. It's the one where he basically says he was inspired by Ethan, but by the snarkers going after Ethan Klein, saying that it's not this one, is it?
On that avatar, ooh, you got to watch out. If it's possible to hack a Twitter account anymore,
you have to play the game.
I don't think this is it. I think this is just a greatest hits of Dan Saltman. Why he's chill with Hasan. Yeah, it's not it. It's not it. Ethan Klein, Dan Saltman. Is it this one? Nope, it's the same one we just looked at. I don't know, chat. At some point I'll find this, but yeah, it's Dan Saltman saying he was inspired by people talking about Ethan feeding his dog that died, cheese, and that inspired him to do the Dogtober 7th. And he's, look, you want to talk about somebody that's like proud of himself for the wrong things? Dan Saltman is that guy. Dan Saltman is that guy. So anyway, chat. We are slowly approaching 20 likes on this thread right here. So I'm going to once again ask you for your likes, retweets if you want to retweet it, or even commenting on this blast off tweet, because it will help me. If we get to 20 or more, then probably more people on Twitter will see it, and it'll take on its own life. It'll gain its own momentum. But like I said, we've got a lot to talk about today, and I don't want to, get stuck on. Oh yeah, the one other thing that I wanted to. Oh my God, wait, did I do it? No, I didn't do it. The one other thing I wanted to mention to you, there we go, is that if you look down here, it says plus 60 at Ro Khanna tries to flank AOC. So that is for a reason, and that reason is that Athena's investments kind of after receiving an acceptance letter, which I'm really excited for Athena about, after receiving an acceptance letter from Yale Law School, Athena Investments, donated a big super chat and a whole bunch of, a bunch of gifted memberships to the stream, got us started, and also said, hey, I want to, I've got an opinion on the poll. So if you, like Athena, have an opinion on the poll, which is at 70 votes now, right? 70. Oh, look, Dogtober 7th starting to come back from the grave here. If you want to put your money where your mouth is, in other words, if you want to add your donation to the overall score for the topic of your choice, right? Just like, the 60% is going to get added to Ro Khanna at the end of it. And even though Ro Khanna is now tied for last place, right? That 60% puts Ro Khanna in first place. Now, you can do this too, chat. If you've supported the stream already, or if you do during the course of the stream, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. You can bring Dean Withers back, right? If we get to 200, I'm going to do 2 of these, not 1 of these. So, right? So that there is a way to have your cake and eat it too, to get more than 1 of these. But yeah, I decide which bonus content I hit first based on a combination of the votes and the donations. So if you donate, or if you have donated, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you support, and I will put your money where your mouth is. Add it to the topic of your choice, and it might help it win. You could also say Vox Populi if you're like, look, I just want people to get what they want. I want the voters, like people that vote. Let's just do what the poll says, right? You can do that too. You can say Vox Populi. If you say Vox Populi, your donation makes other people's donations affect the poll less, right? So it makes the voters' votes count more. It makes the donors' donations count less. If that's the kind of, if that's the kind of vibe that you're rocking, then speak up and say Vox Populi, right? You can also say gaming if you really enjoy my gaming streams. In fact, I've got to knock off 100 points for the last one. We didn't do like a whole lot in the last gaming stream, just because we had to unlock a bunch of personas, and I feel so flattered. Well, I mean, you're responsible for me not having a really bad, like, I don't know, you kind of turned my mood around, right? And considering what we're talking about, you're going to see why I was in a bad mood after having watched this, and just seeing Hasan like acquit himself, right? We use this phrase as a figure of speech, acquit yourself. How well do you acquit yourself? We usually don't mean like how well do you prove your innocence, but Hasan's, his spiel today, I mean, he had it all together, right? If you watch what Hasan said, you'd be convinced that, he has been done dirty. Unfortunately, there's going to be more people looking at that bullshit clip, and as it gets, perpetuated into Fox News and everywhere else, than are looking at Hasan's live stream. So that's what made me frustrated, right? Is that the truth is out there, but not enough people are getting it, right? Not enough people are getting it. Neighbors slamming doors on my door every night because they're old and sad people. Wait, what? They're knocking on your door? That is scary. You have a taser, so you should be okay. Good. I'm glad you're protected. Anyway, chat. Oh yeah, the last thing I need to do before we get started is read off the Patreons, right? So if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. Let's do those now. So shouts out go to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Mix, shouts out to Direful, Direful Pot, not to be confused with the Direful Wolf on Minecraft modding. And Joel Siverud, Sarah, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to L, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. That is my Patreons chat, and I appreciate Patreons very much, especially when it comes time to buy my to buy my ticket for Vietnam, to make all the accommodations, to do all the things that I've got to do. Yeah, that's when when I'm worried, do I have enough money for this? That's when Patreon usually comes through, and I have just enough money, thanks to all of you. So massive appreciation to everyone. I am blown away by all the support from chat. Anyway, chat, speaking of being blown away, I don't want. Let's see if I can find the live stream that I was watching this morning. All right. Now there's two ways to watch a Hasan live stream. One is the way that Direful always recommends, which is on Twitch, right? That's an easy. Oh my God. It's trying to translate my page to Korean. First, I'm not on a VPN, am I? Does Firefox have a VPN now or something? I don't know, chat. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I'm trying to find my history so I can find but I love to watch. If I can, I watch it on YouTube, right? Okay, that is here it is. We got it, chat. So as much as I appreciate Darful's thoroughness, and look, I'll be honest, chat, if I had paid attention, if I had gone through the stale 2000 content in the way that Direful usually does, which is consulting the VOD first and foremost, I would have known that Stale 2000, I would have known that there's more to this, and that Stale 2000 did in fact finger Dan Saltman, which it blows me away. It blows my mind away. It blows lots of things away. God, why am I talking about blowing right now? Anyway, I must have sex on the brain or something. But let us proceed to the main subject of today's stream.
Yellow, you will impress.
And yeah, we're just going to start at the beginning here, because this is what has just happened. This is what Hasan is talking about. I think he does pivot away from it at some point, but this is actually kind of a pretty big deal. This is what the Destiny people have been going after. This is what they've wanted to some degree, is they're trying to get more people to distance themselves from Hasan. You saw Dan Saltman's tweet that I kind of went over really quickly. Oh no, I already went away from it. But yeah, what he was saying is he doesn't mind Hasan blowing up and becoming mainstream, because he thinks Hasan is blowing up like Harvey Weinstein, right? He's blowing up not for his fame, but for his infamy. And certainly Dan Saltman and the rest of these fuckheads were probably pretty excited to see Abdul make a fuck up, right? Like I said, not the worst fuck up he could make, but a fuck up nonetheless.
Best fashion trend TikTok. Thank you. Love the Dwight Schrute yellow. I love this yellow. It's great. But yeah, it was. I mean, it was cumbersome. It was tiring.
I am adjusting the sound. Let me know if the sound is too quiet.
It takes a lot out of you to just do full performance city after city. I think I now understand why a lot of people, when they found out, like a lot of people who have done these sorts of events, when they found out that we were doing 3 in 3 nights, they were like, that's crazy.
What was it? San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle? And oh God, the one thing I didn't go over is there was a little bit of There was some kind of fisticuffs going on in Portland. If you don't know, I mentioned Portland last time I streamed as somebody was asking for like leftist cities. Oh my God. Okay. Well, that's a little too violent. I don't like. I gotta be aware of Twitch and what they will allow to be shown on their platform. But I mentioned Portland as being a good city, a good leftist city. I got some funny looks from chat, right? And I think I know why. I'm well aware of this too. Portland is very close to a city called Vancouver, Washington. Vancouver, Washington is like one of the chuddiest places in Washington, even though it's kind of near the coast. Yeah, Vancouver, Longview, Southern Washington is pretty right-wing. Some of those right-wingers like to invade Portland and cause violence. And this is, I think, an example of that. Okay, so somebody's getting kicked on the ground here. God damn, I didn't realize it was this bad. Looks like somebody else is maybe trying to help this person on the ground, maybe trying to distract the attacker. But yeah, some people's image of Portland is Portlandia. That would be my sister. Some people's image of Portland is, fights in the streets, bear spray, tear gas, all this shit. That goes on too. Patriot Prayer, the incident that caused a guy named Michael Reinhold, I think that's his name, to be extrajudiciously murdered by U.S. Marshals on order of the Trump administration back in 2020. That event that spurred that, where he reportedly killed a member of Patriot Prayer in self-defense when these guys rolled up into Portland and started shooting frozen paintball pellets at everyone. And were probably armed as well, right? We'll never find out what actually happened because this guy was murdered instead of given a trial. Okay, so you can see like a lot of different people. Something just happened back there. I got to make sure that I'm not trying to show, violence, but somebody's got some kind of object over there. The Christ is King dude, obviously, some kind of right winger. Like the skinhead right there. Oh, look at the account I'm looking at. A far left activist clash with pro MAGA patriots. I don't know if this is far left activist or if this is just I'm guessing this guy's a right winger. Paid for a ticket, didn't make it past the lobby. Good. They kicked your ass out. Good. They're trying to make themselves the victims. Does this feel like the Destiny playbook? This kind of feels like the Destiny playbook. There is the event itself.
America, it does not deserve 9/11. That's my new thing now.
He's been rehabbing his image, which is why
America.
Oh God, it's this guy again. Why is this guy able to fucking? I typed Portland. I didn't even type Portland Hasan, chat. And the first three things are from this asshole. I think this is a right winger. A full event of the Spider-Man being attacked by MAGA chuds. Wait, this was in Portland? There was a Spider-Man here too? Okay, we don't want to see the fight. I'm trying to remember. Did he take the flag away from? Oh, the fuck Trump flag, yeah. I would be remiss to skip any of this. It's hard to tell. It's hard to keep track of who. What does that say? Trump something is a cult? Is that what the shirt says?
Fuck you! Fuck you! You're a terrorist. I don't.
Oh no, I think it says Trump is a cunt. Okay, so that. So yeah, calling people terrorists. But there's a Spider-Man here somewhere. There was also a Spider-Man in Minnesota. Where is Spider-Man, though? Spider-Mike. God damn it, Spider-Mike. It's not Spider-Man. This is one of Spider-Man's helpers, potentially, right? That is... Wait, is this him marking worship? Epic. Yeah, they got attacked. The tour got attacked. And I guess Hasan is somewhat anticipating this, or was somewhat anticipating this.
That's crazy. It's a crazy thing to do. And I get it. I get why. Because it was a lot. It was a lot. So if I were to ever do another like tour or something like that, which who knows if I will.
Wait, Lucy, you got your hair done? Nice. I'm gonna do that soon. I hope.
It most likely will not.
I need to find a time to actually schedule that. It eats up a whole afternoon, and if I get color, it eats up even more time.
I have 3 nights in 3 different cities, even if the 3 different cities are close to one another, because that was crazy.
Okay, so if you want to make a argument about Oregon having a real rotten history, you're absolutely right about that. In fact, I think there was actually a Civil War battle that people don't talk about that was fought in Oregon. Didn't allow slavery because they didn't want black people there. Oregon is very unique. Yeah, so but Portland is a city that is so progressive that it has annoyed conservatives. That's why it's targeted so often, right? Is that they hate that it's a socialist city. Although, yeah, it's still with a police chief that's very or I don't know if they still have this guy, but they had a police chief that was basically on the side of the Nazis.
But yeah, it was incredible. It was incredible to see you guys in person. It was incredible to perform live. I enjoyed it. I heard there were some losers harassing fans in Portland. Yeah, it's Portland, though. I feel like that's just a classic Portland experience, if that makes sense. Like, there were, of course, anytime there's anything going on.
And this is why it's important to say, Lucy's had a nightly hair-doing ritual. Okay, not like a styling and a coloring and all the rest.
Going on in Portland, it seems a bunch of random fascists storm into town. They go to downtown Portland. They try to fight.
And the problem is that the cops are so on their side that it's a real problem with Portland. Like, obviously, cool people in that city outnumber chuds, but like they're at a little bit of a disadvantage. They never seem to get like elected officials who would kind of stop the dynamic that's happening. Of the cops actually help the Proud Boys. Like that's how shit goes there.
Engage in the act of fisticuffs with a bunch of socialists and anarchists. But it was largely, it was largely tiny. It wasn't that big of a thing. Yeah, I was at the Portland show, and the Chud crew, they're harassing people, is well known by the police for constantly assaulting people, and the police doing nothing. A community member once defending themselves after being assaulted by them, and is themselves being charged for assault. Those Chuds attacked multiple people last night, and police did not do anything. They also admitted to being paid agitators. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. The Roach is saying you're getting paid by Israel, new cope. Wait, Israel's strongest warrior, Asman Roach, is saying I'm getting paid by Israel? That's cool. Your Haaretz interview. Oh, my Haaretz interview dropped. But with Eitan Nechin. Ready for the backlash. Hasan Piker talks Hamas, anti-Zionism, and why Americans are fed up with Israel. In his first interview with Israeli media, left-wing streamer Hasan Piker tells Haaretz that October 7 must be in the context of the Israeli occupation, that even liberal Zionists should be named and shamed, and explains why most Americans just don't like Israel anymore. Are you ready for the backlash you're going to receive? Hasan Piker asked jokingly at the start of our video interview. Okay, that's an incredible paywalled article. I don't even know. It was a long. We did a very long conversation. We did that a lot. We did that a while ago. Hold on, I got to grab my coffee real quick.
So I guess he was just taking a little West Coast tour. Is that what is the Fear and tour? It's just 3 cities. Because he's back in LA here. I don't know if are they doing LA tonight? Oh, it was shorter. Maybe they are doing LA.
Good idea. Outrage after Hasan Piker sings song mocking Charlie Kirk. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm always gonna put a fucking strong face on, and I'm always gonna boulder through it. I'm always gonna fucking push through it no matter what. My policy is always to say the truth, no matter how much people punish you over it. It's always to have fun with it too, right? While we're covering such horrifying sights, horrifying realities. I will say this though. I will say this. I mean, this past weekend has been a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been a lot. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. I'm not going to feel discouraged. I'm not going to stop saying the truth. I'm not going to stop speaking truth to power in general. Someone has to do it. Someone has to tank it. That's just largely my mentality on this stuff. But this past weekend has been insane. Like going from the entire Republican media ecosystem universally saying like, this guy loved that Charlie Kirk got assassinated, which I never said and never would, to then having to deal with Mike Rogers, and then also distance yourself from cutie and things will get better in a lot of ways. Trust.
Anyone want to speculate where that's coming from?
That's an insane statement. Okay. Anyway, where was I?
Wait, he doesn't make his own coffee at home? Or is that just like a special thing because he's been...
I mean, I think that chatter was trying to make a joke. But regardless.
It's probably a joke.
So...
Is there cutie hate? Is there legit? There's not like legitimate QT Cinderella hate in Haas chat, is there? A bitter incel probably. He usually has cold brew concentrate he drinks. I need to get on that cold brew tip. Cold brew is like better for you or something. He gets bottled cold brew. He's rich as fuck. Look, chat. If I got bottled cold brew, would you think I was rich as fuck? Because I could. Like, they sell bottled Oleang cold brew, right? It's a traditional Thai coffee that's always cheaper than... Whenever you eat traditional Thai stuff, it's like cheaper than... Like, it's like shit can be... Food can be expensive here, but it's generally when you try to get something like that's Western. On this Oleang coffee, yeah, it's like you get a big-ass bottle. I don't know how many... Like, I think it's concentrated, too, right? Concentrated... It's not the tastiest thing in the world, right? But Thai people will drink it in different ways, sometimes with some lime juice and sugar, sometimes like kind of made like almost like a Thai iced tea, but with coffee, right? It's not the best coffee in the world. It's old school for sure. It's Thai old school coffee. But yeah, they sell a big ass bottle for $2 essentially. But yeah, I think he gets something nice. He gets something expensive, doesn't he? They sell bottled cold brew at the grocery store. I've never seen it. But it is expensive, or?
What I was going to say is, yeah, it's been one of the more insane weekends. One of the more insane weekends of my life, I would say. We have, Like it has been such.
Wait, QT's comments were interrupted by anti-trans and people got really mad at her. Wait, what? Oh, interpreted. Oh, wait, from recently or from a long time ago?
Psychotic weekend of a barrage.
And coffee with lime, holy reflux, it actually reduces the acid. It's a strange thing. I'm trying to remember how this works. I love Thai tea. Yeah, me too. Although it's hard to get, like when I get, like it's traditionally made with condensed milk and sweetened milk. Condensed. Oh my god, what do you call it? Anyway, it's made with dairy products usually, but it's fairly easy to make without dairy products. I guess the only iffy part about it is that, like, people say that you can't make Thai, like, because the way I would make it is just with coconut milk, but people will say that coconut milk in coffee it like breaks up or something, right? It gets chunky, and so that's why people don't do that. But I swear to God, I've had it with coconut, some kind of coconut, maybe it's like a coconut creamer or some kind of processed coconut product. Yeah, evaporated. Yeah, evaporated and condensed. Grocery outlet is a more regional store. I don't know. It was where I was. Sweetened and condensed. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a way that it's traditionally made. You can make it vegan, but it's a little bit more complicated. And so most people don't make it vegan. So I can't usually get it unless I go to a Ranahan J, right, is how you say a vegetarian restaurant, which usually has a lot of vegan stuff too. It's like sort of made for, it's sort of marketed. It's the people that eat there are like Chinese Buddhists that don't want to eat meat. Although sometimes we'll eat some eggs.
Of attacks that, like, the founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, tweeting at me from prison to organize a cage match.
Is that real? Is that actually Elizabeth Holmes tweeting from prison? Also, why the fuck do rich people get, like, chat? If you go to prison, you don't get access to a computer, do you? Like, that's got to be a rich person's prison thing, right? Is she in the same facility? Yeah, I think I heard. Isn't she in the same facility as Ghislaine Maxwell is now? So she's getting a puppy. She's getting a, I don't know. I don't know if what do they give you, a phone or a iPad? Do they give you like an iPad? That's fucking crazy. That's not like a normal thing for prison, right? That's like a rich person's prison privilege, right?
That is like,
which is funny because you would think that they wouldn't put her in rich person prison because her victims were rich, right? A lot of times that's how it breaks down. She ripped off Donald Rumsfeld, Hillary Clinton, like a whole bunch of rich scumbags.
Not even in the top 13 most insane things that happened this weekend. You know what I mean? Like, she's in jail right now. She is currently in a cage.
So she wants to do a cage match.
For those of you who don't know, the founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes,
that's her,
is currently in prison. Okay? And I think this is her attempt at trying to lean in on the good graces, lean into the anti-Hasan stuff, to get on the good graces of the Republican administration to vie for a pardon. And that's, like, that in and of itself is so insane to me. The idea that, like, a prominent criminal is currently I love that I'm talking about Elizabeth Holmes trying to actually seek out.
You call it gross out too? Damn.
Pardon from the Trump administration, and her angle of attack is to.
That was always the joke, is that, like, it's really affordable. You get sometimes really nice stuff for very cheap at grocery outlet, but sometimes you get a moldy. I believe I bought a carton of guava nectar, which was mostly mold.
Is to say that she wants to fight me in an organized match, and there's still dumbasses in here who are like, hey man, a guy who refuses to take showers is talking big shit about you. Who cares, man? The fuck do you mean? Who cares? Like, we have more important things going on than fucking your favorite content creator as a European as a European MAGA LARPer, okay? Anyway. So.
Yeah, you're right, Comrade Toots. You got to check on that gross out.
Everyone with their "they go low, we go high" quote. The Democrats are expected to take the high road every time. I think that it is a curse for sure, but I don't think it was Michelle Obama's fault. I think that's just like the general liberal civility politics enjoyers, civility fetishists, in the way that they operate. She tweeted at you, who? Yeah, this lady did. Yeah.
What is wrong with modern medicine?
People don't even know that they have a basic human right to be able to get access to.
She's got those alien eyes too. Is that just the ring light that's doing that, chat? Is she just
information about themselves and their own bodies?
Am I looking at a ring light that is perfectly surrounding her? God damn.
That can change their lives. Every person should have the ability to get that type of test, because if you
she's fucking terrifying, bro. Yo, someone said AI, dog, this is from 2015. This is before
oh my god, chat
became a thing.
You notice this is kind of how I talk too, right? I don't know if I did it on purpose or if I do it on accident, but I talk differently on stream than I do in person, right? I put a little bit more, I don't know, like how shall I put this, right? As a woman on Twitch, you're at a disadvantage. As a debate streamer, which is what I was when I started out, you're at even more of a disadvantage, right? The way that you're expected to talk, the way that you're expected to, like just even like the tone of your voice, right? You get ignored, you get skipped over, you get, you get put up on a pedestal somewhere where nobody, you're there for looks and you're not there for, actual discourse, right? If I talked like I normally would, and so I adopted like a different almost demeanor, and she's like, so the story with her, right, is that she's doing Steve Jobs, right? She studied Steve Jobs. She wanted to be just like Steve Jobs. She wanted to be successful, like she like his marketing, everything. She's obsessed with Steve Jobs to the point where she is copying her cadence. Yes, misogyny sucks, and I'm sure that yeah, it's a weird thing. Say green juice. Why? I just did.
Okay.
Are you gonna? Does that sound like something? Does that gonna get clipped and turned into something anti-Semitic?
But yeah, no, I think she's gonna kill me. Anyway, this is yet another.
I mean, she's capable. She's certainly capable.
Psychotic person that wants to kill me. It is what it is. Get in line. Get in line. So.
Oh, she just said it now. She said green juice. Let's roll it back to hear that. Really quick. I know, chat. Like we got to get going, but.
To get that type of test, information about themselves and their own bodies.
Wait, where does she say green juice?
A basic human right.
Yeah.
What is wrong with modern medicine?
People don't even know that they have a basic human right to be able to get access to information about themselves and their own bodies that can change their lives. Every person should have the ability to get that type of test, because if you
she's fucking terrifying, bro. Yo, someone
not here. Oh, in a different interview. Okay.
2015. This is before generative AI became a thing. Okay. But yeah, no, I think she's gonna kill me. Anyway, this is yet another Laura Loomer style, Jigsaw style psychotic person that wants to kill me. It is what it is. Get in line. Get in line. So yeah, I mean, the weekend This weekend has been quite eventful and so insane that I'm not the only one that is victim to a cancellation campaign. They're now canceling you guys. They're canceling chat. Hasan Piker fans boo Piker after he says America does not deserve 9/11. That's right. They're not just yelling at me. Remember when I said they're after you? I'm just in the way. Well,
ooh, a kelp shake. That sounds good.
Well, that's where we're at.
I would drink that.
Okay.
People got to stop staring directly into the ring lights. You know, my ring light is a little bit above, so I don't know. Maybe
Buffalo's getting similar treatment to you. I know.
I imagine maybe you see it in my glass. Does the ring light show up in my glasses? Maybe, but it's not like with her. It's like in her iris, right? That's what makes her look so weird. That's one of the things that makes her look so weird. Also, I feel like she's got to be on some drugs or something. Like, does she not look like, I don't know, it's not dilated, or is it, it's dilated and compressed? Wait, no, what's the other one? Dilated and, oh my God.
I feel terrible about that. But yeah, here it is.
Constricted. That's the other one. Yeah, hers look a little bit constricted.
I can't believe that they're now like
didn't she fake her voice too? Like I said, I think she's imitating Steve Jobs. I think she's trying to, at least she's got the she's like affecting the cadence, and I would guess like you can hear her voice. Although my sister's friend, like growing up, like one of my sister's best friends, like was like a low talker, and she was also kind of like one of the guys, even though she was not one of the guys.
Clip chimping a comedy podcast.
Who is she? She's the Theranos person, right? She got in trouble for scamming. She's in jail for scamming. She came up with this idea of a printer-like device which would take samples of blood, multiple samples of blood, and analyze them for anything that could be worrisome, right? So the idea being that, you know, doctors just don't blood test enough, I guess. And that, you know, if you could take your blood and just get it checked out for anything and everything, nutritional deficiencies, you know, anything, right? That they could run all these tests at once for you. And just the technology never matched the marketing, right? So she did a good job at marketing. People were very interested in this, kind of like AI. Kind of like AI right now. People were willing to put their money in her hands. And it turns out that the actual product was just never up to the marketing of the product, right? So you got a disparity in what she's claiming the product can do versus what the product could actually do. When this started to come out, you know, the blame fell on her for scamming rich people. That's it. OnlyFacts. That's the only reason they're so mad at her. She didn't scam poor people like Trump does. She scammed rich people, and that will get you in jail. Her thing was a simple. Okay, so it wasn't a multiple blood samples. It was like a single drop of blood would. Yeah, supposedly a single drop of blood would be needed, and that's just not how blood tests work.
Podcast live performance.
Was it supposed to be needleless? Really? Was that part of it too?
Like we're not allowed to make jokes, man. We're not allowed.
I mean, obviously she was full of shit, and that's part of the reason that she got caught.
It's crazy. Guys, I'm going to say this one more time.
Legalize comedy.
Okay, that's it. We're legalizing comedy. We're making comedy legal again. I don't even know. I hate this shit so much. I think I'm just going to refuse to address things like this going forward. I'm going to, because who cares? I don't know. I don't know what else to do about it. I genuinely don't know, because it's just like a barrage of nonsense all the time. Just an unlimited sea of anger, lies, smears. None of these people give a shit. And I think ultimately the worst thing I could possibly do is just constantly address the, the billions of dollars.
Menchie says she still has enough to have people tweeting from prison for her. Like Hasan said that he thought she was tweeting from prison, and that like somehow that you can, like, I don't know, get the privilege to get access to like a iPad or something like that, and or some kind of a notebook in prison. Maybe they monitor your, you know, web traffic to make sure you're not plotting a breakout. But I don't know about this. It seems kind of weird.
Of earned media smears that I have received.
It sounds actually more like Scandinavian prison than it does like American prison, because I know Scandinavian prison, they put their prisoners in rooms that look a little bit like, you know, I mean, they're small, they're cramped, but they kind of look like college dorm rooms, like a real small single college dorm room, and then allow them to have video game consoles, not the latest console, but like a few consoles back they can have. White collar, yeah. Well, especially when it comes to like the one that Ghislaine Maxwell is in, which I think is the one that's why I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if she actually had some kind of a device that she's tweeting from, because she's, I believe, in that same prison as Ghislaine Maxwell.
So far, it's fucking insane. You love the attention. I want to kill myself. Okay.
Usually you just say I'm Brian Kilmeade to get around the possibility of that being considered TOS, but
I don't love this attention. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you, insane? What are you talking about? It's insane that they're literally taking a clip where you're combating anti-Semitism and framing it as you're promoting it. That's just a disgusting inversion, and I cannot imagine how frustrating it is. I know. We're going to be talking about that in a little bit. Oh, my God. It's crazy because on the right, you have, like, neo-Nazis that are Sig Heil.
Oh, shit. Is this real? Yeet the Rich says that she became friends with Ghislaine. Oh, sorry. That's on I was going to put that up, but it's on Twitch chat. That's the thing that sucks about being a Twitch chatter, is you never get your chat on screen just because my software here only does YouTube chat, unfortunately. But a lot of good chats from Twitch today.
About actually like doing harm to all Jewish people, all Muslim people, and then those guys are straight up actively involved with like the Mike Rogers campaign.
Eat the Rich says, if I recall correctly, there were actually a story a little while ago reporting her and Ghislaine becoming friends, probably because she wanted to pet Ghislaine's dog. Do you think? Maybe?
The media is coming after a dude explaining the
Ghislaine got a puppy.
Anti-Semitism, and then falsely claiming that dude, me, I'm actually the one fomenting violence against Jews. It's fucking insane. It's upside down world. I fucking hate it. I hate it so goddamn much. Okay? The official Mike Rogers campaign outreach team is full of neo-Nazis who participate in group chats that praise Hitler and call for Jews to be sent to North Korea. You won't hear about this because Mike Rogers supports Israel, so the media will lie about Hasan instead. That's what's so fucking nuts about it. It's making me go crazy. It's making me go crazy because it's like, there's nothing Abdul al-Sayed can do in this situation at all, because all of the fucking attack ads are literally just like, he is an Islamist jihadist who wants to implement Sharia laws and make sure that every woman...
I really wonder what's behind this. Is Republicans cozying up to anti-Semites? Is it just a dog bites man story? That because we've heard it so often... And especially with the Trump administration, that it's kind of like they give it a chance. They're like, ooh, Charlottesville, that's kind of a bad look. Ooh, he said there's, you know, good people on both sides. That's kind of a bad look. And when nobody really does anything about it, right, when it doesn't cause consequences, then the result is that it just starts to get ignored. Is that what's going on?
Gunpoint is covered in a bird.
Because this is a narrative that is like, right, this is not a new dynamic of right-wingers' connection to anti-Semites. being ignored, while in anything that could be portrayed, even disingenuously, even if the person is saying the opposite of anti-Semitism, if you're not fully in lockstep with whatever Israel's latest atrocity is, then you get that anti-Semite label, and it actually gets taken seriously.
And like, that's it.
I don't think I could be nice to Ghislaine Maxwell, but I guess I could be nice to the dog. Yeah, there you go. I've done that before with people. Anybody else have this? Like, a person you don't like has a dog that you do like. Anybody can relate to that? And you're nice to you're like nice to their dog despite them, because you're not nice to them, but you're really nice to the dog. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Does anybody else use somebody's dogs to snark them? Frustrating, just from where I'm sitting. I can't imagine. Yeah, the pressure that Hasan gets. Yeah, and I've faced, not on the order of this, Chad. Not anywhere close to on the order of this. I was about to start like kind of relating to it in terms of how to, how you can handle harassment and stuff like that. But this is on a whole nother level, right? This is not weirdos on Twitch. These are not like random Dylan Burns fans. These are, these are political operators and journalists, and it's a whole ass thing.
Just flooding the market with ads like that. It's fucking insane. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that and more. Honestly, try bleaching your hair. Yeah, and
my question was kind of like when he said he's gonna, like, he doesn't know what to do, he's gonna ignore it in the future. I was kind of like wondering, that is like kind of close to one of the techniques that you use, right? Because like I said, the big thing that people, as far as ops on Twitch, the big thing they want to see is they do something, they throw a pebble in the pond, and that there's a splash, there's a ripple, right? They want to see that ripple effect. When they don't get the ripple, sometimes they move on. Although I probably should not say that that's my strategy. But yeah, it's called the gray rock method, I think.
And then concessions to Fox News's framing as well.
Yeah, it's not the dog's fault that she's terrible. Exactly.
Is completely psychotic, and it's also Democrats that are doing it too. Like, it's Democrats that are
yeah, actually, OnlyFacts, I think that might be a big part of it. Elections are a money laundering scheme, laundering money into TV commercials and advertising networks. Yeah, one of the networks, any sort of news outlet that has advertising would kind of lose out if we actually got money out of politics, right? Because they make so much money from those ads. I can't remember what happens if they like raise the advertising price around election season or not. But yeah, there's a lot of money that gets shoveled into TV commercials, and for that reason, you don't hear a lot from the media about money in politics. A lot of negative. Can't talk. You don't hear a lot of negativity about money in politics from the media.
Up on this campaign, I don't want to talk about it in general because it's such a waste of time. But also at the same time, it's a multi-million dollar, very sophisticated smear campaign that has national, if not international considerations. Okay? And that's what the issue is, right? It sucks. Like, I am being used as a distraction successfully to move away from the actual issues that matter. And there are real people who are, on the Democratic Party side, for example, that are leaning into it. I never thought, look, I know that it's not easy, right? I know that here's the thing. I know that it's not, it was never supposed to be easy. Obviously, power never concedes without demand, and we have to push. We are fighting against very powerful forces in this country. We're fighting against corporate influence. We're fighting against capitalism. And I know there are a lot of people who are to my left, or at least they present themselves as being to my left, who just like simply cannot contend with this reality, where they think like we are also doing a psyop or something.
I gotta say, chat, I'm kind of surprised that Kaya is sleeping through all this, right? Hasan is in trouble. He's getting attacked. Kaya's just back there.
But yeah, this was never going to be easy.
She is just chilling.
This is the amount of success that this movement has actually
I hope she's sending Hasan good vibes, at least in her dreams. You think so?
Achieved in such a short period of time is part of the reason why I'm, eating it on a daily fucking basis. They're not like billionaires are not going to give up on their powerful lobbyist interests are not going to just concede and say, "Oh, well, I guess we're unpopular. We might as well give up. Everybody fucking hates us."
Look at that smushy face back there. Look at that.
Constantly on the attack. They're going to attack. They're going to try to divide, and they're going to try to conquer.
Ash Bradford, Hasan is upset constantly while streaming. Kaya is used to it.
We will
endeavor
get into all of that and more. I mean, I guess I should just get into. I should just blast off, because I didn't even blast off, and I just dove right into it.
All right, we're at the 2-hour mark right here. As you can see, I've had to go to a different timer, different software to use this, but I am still keeping track of this, and this does still apply, unfortunately, to our comrades over on Twitch, right? You can no longer hack the timer, right? There was a secret way to get extra time on Twitch that some people, I think, figured out. That no longer applies, but again, what does apply is super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on $nocommentchick on Cash App, or if you support me on Patreon. I'm saying Cash App for now just because I haven't gotten Throne reset up, or on Twitch. Any of those count. We count those, right? We take those, and it makes this number go up. If the number goes up 61 more points, we're 61 points away from adding another hour. So we could have, substantial amount of time and be able to get to not one, but two bonus content items. Right now, I think, even though it doesn't look like it, right, Rokana is ahead because of donations, which you can do too. We take those as well. And if you do donate, make sure that that you can let me know in chat if you want your donation to go to one of these bonus content topics. Other than that, just make sure that you're getting over there to vote on the bonus content. Even if you're watching on Twitch, you go to youtube.com/nocommentchick, you click on the live stream, you click on the chat, and then you click on the poll, and then you too can make your voice heard. Make sure to like the stream while you're there, because that helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. Last time, chat, we got 100 likes, and that made me feel kind of warm inside, because I know it was a contentious topic. I know that people have strong feelings about, the DSA and some of the left flank candidates, the people looking at them as last hope, and to sort of hear them get some criticism from the likes of FD and Brianna might not have felt good to some people. But I appreciate people giving me the like anyway, and trusting me that I'm not trying to wreck anything. I'm just recognizing a move by people like AOC from a outside strategy to an inside strategy. And when they do that, we got to move to outside pressure on them. A good left flank candidate that's doing that inside game will tell you as much. Even I think FDR, the great FDR, even with the problematic nature of the New Deal, said that you got to push me for it. And I think even Obama said something like that, although he didn't seem too amenable to getting pushed. But yeah, I just try to adapt my strategy according to the candidate's strategy. And when somebody moves inside, they're going to get outside pressure. That's all there is to it. And that's probably a good strategy anyway, chat. I do appreciate the confidence. I do appreciate the trust that you have in me. And I do appreciate that even though that was a contentious subject that people still supported the stream. That does actually mean a lot.
It's just it's very frustrating because like every single Zionist group in the country, every single pro-Israel group in the country is using this as an opportunity, including the Nexus. Like this isn't the ADL anymore. This is the Nexus Project. Okay. The Nexus Project is supposed to be this like liberal Zionist, like, oh, we have to push back against like ridiculous, these are the guys who are supposed to say like, you can criticize Israel without being anti-Semitic. Even those guys are doing it. It's like the knives are out. There's blood in the water. And it's incredibly frustrating. Because even people like...
Yeah, just saying, I think this is an interesting idea. I wonder if with high-profile people saying anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism could possibly be effective as to counter propaganda from the MSM. They'd have to fight for it, right? Mark Ruffalo and friends could do it. Yeah, they would be opposed, all right? But that doesn't mean it's not worth trying. Even if what you get is a denial, right? Like, you got the money, you got the ad, we're not going to run it, right? Even if you force them to do a denial, right? That can be useful in showing, the establishment, which is not popular right now, as being, what's making it impossible to speak the truth on anti-Semitism.
Like it's a column A, column B situation where they're like, they'll turn around and they'll defend Mark Ruffalo, but then they'll be like, but this Hasan guy, he's bad. Do you see what I mean? As the conversation shifts, I think previous groups that normally would never... me being Muslim also, I think makes it easier for them, even though I'm not exactly a religious guy at all. Obviously, I don't really read as Muslim, but that in and of itself, regardless of my white ass being as pasty as possible, is a unique opportunity for them to really tune this up. Weigel defending you? Yeah. El Sayed not getting into specific about what Hasan said, which Ben Lorber gets into here. It is actually nutty. Like the level of insanity, the level of madness surrounding this shows me once again that there's definitely still a lot of motion in the tank. There's still a lot of energy in being able to launch a coordinated and fairly sophisticated smear campaign, especially when it's against not a politician necessarily, but a fucking Twitch streamer. You know what I mean? That's it. And yeah, J Street said the exact same thing that I've been saying nonstop, and so has Ezra Klein. It sucks. We cannot have a truthful conversation about this kind of stuff when the mainstream element.
What's the most annoying thing to me, even beyond the elections and the implication on these left flank candidates, is that it does feel like we're losing some progress. The country is dead set against Israel, right? Is dead set against the conflation. The country is sick of being accused of being an anti-Semite for saying that you're against genocide, right? The country is sick of this inversion of morals. They're aware of it too. And it feels like we're kind of losing ground here when they're able to try to deflect to somebody like Hasan.
Here is to do everything they can to muddy the waters. Anyway, let's blast off. Let's get into it.
It means Hasan is effective. True.
Slander. Abdul Al-Sayed's statement. Today I'm going to have a exclusive with the IMEU policy.
Hasan digs his hole deeper and deeper the more he explains himself. If what you mean is that he offers more chances to be clipped out of context, to be misinterpreted, even intentionally misinterpreted, Simon B., then I agree with you. If what you mean is that you think he's implicating himself, I gotta ask you to pull the dog shit out of your ears, because that cannot be healthy, right? I don't know, how you convince yourself that, like, no, actually he's just anti-Semitic and he needs to take accountability and turn full, woke chudjack on us, right? That's I don't think you're gonna find a lot of support in this chat for that. But anyway, I don't know how to interpret your statement. So if you wanna add to that, hopefully you will not be digging yourself a hole deeper and deeper, because the truth will set you free.
Project, by the way, I'm gonna have someone on. They just conducted a poll in every swing state, and they conducted a 2028 presidential poll. Some of it got leaked already, but we were supposed to be exclusively releasing it, exclusively launching that poll. You saw some of it already last week, but we'll talk about the additional details, the crosstabs, and everything else. But we'll get into it and more. Dude, you got to do as many mainstream media outlets as possible. Dog, I don't think you understand, okay?
There is like an argument to be made for at times like ignoring drama that people try to send your way. I've learned that just from dealing with bullshit that people tried to spread about me on Twitch, and ultimately the best strategy for me was that there's a lot of it that I don't have to respond to. There's a lot of it that I can ignore, and that sometimes by over responding, over explaining, you do give your ops like a kind of foothold that you don't need to be giving them that foothold. I'm just not sure, Simon B., how much that translates into what Hasan's dealing with the media, right? I dealt with hate on Twitch. I dealt with lies and rumors and shit like that. A little different, when it's the news media, when it's politicians, right? His in other words, I don't want to compare my ops to his ops. They're on a different level.
There's a push and then there's a block. Okay, on the one hand, there's the push to constantly belittle me, humiliate me, smear me, slander me, right? And not just me, but I'm like basically the representative of this movement at this point. And its impact is also multifaceted. So like, it's not just to say, oh, all pro-Palestine people are like this, but it's also to get other pro-Palestine people to also separate, right? To cause division amongst the ranks, to get to create an environment where there's a permission structure to shit on prominent anti-Zionists or prominent critics of Israel, right? Prominent critics of Israel get ritualistically humiliated, yelled at, and then it causes people to separate from them. They did this successfully with Ilhan Omar at the time. They did this with Linda Sarsour. She was the OG. That's why I've always, I will never, shy away from defending people like that. They did this with Rashida Tlaib as well for years and years, and they still do it. That's the whole point. The goal is to cause division in the ranks of the anti-Zionist movement, and then people will turn around and say, "Oh yeah, well we'll let go of this guy. This guy's already been yelled at too much. We'll just discard this person because they've been yelled at too much, and it's too difficult to defend them." That is how you do it. That is the anatomy of a smear campaign. That's how you create a successful smear campaign with the intention of dividing. And the same thing.
Is it just me, or does it feel like Hasan, I feel like he needs a Homestuck troll back there? Like with all the background stuff? It's a little busy, but we could make it busier. Don't you think like he needs like a Vriska? I mean, not necessarily Vriska. There's a lot of trolls. There's a lot of trolls in Homestuck. You could pick your favorite troll. But yeah, it's just like I feel like it would fit back there. I feel like it's not failenial coded enough as it is.
Can extend to even Democrats broadly. Democrats at a time when they have to present a broad, unified front against the growing fascist movement in this country are falling by the wayside. There are plenty of instances where they will, again, attack me, attack DSA, attack the left flank, attack the activist base of the party.
Yeah.
And they'll do
everything. He needs a more confusing background. That way nobody's going to like hang on the like 9/11 newspaper or what was the Kamala thing that he had? Like he people go after this guy over his background.
Everything they can. Republicans will do everything they can to basically divide and conquer. To get
between the two heads is where he could put the Homestuck troll. Yeah.
To constantly fucking argue with one another.
I just see the pop of orange and yellow in the upper left hand box, and I always think it's like a troll's horn, maybe, because it's like gray and white, and then there's a little pop of red, orange, and yellow. It kind of just, it's giving Homestuck troll.
There are definitely leftists yelling at you. Yeah.
You know, Simon B, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name. Is it Simon? Or I may be mispronouncing a name of a French chatter, which I shouldn't because I know French. But yeah, you might have a point there, right? If Hasan didn't talk about himself and just talked about what is going on in politics, he would ride over the criticism. Well, certainly if the chat is like calling for situation monitoring, and instead he's monitoring the situation of the ongoing smear campaign, yeah, maybe a bad choice to stick on that for too much. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument for that for sure. I don't know what the solution is. Like, Chad, I've faced, you know, bullshit and lies before, but never on the level that he is dealing with right now. So I would not really compare it.
So that's the push. And then they're going to poll me again once this smear campaign is over. And then they're going to say I'm toxic, right? They're going to say I'm toxic. It's no different than when the media releases polls that they've conducted where they're like, wow, you know, at the early aughts, at the early stages of Israel's genocide of Palestinians, they would routinely fucking release polls about how like the public doesn't think Israel's committing a genocide. That was flexing. They were flexing that they were capable of you know, manipulating the collective consciousness of the masses. Yeah. And it's frustrating because
there's even an argument that I've heard made before that, and again, this is relating to, you know, business I've had to deal with, like controversies I've had to deal with, right? But there's even an argument to be made that if you defend yourself less, then, you know, other people will kind of pick up the slack, right? I'm not sure how. I've never tested that scientifically, but.
Because the way it's,
but look, we're kind of picking up some of the slack. So
starts is when people go not to defend Hasan Piker, but, and it's like, the fuck do you mean not to defend Hasan Piker? Just be honest, be fucking truthful. Don't let this nonsensical bullshit get in the way. Okay.
Yeah, the good point, Lycha. Just let Hasan cook because that's what he's gonna do regardless. Yeah, it's hard. He's a creature of habit, right? It's hard to tell him anything, whether it's like don't trust this guy or, you know, loner box, or whether it's you know, how to respond to a scandal. That's not really a scandal. The scandal is he said something based and true, and of course triggered the hornet's nest of Zionists.
But the problem is, ironically, twofold. One of the arguments that I have been presenting routinely is the otherization and the invisible nature of anti-Zionist Jews, prominent anti-Zionist Jews in mainstream media. This is a huge issue. You guys know this already. Many of you are anti-Zionist Jews in this community. You've probably noticed that there are no prominent anti-Zionist Jews that are allowed on television. And this is part of the problem.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Yeah.
Part of the reason why. The reason why is to create this false notion, to create this false reality that you know, anyone and everyone that is anti-Zionist, if they're Jewish, they're just not real Jews all of a sudden. They're treated as though they're invisible.
I gotta pee so bad, chat, but you know,
the left needs an extreme, as laughable as it is, in order to get other leftists to posture against. In my opinion, to hate targeting you is genuinely beneficial. You're fucking stupid, man. As long as the narrative keeps getting pushed farther left, we keep winning. Dog, the narrative doesn't get pushed farther left if if everyone is left bashing. Are you fucking stupid?
It does feel like we've lost some ground here, right? In terms of the overall conversation about Israel. And like, I'm not saying that, you know, it's flipped where now, you know, people are questioning whether Israel's doing a genocide or, you know, who the bad guys are in this situation. But it does feel like, you know, something about this discourse like allows more of that, you know, pro genocide, pro apartheid cancel culture to sort of to flow.
But I mean, you are. This is what I mean.
I need to pee really bad, chat. He needs a cutout of you when this then his message would really reach people. Yeah, that's what he needs, chat. I need to platform him. He needs you in his stream. Even better to have you as a guest. Well, that would require me to come into the United States of America a little sooner than I'm planning on returning. But no, that's good memes. Good memes. Speaking of good memes, chat. You know the ultimate meme is that whenever you see Irene come up, whenever I go and empty some pee, that's when the most crazy thing happens to like the react, right? So yeah, you can count on that. Probably will happen again. I'm gonna listen to this on my phone so that I'll be able to at least comment on it. Let me read a lot of discourse now. Look at this. It starts off. YouTube is very busy. Twitch is sort of slow at getting started in terms of chat, but now Twitch is the one. The discourse is going on over on Twitch, and YouTube is pretty quiet. But yeah, just to understand, there's 139. There's 1 hour and 39 minutes left of the stream. When we get down to like 45, I'll probably switch over to bonus content. That is unless we hit 200. We are 61 points away from that. Remember, it's super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Cash App, $Cash App, no comment check, or on Patreon or on Twitch, right? That's what will make the numbers go up. You're not able to hack the timer via Twitch anymore, so sorry for that. I had to use another timer, but yeah, if I get another hour, we'll keep on going straight on. Other than that, I'll pivot at 45 minutes and go to right now what looks like Ro Khanna on the Van Latham podcast. So that's where we're at right now. Get those votes in if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream. And understand that when you do support the stream, you can put your money where your mouth is. Feel free to let me know where you want to put your donation towards. And just like I did for Athena, I can add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And that's where we're at, right? I'm going to pee. Hopefully the whole world is not going to explode when I do, and I'll be back. And if it does explode, at least I will have heard it exploding and I'll be able to say something about it. But this is how it goes, Chad. I always need to, my bladder betrays me. I always need to pee at the exact wrong time.
This is pure liberalism. This is pure liberalism. You've already eaten the fucking propaganda. It doesn't work that way, dumbass. That's not how this works. If that's how it worked, then they wouldn't be doing this. If that's how it worked, powerful groups, powerful interest groups wouldn't actively lobby folks, wouldn't actively give them talking points to do this. I feel bad for the sacrificial lamb. Like, this is not me getting upset because I'm getting yelled at because I'm getting purposely misunderstood. You know, I'm being deliberately and professionally misunderstood. You're acting like you're cooked. I'm not. I'm not being cooked at all. What's frustrating is that there's still this. There's two different. I'm just venting. Okay. First of all, I'm just fucking venting. Secondly, I'm thinking about the larger impact and the larger problems that this kind of stuff creates, because ultimately I'm mission focused here. My job is to get people to come to terms with the realities of Zionism, to come to terms with the reality of Israel's apartheid, to see the perspective of the victims, to understand and humanize the victims of Israel's apartheid, Israel's genocide. And we've seen a lot of success in this field. We've seen a lot of success in this front, even in the Western world. Okay. However, this kind of smear campaign is created to gum up the works. It dilutes the conversation. It moves people's attention away. You know, bro, you name called and slandered people for years, not like the uncommitted movement causing division. Like, this is what I mean. These are broad unified front. You mean like uncommitted, not like you do the same kind of name calling. Seems like you're upset. Brother, your entire life revolves around what you perceive as the #1 threat to American democracy. It's me. Okay. If your entire life revolves around this, where you're making fucking sock accounts and going on Twitch streams to like advance this cause, you need to tune out a little bit. Okay. You need to tune out and live in the real world for like a couple weeks and then come back with a refreshed and newfound perspective. Okay. Not Hasan, Piker, daydreaming about being me, as if, keep dreaming, pal. There's only one of us hurting the chance of a Democratic majority in November, and it ain't me. Yeah, this is... God, I fucking hate... I hate everything. I hate everything. It's tough. It's tough not to lose my shit in moments like this. I'm used to being in a contentious environment. I know that is what's going to happen no matter what. I don't care about your fucking mayor in the Houston area getting arrested for jerking off with his penis out in public and coming to a city council meeting tonight. Okay, I'm sorry. There's other shit going on right now. I'm not going to cover that story. Okay, sorry, Houston chatter. But yeah, the first story we're obviously going to talk about is the saga, the Hillary Scholton saga that started off with like DSA Watch and those accounts. They came out and they tried to do a smear campaign, right? And I guess to a certain degree, the smear campaign has been relatively effective in undermining Abdul al-Sayed's Michigan run, because anytime he's talking about me or having to address anything related to me is a moment where he's not talking about Donald Trump, is a moment he's not trying to, is a moment where he's not addressing the many controversies of Mike Rogers, is a moment where he's not putting his best foot forward. Okay? And Abdul did the classic thing that he did, and we'll get to that in a second, with one issue on the comm side where he, like, you know, said my name and then also tied it back to Moss, which, you know, is wrong, incorrect, and is a significant comms issue. And I think that will that won't force some of the pro-Israel side to back away. It's just going to make them double down. And then he's going to have to, for the next 48 hours, basically routinely relitigate how much, you know, I suck or whatever. And it's still not going to, to stop people from attacking him. What's the issue with Moss? I mean, my issue with Moss is that he's very, very pro-Israel, but what they're claiming I was saying is like I was, you know, fomenting violence towards him or something. It's fucking bullshit. It's complete bullshit, right? Yeah, and of course these groups have immediately doubled down. Look, you see that? My statement on Hasan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Anyway, well, let's start with the top. Let's start with the beginning, okay? Because the story's already made it to state media. El Sayed says Hasan Piker does not speak for his campaign and make comments about Jewish candidate, okay? So a couple days ago, before I even went on tour, I'm talking about, you know, how the false conflation between Zionism and Judaism harms Jews, okay? This is very basic, elementary, anti-Zionism 101. It's such a fundamental concept that it's even a part of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is the association of you know, Israel with all Jews in the United States of America. The idea that like Jews are single-mindedly invested in a monolithic way with whatever the fuck's going on in Israel. You guys have heard me talk about this a million times over. It's false. It's bullshit. And, you know, I go through this long process, except Max Nordau, who himself is LARPing as a Jewish person, even though he's not. I believe his name is Brian Griffin. He's not Jewish, but he lies about being Jewish on the timeline. Clips I think it was like DSA Watch or this guy, one of the like beeper in the bio accounts, right? That, yeah, his name is Brian Griffin. Yes, literally, like the Family Guy. Anyway, so the smear starts here, right? Abdul al-Sayed surrogate Hasan Piker on American Jews. Someone's going to come around and take action. Now, you'll notice that this is a 51-second video, which is a little bit longer than the normal clips that they use, right? So the normal clips that they use usually are like 10 seconds long. So you might think, oh, well, this must be in context. But once you hear exactly what they clipped, you'll understand it's complete bullshit. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how. Yeah, I like that they even put the we're teaching people the wrong lesson in there. So like, if you're not the least charitable psychopath of all time, you very quickly understand that I'm, saying, constantly claiming that American Jews are monolithically invested singularly with the nation state of Israel is the dual loyalty trope, and people are teaching people the wrong lesson, okay? This is almost a verbatim statement that Ezra Klein made, okay? Almost the exact same statement. Where is it? Hold on, let me find it really quickly. Before we get into more stuff, where the fuck is it? God damn it. Yeah, Ezra Klein warned about this exact same thing. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. Okay? Ezra Klein wrote about this in an in a New York Times op-ed a couple months ago when people were attacking me and calling me an anti-Semite. Okay, guys, please don't try to offer idiotic suggestions about like putting a timer on screen, rendering the clip chip ineffective immediately. None of that works. Some of my most prominent attacks on the YouTube sphere came from the time when I was criticizing Vladimir Putin's actions while also offering some criticism to NATO or criticism to Ukraine, regardless of the obvious the obvious illegal nature of Russia's war and its inhumanity. And I used to literally have a ticker on top of my face, basically, that said, fucking Vladimir Putin sucks, this war is illegal, all this shit, and people still clipped it. People always find a way because this is motivated reasoning, okay?
Oh my God, it happened again, chat. It happened again. It's without fail. Brian Griffin? Chat, are you pondering what I'm pondering? Did anybody lock on to this in chat? Did anybody bring up that this guy's name is Brian Griffin? We got what is the deal? Like a guy who LARPs. Okay, we gotta go. Look, I know we got 1 hour and 28 minutes left on the clock. Oh, Brian, I can't. It's like catnip. Although technically dog nip, right? Since Brian Griffin's a dog. People compare on TikTok. I don't know. Want to chat if you recognize this reference? People compare Hasan to Brian Griffin. They in a negative sense, right? That Brian Griffin is the smug, overeducated, fail son, or I guess is the idea. I never really questioned it, right? But he's living with the Griffins seems to be like a step down to maybe the tenured professorship that he would have preferred. But yeah, people try to like be like Hasan is Brian Griffin. He sucks, which is like you're talking about the Family Guy. You're talking, chat. If you were in the Family Guy, who would you hang out with? All right, you want to hang out with Peter? He farts on you. You want to hang out with Lois? Peter comes over and he farts on both of you. You want to, hang out with Meg? You probably get beat up because something bad always happens to Meg. You want to hang out with Chris? He's going to pick his nose. Gross, right? You got to hang out. I mean, who else are you going to hang out with? Herbert the pervert? No, you hang out with Brian Griffin. I think. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I mean, Meg could be Meg could be a good hang if she was not like the target of all of the fucking. Anyway, chat, I have opinions apparently that I didn't even know about on the Family Guy. The most banal, piece of culture that you could possibly imagine. Fuck. Does this thing have transcript yet? It does. It have transcript. Brian, I can't help it, chat. I can't help it, Brian. Wait, come on. Oh wait, it doesn't auto search. You gotta like hit return. I'm sorry, I'm getting used to how YouTube's transcript search. There it is. 4 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, let's go.
On the timeline, clips, I think it was like DSA Watch or this guy, one of the like beeper in the bio.
Wait,
as a
Brian Griffin?
Talk about this a million times over. It's false, it's bullshit. And
like, to be honest, chat, this is a pretty serious situation. You know, both in terms of you know, for Hasan, obviously, also for candidates that all of whom are going to be associated with this guy, like it or not, like him or not, right? And nothing that they say about him is gonna fucking get them away from that, right? He's gonna be used as a cudgel on them until they get beaten down. And so you might want to try taking the cudgel away. That's just my thought on this, right? Take that cudgel away from them. Shut them up, right? They are talking about Hasan Piker in an election where people care about being able to eat, being able to afford to heat their homes. This is not that hard if you just have a little bit of courage. Like Brian Griffin. No, I don't know. Does Brian Griffin have courage? I can't remember. I don't watch enough Family Guy. Brian Griffin is a depressed alcoholic failed writer who can't overcome his preset circumstance and finish the book. Oh, I remember now the book. Yes. Seeks companionship even though he has a family that will long outlive him. Okay, damn. Okay. That's the pejorative. And Hasan embodies this. Like, I feel like he'd have to have a master's to be Brian. Brian Griffin has a master's, right? Brian Griffin is not somebody that you know, completed my level of academic achievement, right? Brian Griffin must be God damn it. This stream has become about Brian Griffin. I just want to get back because like the Twitter personality is who I'm actually interested in, right? This Brian Griffin character on Twitter, right? I gotta see, right? This guy that is like doing a Haley Stevens, Israel comes to him in his dreams, but not really.
Definition of anti-Semitism, which is the association of you know, Israel with all Jews in the United States of America. The idea that like Jews are single-mindedly invested in a monolithic way with whatever the fuck's going on in Israel. You guys have heard me talk about this a million times over. It's false. It's bullshit. And, you know, I go through this long process, except Max Nordau, who himself is LARPing as a Jewish person, even though he's not.
Max Nordau? Nordau. Oh, wait. Nordau. Okay. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, there it is. Max Nordau. Nordau. I just get the feeling, wait. Oh. Imagine how humiliated Ron DeSantis must feel as he walks past a line of Trump supporters trying to get into the tent. This is from 2023. Max Nordau lied to you, Ron. So this Max Nordau has like a history. Here's DSA Watch. Hasan Piker also attempts to dox Max. What? Wait, but that's his name. That's his like @ you know, it's weird because I'm seeing on Hasan's stream, like that's his account right there. It's not a dox. if the chat, if you go on stream and call me Irene Geller, are you doxing me? Or is that like literally my Twitter at? Or sorry, not even on stream, on Twitter, right? It's literally the at, like, right? This is information. This is not hidden information. Like, what is the, like, I've never heard like naming someone's Twitter at referred to as a dox, but I'm wondering, did he change the at now? Because look at this. I'm not, oh, there's our friend. There's Max Nordau. Okay, this is the character. Wait, this is different guy than Brian Griffin? Let me just let Hasan cook a little bit.
I believe his name is Brian Griffin. He's not Jewish, but he lies about being Jewish.
Wait, I believe his name is Brian Griffin. Oh, wait, okay, that's the dox. Oh my God, okay. Wait, what? Is he doxing, chat? I don't know. I'm not somebody that's coming on here that's just gonna be like Hasan Good the whole time. I don't know. Is that a dox? I guess I don't know if that. So we, wow, real life name Brian Griffin. Actually, not that surprising. It's probably a pretty common name. I think Brian Griffin. Yeah, those are two common names. You put them together, that's a common. You know. So wait, is Hasan doxing? I actually don't. I legit don't know. Here. I'm assuming he would not, play like that because most, YouTube, like most content creators just don't want to play in that sandbox, right? That's a sandbox with Dookie in it. Okay, you don't understand what I'm saying? Somebody took a dump in that sandbox, all right, and you don't want to be playing. You don't want to be the one that finds it. Okay, this is not my playground. This is not my playground, Brian Griffin.
Jewish on the timeline. Clips, I think it was like DSA Watch or this guy, one of the like beeper in the bio accounts, right? That, yeah, his name is Brian Griffin. Yes, literally, like the Family Guy. Anyway, so the smear starts here, right? Abdul said, surrogate Hasan Piker on American Jews. Someone's going to come around and take action. Now, you'll notice that this is a 51-second video, which is a little bit longer than the normal clips that they use, right? So the normal clips that they use usually are like 10 seconds long. So you might think, oh, well, this must be in context. But once you hear exactly what they clipped, you'll understand it's complete bullshit. And you want to know why?
I still feel like what the fuck about that whole Brian Griffin thing. Like it's
because people.
Maybe I shouldn't say. Maybe I should say the other name. Because I'm not wanting to. What did I just see? I still don't fully understand. Maybe it will come to me in a dream, like Israel.
Don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how. Yeah, I like that they even put the we're teaching people the wrong lesson in there. So like, if you're not the least charitable psychopath of all time, you very quickly understand that I'm, saying, constantly claiming that American Jews are monolithically invested singularly with the nation state of Israel is the dual loyalty trope, and people are teaching people the wrong lesson, okay? This is almost a verbatim statement that Ezra Klein made, okay? Almost the exact same statement. Where is it? Hold on, let me find it really quickly.
What world are we in where Hasan's being attacked by the dog from the Family Guy, and Ezra Klein is the one that rides to his rescue? Out of the fog emerges Ezra Klein, heroic. And chat, you know the song, what's the song, like, I Need a Hero? It's a Bonnie something. It's not Bonnie Raitt, is it? It's some Bonnie, right? That sings a song about needing a hero. And that, I'm just like, I never would have thought Ezra Klein. Bonnie Tyler. Okay, it was a Bonnie. It is a Bonnie. Oh, is that the Bonnie Tyler that sings The Total Eclipse of the Heart? That's like a weird sleeper song, right? Like that song is like really good, but I don't think it's that popular. I don't know. But if you hear it, it makes a place for itself in your heart, because like that is fucking vibes. Nothing I can say. Nothing I can say. Total eclipse. Anyway, chat. Total eclipse of the heart. That's a little heavy. Let's get back to this light subject of anti-Semitism. Much, light comedic discourse on the Family Guy and anti-Semitism. Which Family Guy? It's got to be Peter, right? Who would be the most anti-Semitic of the Family Guy? It's probably Peter. Wait, oh yeah, he is. He's kind of weird. He's got. Now I remember that episode.
Before we get into more stuff, where the fuck is it?
He does a weird, awkward version of philo-Semitism, actually, if I remember correctly.
Damn it. Yeah, Ezra Klein warned about this exact same thing. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed.
1.3 billion views on YouTube. It's a bit popular. I just feel like it's a song that you wouldn't know about, like, right? It's like you find it and it's like, where has this been all my life? And it's like, it's in the bargain bin, back when there even were record stores, or where the fuck would you buy vinyl? Probably on the internet. There we go.
They're shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state...
But buying vinyl is a way of life, and you don't want to get into it if you can help it, because it is a pain in the ass. You own records, you gotta carry those things, and if you have any sizable collection, they're really heavy. And you gotta, everywhere you move, you're gonna, that's gonna be a heavy object. Also a turntable. Yeah, kind of either gonna be kind of shitty or kind of heavy, or maybe even both. Yeah, it's a way of life, but it's not for everyone. So do not take vinyl lightly, because there's nothing light about it.
Then they must hate Jewish people. Eventually they will believe you. Okay. Ezra Klein wrote about this.
What's blocking the heart shadow when it has a total eclipse? Probably Kingdom Hearts, right? Or the door to darkness, or some other buzzword from any number of Square Enix games.
In an in a New York Times op-ed a couple months ago, when people were attacking me and calling me an anti-Semite. Okay, guys, please don't try to offer idiotic suggestions about like putting a timer on screen, rendering the clip chimp ineffective immediately. None of that works. Some of my most prominent...
Denims did this once, right? There was something that Ethan just straight up lied, and he does this. Ethan Klein will straight up lie in a easily provable way, very often. And he's not always like called on it. He's not always caught on it. And so I think he thought he could get away with it with Denims, but somehow she, like, I don't know if it worked though. She put some kind of timer on her stream to make it obvious if there was a clip that was like cut together.
Some of my most prominent attacks.
Or yeah, like I guess he cut a section out of her video that to sort of change the way it looks. I can't remember, but there was a thing with a time code on Denim's videos, and I don't think she does that anymore. And that would get very, yeah.
On the YouTube sphere came from the time when I was criticizing Vladimir Putin's actions.
Wait, a student group? Oh my God, this is too good. And of course it's a Twitch chatter. Wait, no, I said that like I thought Twitch chat. I'm not trying to reinforce any kind of preference over Twitch or YouTube chat. I love you both equally, chats. Crisco says, a student group at our school just skit about drinking and doing drugs and driving in a car wreck that had that song playing through the skit, can't hear the song without thinking of it, I still did drugs. I got drunk. Because the idea of those things is they're supposed to scare you and they're supposed to stay in your memory. And, you know, like if we can traumatize the kids, I feel like that was driver's ed for me. A lot of driver's ed felt like it was like, you need to get traumatized. Let me show you what happens if you fuck up in a car, right? This is going to be you wrapped around the steering wheel. This is going to be, you know, like, look how much blood there is that pours out of the car when they open the door. That's going to be yours, right? They would just really like try to get to you, like the train. Oh my God, the train was the worst, right? You know, you think that you can stop in the middle of the train tracks, but you didn't notice there was a train coming, and now you're going to be unrecognizable to your next of kin. That was, yeah. I guess it worked because I'm still kind of traumatized just remembering it. It actually fucked with me. Yeah, I remember the first few times I drove, I was scared, right? Anytime I had to do anything that was like a 2-lane, you know what I mean? I was comfortable with just basic situations, but I wasn't really super confident. And I kind of got thrown into that. It's like, all right, you got your driver's license, go bring the car to your mom. And I'm just like scared to, I don't think I listened to music because I was like that focused. I was that worried that I was going to, you know, crash or violate a traffic law and get arrested. Like they really emphasized the downside of driving, and, you know, just almost to a sadistic level of these, like, you know, confident teenagers not worried about anything in life, but oh, here comes a train and their life is over. It was rough. Anyway,
while also offering some criticism to NATO or criticism to Ukraine, regardless of the obvious the obvious illegal nature of Russia's war and its inhumanity. And I used to literally have a ticker on top of my face, basically, that said, fucking Vladimir Putin sucks, this war is illegal, all this shit, and people still clipped it. People always find a way, because this is motivated reasoning. Okay?
Nature finds a way.
No one wants to actually have a nuanced conversation about any of these issues. They are reducing it to an unnuanced position, and they're not shy about bastardizing their opposition's perspective as well. So no amount of tickers or no amount of banners is going to change that reality. Okay? It's just not, because you have to understand, for a lot of these folks, they recognize that their position is untenable. They recognize that their position is getting unpopular. And for many of them, their perspective is, oh, it's unpopular because everybody hates Jewish people. It's anti-Semitism. All criticisms of Israel it must be because of anti-Semitism.
Wait, my wife was one of the friends who peer pressured the dead girl in the skit. She's a huge pothead now. I feel like there was maybe, I think I saw evidence of school districts that took it even more seriously, or there was something where they would act out a deadly car wreck and pretend to be dead. Oh yeah, did you ever have that in your high school where the pretend like certain students were supposed to somehow signify that they were I don't know if this was like a driver's ed thing, but they would somehow act like they were dead to make the point of this could happen to you, be careful driving, don't drink and drive. I think that was the heart of the really. Your school did that too? Or they would put powder on themselves? I'm trying to remember how they faked being dead. They would somehow grade themselves out, but I can't remember. It was a dare thing. Oh, wow. For high schools. Okay. So yeah, it was a
Semitism, right? That's the operative, that's the reasoning that many people base their reality around. And therefore, if there are people like myself who are prominent anti-Zionists who actively fight back against anti-Semitism, they have to make that work. They have to make their cognitive biases work. And the way to do that is by smearing, is by claiming, oh, well, this guy is an anti-Semite. This guy's a vicious anti-Semite. See? And that's precisely what happened here. Let's finish this. People don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. And you want to know why? Because, yeah, it's funny because there was an attempt.
For chatters who are saying that this may be a mistake for Hasan to focus on this, is it something about maybe even the image of like self looking at self, right? Because I mean that's generally like a sign that Hasan is discussing his own controversy, and I feel like I've heard some people kind of express the opinion of like that's not really what I'm watching, you know, him for. That's you know, if it takes away from, which, you know, I mean, yeah, this is, I mean, he's getting, you know, a barrage of lies told about him, so it can't really, you know, blame him for, and like somebody else said, you know, he's gonna do what he's gonna do, and it's just not in his nature to not talk about this. But yeah, is it something about the, like, you know, yourself looking at yourself? Because I think I can kind of relate to that. Hasan's chat will become insufferable for a while. Wait, like, as in they want situation monitoring and he's not.
There was an attempt to turn this into, like, you guys have heard me give the spiel a million times over. So obviously, from your perspective, you're like, what's the issue? Like, this is pretty basic stuff. This is pretty elementary.
I'm still bowled over by Brian Griffin.
The false conflation between Judaism and Zionism, the false conflation between Jews and Israel makes Jews less safe, right? And the clip itself is not necessarily bad, but they frame it as me saying it's a good thing that this is happening, okay? The Jewish ISIS thing was new and pretty edgy, but it's not that far-fetched. No, I've said that as well. The reason why I bring up the Jewish ISIS the Jewish ISIS thing is literally to say, like, look, as an American Muslim, how did the propaganda around the global war on terror take root? Because the media constantly tied all mentions of Islam and all Muslims in the Western world to ISIS, to Al-Qaeda. It was a false conflation, okay? So, I mean, this is literally for years and years and years what I've been saying, and it's the same thing that I delivered in my Oxford speech as well. Nobody's threatening anybody. Hasan Piker's a reasonable man. He's concerned for you. And understands.
That is kind of funny. Devs, I hadn't actually worked it backwards like you just did. Oh my God, chat, we're back on the Brian Griffin. But seriously, we gotta figure this mystery out. Did he change his name because he doesn't want to be mistaken for the dog in Family Guy? Or does he change his name on the internet because he doesn't want to be, you know, the dog from Family Guy on the... And plus that ad is probably already taken, so he's almost gotta, you know, take another. But Hasan alluded to him not being Jewish and like pretending to be Jewish. So I don't know if that's part of the Twitter identity too. I literally don't know what's going on here with this Brian Griffin situation. Although I should probably like learn his other name and just say that, because if that's, I'm not trying to, if that's the real name of the person, it, you know, I'm not trying to say it.
And sincerely, it's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism.
But doesn't this story seem too wild to believe? Like, I feel like there's something I'm not getting here. I feel like this is all a meme, an elaborate meme, and it's just going slightly over my head, right?
They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people. Like, I want someone to sincerely watch even these clips that are not even like out of context. They're just negatively framed. Okay. I want someone to watch this and then tell me what anything I'm saying is fucking anti-Semitic. I need someone to explain this to me. Okay? After you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. Anyway, so this is like a shortened 7-minute version of it. But like even the clips are in context, right? Like the clips are not out of context. The clips are basically in context. They're just saying something that I'm not implying at all.
Yeah, that's...
If I explain, will I be banned?
I was expecting to see Brian Griffin on the APAC tracker, but no.
Is it really?
That's Moss.
Really a false conflation, though? Oh wait, this is one of my like mass stalkers, right? On the subreddit. I remember this name. Yes, I won't ban you. I would love to hear your explanation. It is a false conflation. Yes, of course it's a false conflation. Zionism is an ideology, and it's a relatively new ideology. Jewish culture and history spans across 2,000 fucking years. Zionism has been around for 100, and even now, it hasn't taken root. Yeah. I know who you are. I know who you are, buddy. Yes, I know you're the number one smear merchant. Come on, go ahead. Talk about the other thing. Talk about the
who's
talk about why it's not a false conflation. Tell me about how all Jews care about is Israel, and then explain to me how that's not the anti-Semitic.
Wait, who's he talking to? He knows who this is.
Position, because it is, right? They don't even watch the clips anymore. They just read the headline and caption and run with it. I know.
I mean, I'm guessing that's a sock puppet account. Like it was named like 2 letters over and over again.
Why are you entertaining these schizos? Anyway, all right, fuck that guy. Let's just continue. So, you guys are obviously very...
God damn it, chat.
You're very familiar with my commentary.
I'm getting lost. It's a Destiny fan that he's dealt with before. That like always comes back. Yeah. So it's just like it's the person. So it's like this one. There's like one Destiny fan that keeps on making alts and just is popping up all the time in another alt.
On this. But it doesn't matter what my commentary on this, because there are a lot of people out there. There are a lot of people out there who are just not going to dive into it. They're not going to see the nuances, and they're not going to be as charitable, right? And that's the goal, because most people are busy, so they see the fucking headline and they move on. As an anti-Zionist Jewish person whose temple is reform and deeply Zionist, it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. No, I understand that. I understand that. I'm responding to an anti-Zionist Jewish person in the chat here who's talking about having these intra-community conversations and how difficult it is to get that point across to older Jewish folk in the community, right? I mean, look.
I gotta be honest with you, chat. This stream is a fucking rabbit hole. It is seriously beyond the looking glass or what is the other one?
The anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you, where you have to go back to your communities and try to get wait, what is this? Pussy? What happened? Are you going to explain why it's not a false conflation or not? I don't know why you think you have any additional time. I gave you an opportunity to address your position, but you're running away from it. You're calling me a pussy now. I'm not the pussy here, big dog. I think you are. You're just aching for a ban so that you can go back to your cyber stalking Discord server filled to the brim with cultists of a sex pest, okay? And be like, oh, I got banned. Isn't that awesome? Look, stop reading great names. All they do is clip you is true. Your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. So they cut all of the beginning first 50 seconds of this And they made it seem as though, you know, I'm just like directly referencing Jews or something like that, like not talking to a Jewish anti-Zionist chatter of mine or anything like that. But even without the fucking context.
Yeah, that's what got me, is that the idea that they're presenting this as is that he's like, you know, he's like, hey Jews, right? That like, let me tell you what's what, right? That I think that's how you take a non-anti-Semitic clip and make it look anti-Semitic. Kind of frame it so that the tone of the conversation looks hostile and focused at like the Jewish people as if they were a monolith, right? That's the sleight of hand here. It's you know, it's sad that it works. It's sad that that is all the suggestion it takes for people to just completely reframe something and reverse or buy into a reversed meaning of that thing.
Very clear. It's very clear the point I'm making.
Some people doing Israel's work for them? Yes. And is it the dog from Family Guy? That's the question. That's what makes this stream so strange. I still don't understand. It's a surreal world filled with unbelievable characters and just kind of a overall, you know, uncanny valley of content that we've entered into tonight. With 55 minutes left, I meant to make sure to look at the poll one more time, because we are getting up to the time where I'm going to have to be starting the bonus content. We are 61 points away from doubling that content and being able to go a little further into this, but I want to make sure to leave time for bonus content. Dean Withers at 41%. Hakeem Jeffries, secret meeting with Jared Kushner in second place. Third place is Stale 2000, and the further down speaking of rabbit holes, right? Honestly, the Stale 2000 shit seems very normal compared to what we're dealing with here. When Hasan introduced this character that is like, wait, what is their deal? What is their like? Who is this? And it's Brian. It's the dog from Family Guy. I keep on like not wanting to say, in case that is in fact like in case I heard it right and that's his real name, right? We got 86 votes so far, so make sure to get your vote in. If you haven't already, you can get to the poll by going to youtube.com/nocommentchick, clicking on the live stream, clicking on the chat, and then clicking down on the poll, and then you too can vote on these 4 topics: Dean Withers' allegations, Hakeem Jeffries and the Kushner meeting, Stale 2000, and Ro Khanna now in last place, but with that extra 60%. So just remember, if you have donated, or if you do donate in the future, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is. So, you know, it could potentially be game changing at this point, although I don't know, we're zeroing in on at 45 minutes. I'm gonna start the bonus content just to make sure that we've got, because this Ro Khanna thing, I think it's, you know, a long form podcast. Anybody know how long the Van Lathan segment is? Although maybe we might want to zero in on, I don't know, like a certain part of the.
But at this point, unfortunately, given the crisis that contains multitudes, the crisis in literacy, the crisis in short attention spans, the crisis in clickbait culture, the crisis in headline culture, people don't even give a shit. We have now moved away from the mentality. Is it literally not the same as locking up Japanese people in internment camps during World War II for the crimes of their country? That was bad. This thought process doesn't work for any other country. Exactly. That's what's so fucking frustrating about it, is that I'm saying Jews are not monolithic. Zionism is not Judaism, okay? And this false conflation being regurgitated at a time when Israel's unpopularity has reached newest highs, okay, is very dangerous. It's very dangerous for the truth, and it's very dangerous for Jews in general. It's not a fucking controversial position at all. And it's one that prominent Jewish thinkers have explained over and over again for years before I was even fucking born, even during Israel's inception. So Ben Lorber has a take on this, senior research analyst. Hasan Piker's statement about the relation between American Jewish support for Israel and anti-Semitism shouldn't be so controversial. Here's Hannah Arendt making the same point in her 1944 essay, Zionism Reconsidered. If a Jewish commonwealth is obtained in the near future, this is 4 years prior to the inception of Israel, okay? With or without partition, it will be due to the political influence of American Jews. But if the Jewish Commonwealth is proclaimed against the will of the Arabs and without the support of the Mediterranean peoples, not only financial help, but political support will be necessary for a long time to come. And that may turn out to be very troublesome indeed for Jews in this country, the U.S., who, after all, have no power to direct the political destinies of the Near East. It may eventually be far more of a responsibility than today they imagine or tomorrow can make good. The Zionists, if they continue to ignore the Mediterranean people and watch out only for the big faraway powers, will appear only as their tools, the agents of foreign and hostile interests. Jews who know their own history should be aware that such a state of affairs will inevitably lead to a new wave of Jew hatred. The anti-Semitism of tomorrow will assert that Jews not only profiteered from the presence of foreign big powers in that region, but had actually plotted it and hence are guilty of the consequences. See also the last clause of the Balfour Declaration. Ben Lorber continues. From Zionism's beginnings, Jews, both pro and anti-Zionist, were acutely aware that yoking world Jewry behind the actions of a Jewish state could imperil the standing of Jews in countries where they actually live. The irony, of course, is that Zionism was conceived as an answer to anti-Semitism, and most Jewish supporters still see it that way. But when you yoke the fortunes of a small, hyper-visible global minority to the actions of a belligerent pariah state, it can cause dangerous blowback. Stating the simple fact doesn't let us blame the victim or excuse the perpetrator of vile anti-Semitic acts. But those of us who are Jewish owe it to ourselves and our children to start, and our children's children to start talking about it, and soon. Stifling the discussion only makes it worse. My one quibble with Arendt here, by the way, is that Israel was not established in 1948 due to the political influence of the American Jews. There were many other factors at play. American support was far more decisive in the early years, and the influence of American Jewish leaders was limited. Yeah. That's it. So nothing I have actually brought forward is new or unique, right? What is this? 85% of Jews believe in Zionism. That's at that point, that's not a conflation. Brother.
Are we back at the Sam Cedar, Ethan Klein debate?
Brother, what you are doing is not a defense of American Jews, okay? Because Zionism is an intentionally vague definition, and its reception by the American Jewry is also diverse. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and no group are monolithic. And the number that you are presenting is the exact same thing that Nick Fuentes presents for the reasons that I'm mentioning. Okay? I love that I said Jews are not a monolith, and you turned around and said, no, actually, in defense of Israel, I will tell you Jews are a monolith. This is dangerous thinking. Okay? This is the problem. People who think they're defending Israel by saying, well, all Jews care about Israel, are actually fomenting anti-Semitism. Israel makes Jews look bad and causes people to be anti-Semitic is just an obvious self-evident position. It's funny how it's only Israelis who get the agency card thrown at them. Hasan is specifically saying that American Jews are getting attacked because of how those American Jews behave. He's not making an argument about Israel. I realize you don't even bother to understand context, but you should try harder than this. Could Hasan spoken in a way that couldn't be construed as tut-tutting? I'd say definitely. He can come across as patronizing. But would you not agree that American Jewish institutions...
Yeah, that's what I think the framing of the clip did, is make it look like he's like wagging... Yeah, it looked like he was wagging his fingers at Jews, like being like, you listen here. Yeah, so then whatever he says is going to be, it's going to take on a certain valence. Let's just put it that way.
Institutions and their close connections with Israel are going to cause violence against Jews, and that's bad. It's hard to read Hasan's statement as anything other than out of some form of concern for Jewry. That's the problem. That is exactly what this is. But let's call it out for what it is. I think there are a lot of people, due to Islamophobic sentiment, due to Islamophobia, that sincerely believe that anyone with the name Hasan could ever operate out of concern for Jews unless they're pro-Israel.
Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raider. It's good to have you with us tonight. Mercado Media. We are in the middle of Hasan's statement about, the discourse, which is becoming more and more about him. After this latest round of clipping and shipping has gone on, he's become the focus of the campaign to the point where Abdul El Sayed actually felt the need to mention him. Now, so far I've shown you his statement that was posted on Twitter that refers to a, kind of like says, I speak for myself, I speak for my campaign. This is not about a Twitch streamer, right? It's kind of the as much as Hasan has been thrown under the bus at this point. As far as what I've seen, was there a clip? Was there a anybody know if there's a video clip of Syed? Because I thought I heard somebody say that he had said like Hasan by name, but if there is a clip out there of that, I haven't not seen it yet.
Okay, that's it. That's it. I am no longer considered.
Yeah, we're really close to switching over to bonus content as well.
Someone who cares about bigotry, okay, by a lot of institutions, by a lot of members of the media because of my anti-Zionist position, okay? And unlike some of my other counterparts, some of my other peers in the media who are Muslim themselves, I also directly tackle the issue of Zionism, okay? Zionism is an ideology. Many people don't reach that level because they are worried, especially Muslims don't reach that level. Muslim commentators don't often talk about Zionism as an ideology, and they simply keep to the dangerous conflations, and that's understandable for that very same reason.
I haven't seen Abdul say anything about the Hasan controversy in interviews today. The only thing he said was on Jesse Waters, where he briefly said that Mike Rogers thinks he's running against Hasan. Yeah, we watched that one. So yeah, I mean, like so far, he's only kind of like barely under the bus at this point. But the thing that worries me is that this kind of thing tends to, you tend to get more questions, not less, right? There's no like halfway, there's no part way, there's no, I don't think that the vultures are going to be satisfied with just this. And yeah, once it, and also the tendency is once you've kind of compromised, walked back, thrown somebody under the bus once, it's probably easy to do it again. So that's the question at this point.
The problem is that the conflation question is the complete worldview split between Zionism and anti-Zionism. Yes, we are objectively correct on the issue, but the entire opposing group is based around the idea that Jews must support Israel. You can't
wait. He did say a radical communist who said we deserve 9/11.
Rationalize with people when they can't even agree on the first step of the conversation. They'll immediately take offense before you even begun to discuss. Source: I've tried for years. Yes, I understand that. Megaphonics. I know.
Where was that we saw the photo tweet, like the statement, getting mixed messages on whether there was like another, Trump did. Yes, the Trump mention of Hasan. I don't think I've covered that yet, but I was talking about Abdul El Sayed. Yeah, for a second I thought you were saying Syed said Hasan was a radical communist who said we deserve 9/11. He has fielded the 9/11 question before and just said that he apologized for it.
But
I think
always say, seek truth from facts and always say the truth.
Oh crap, we gotta
always say the truth.
We gotta think about getting over to some bonus content now. So we're at 139 out of 200. If we get to 200 in I guess at this point, yeah, I'll have to go into bonus content maybe and then bring this back afterwards if we get to 200, but we're not there yet, so I want to make sure that we do get the bonus content in. And in this case, it is looking like it's Rokana on Van. Wait, how come it's like Rokana Van Lathan? So one notable thing that
okay, guys.
One notable thing that happens in this conversation is that I believe he announces. So that's a thing. Ro Khanna officially in for president, and it kind of looks like maybe he's trying to see if he can occupy that lane of like I am on the left, but trying to kind of, I don't know, outflank AOC.
Back again, friend of the podcast is joining us, California Congressman Ro Khanna.
I'm glad I'm still described as a friend. That's a good thing.
Why wouldn't you be a friend?
Of course I am. And,
sometimes you gotta. This is the thing. This is friends where I'm from in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Friends don't mean that you never have disagreements. Friends don't even mean that you never have fights. Friends mean that you have trust.
That's a good point.
So you trust that someone's heart is in the right place, even when you disagree with them. You trust that your good outcome for them is a good outcome for you. I think right now we think about friends as people who are inside of a political circle that's insulated from any criticism. But no, friends means, hey, I know that you want the best.
That's a huge compliment, as a politician.
It is a huge compliment.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, because
trust is the most precious commodity right now.
Right.
That a lot of people have lost trust in the entire system, and certainly in politicians. We're at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to trust.
Right. Well, I don't trust you.
I thought
as a politician, I trust
as a human being.
As a human being, that you have a vision, and that vision aligns with what I think like undergirds good humanity. But as a politician,
you got to hold people accountable.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about that. let's start there. Okay, when will you formally announce your run for president?
I'll make a decision in Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And after that, I'll tell you why. Then, first of all, genuinely, we need the.
Oh wait, never mind. No, he will announce on Thanksgiving. Goddamn. I would be surprised if he didn't run at this point. Haven't seen Abdul. That's.
The focus on the midterms,
right,
and can't distract from it. And then after that, it's a very personal decision. You got to talk to your family and really think, okay, are you ready to do this and put your family through that? And my guess is, if the 20 people speculated, half of them will say, yeah, let's do it, and half of them will say maybe it's not the right time. I mean, it's not. I don't think people just assume, oh, they're just making this stuff up. Like, it's a very, very deeply personal decision to do that, and you're putting people through a lot.
What are you basing your decision on?
Well, two things. One, I've been going around the country on my economic vision, which is saying, look, I represent a district. It's got a third of the nation's wealth, $20 trillion. Its economy is working fine for 989
Silicon Valley
billionaires. They have 22% of the economy. But what is it doing for the people I grew up with in Bucks County?
So this is kind of part of the reason I think he's running, right? He's going to announce, I guess he said Thanksgiving. But I think he's running. He said something right there that, I mean, I don't think it's gonna lose him an election upcoming or anything like that. But you're kind of throwing your voters under the bus, or at least like some of the supporters. Because the one thing about Ro Khanna is that he is a mixed bag, and part of that bag is Silicon Valley. He is the congressman for Silicon Valley, and generally, on the side of tech, but in some other areas, specifically foreign policy, he is kind of on the leading edge of resisting the neoliberal, neoconservative consensus of foreign policy of maintenance of empire. He's a little bit he's one of the better politicians that exist in terms of issues like Iran and and Gaza. But the question is, do you trust him? Like, which part is real? If he could get away from Silicon Valley and be the president, would he be the president of the American country rather than kind of retaining some of those ties with Silicon Valley? It's unknown, and I guess at this point unknowable. But yeah, it does seem like he's strongly considering a run. And he said as much, but him doing things that are like more advantageous to him as a presidential candidate than they are to him as a congressman of that particular district, right? That kind of makes me think that he's beginning this pivot of at least signaling that he cares about affordability, he cares about working class Americans, which is he's going to need to do if he's going to succeed as a presidential candidate.
Vision of how we make this economy of the future actually work for every American, every community. And I'm sharing some of my ideas and seeing what the feedback is. And do I have the right economic vision for our time? That's the political question. And then on a personal question, just as is my family, are folks ready to do this? It's a grueling process. You get attacked every day. You don't get more popular doing it. You get criticism from morning to night. And so, and am I ready? And so those are the two things.
Economic vision. I know that that's something that you're going around talking about. You describe yourself as a progressive capitalist. We've been talking a lot about capitalism on this show.
Right.
Explain what that means and how that fits into your economic vision.
What it means is I believe in entrepreneurship. I believe in small business. I believe in free enterprise. But what I don't believe in is a free enterprise system that is only enriching billionaires and isn't giving a fair shot to the vast majority of Americans, the people I grew up with in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Let me give you a few statistics.
Please.
We have 250 billionaires in California. You know what they're worth? They're worth $2.4 trillion, about half the California economy. 250 people. So I've said, okay, let's tax them 5% so every Californian can get health care. So we actually can have people employed in the healthcare field. You know how much they'd be worth if we did a 5% tax? They'd be worth $2.3 trillion. And yet they ran a primary against me. They're upset about me. They're saying I'm economically illiterate. You know, have you ever watched The Scandal with Kerry Washington's character? You know, she's got this line. I don't understand people who have everything but still want more. That's how I feel about the California billionaires in this state.
You are getting criticism, though, for you wanting to tax. Like, what's your response to that? Is any of it valid? Like, I know Mark Cuban's been very vocal. Yeah. Like, can you speak to that?
Well, look, first of all, they go to the edge cases, right? Well, what about the paper billionaire who's worth $1 billion and just doesn't have liquidity? Like, is that the average person you're concerned about right now when people don't have child care, they don't have health care, they don't have a job, and you're worried about the guy who's going to have $1 billion valuation and their liquidity? 250 billionaires, 61% of them have liquid stock, so it doesn't even apply to them. Mm-hmm. For the folks, you know, when you start your $1 billion company and you have $1 billion valuation, you come talk to me. For them, they get a deferral. They don't have to pay the tax until they actually have a realization event. But the reality is, on one side, you've got 250 billionaires, and on the other side, you've got poor kids who don't have health care, millions of Californians who don't have health care, and these same billionaires who are complaining, they're the ones who caused the problem because half of them supported Trump. And I didn't hear them talking out when he said we're going to cut their taxes to cut Medicaid.
Right.
They're the ones who caused the whole problem. And we're now saying tax them, and they're complaining. And you know why they're coming after me? Because they think it's a betrayal of one of their own, because I represent Silicon Valley.
I was going to ask you that.
You know, I got the fancy degree at University of Chicago.
There's the pivot.
Economics. I taught at Stanford. I worked at Wilson Sonsini.
University of Chicago Economics. That gives me so much faith and confidence, chat, if you know the history of that program.
Tech law firm. Oh, I thought he was one of the normal people. He's talking about taxing billionaires. That's why it's under their skin. A lot of other people, they talk about it, they don't come after him. But it's like, okay, this guy's saying this. Now maybe people will feel like this isn't radical. This is just common sense.
Like the Chicago boys, the famous economists that created the economic schemes for Pinochet after Allende was taken out in a coup. They're called the Chicago boys because they were educated in economics at the Chicago school.
Economics.
Ro, describe the income inequality or the wealth inequality in your district again. What did you say the numbers were?
So 1/3 of the nation's wealth is in my district. The whole stock market is worth about $70 trillion in America.
Yeah.
We have about $20 to $25 trillion in a 50-mile radius. Apple, Google, Tesla, Broadcom, NVIDIA, all over $1 trillion companies. And by the way, we're going to get a $6 trillion company, AMD. It's around $800 billion.
Yeah.
And right outside my district is Anthropic, which is going to be a $2 to $3 trillion when they
These
go
are
public.
all the heavy hitters. Yeah.
All the heavy hitters.
My question for you is, how long have you been in Congress?
10 years.
Okay. So if I'm an average American, why would I trust you and your economic vision when this inequality is best summed up, like you're the home of it in your district, where it ballooned and exploded on your watch in the place where you're supposed to protect people?
Because I've been calling and sounding the alarm since 2016, since I got to Congress. I've been going to deindustrialized communities. Why deindustrialized communities? Because I grew up in Pennsylvania where the steel mill shut down. I've been going to Johnstown. I've been going to Milwaukee. I've been going to Lordstown. I've been going down south to places like Orangeburg. And I've been saying, you can't have all the wealth in one place. I ran saying we got to get Silicon Valley's wealth, not just working for Silicon Valley, but working across America. And I've been saying tax this wealth, not now. I've been saying it since 2016 and 2020 when I supported Bernie Sanders. I've been calling for an Internet Bill of Rights, saying that people should own their own data. I have been calling for antitrust and standing up to tech billionaires. Now, you're saying, well, I didn't get it done. Okay, I'm one person out of 435 people, and Bernie lost twice. But if you look at my record, I have been advocating that the wealth concentration shouldn't be taking place here. And what my argument is going to be is I know these people. I've stood up to these people. You have to understand the future economy to be able to stand up to these folks and be able to have an economic.
That's the Donald Trump playbook right there. That's Donald Trump's playbook. I know these politicians. I've bought these politicians. And when they even throw it in his face that, yeah, you've donated money to Hillary Clinton before, he's just like, yeah, that's right. And I'm going to stop this corruption. I'm going to drain the swamp, right? At first I was the swamp. Now I'm going to drain the swamp. It's going to take a swamp creature to really go after the swamp. And how swampy are we now?
Vision for
10 years later, how swampy are we now?
For everyone else. And I've taken small steps. You know, I did partnerships with HBCUs, with Claflin, with Benedict College, with South Carolina State, with 34 HBCUs. We got NVIDIA and Google to create $5,000 scholarships, 9-month course, $70,000 to $80,000 jobs. And we got a few hundred people. It's not life-changing, but we got a few hundred people. We've got to scale that with HSIs, Hispanic Serving Institutes, HBCUs, public colleges. Why are we not giving more people access, first of all, to the wealth generation of the modern economy? I've been working on that for 10 years, not now. And then secondly, why don't we have a tax on these billionaires? You know what $4 trillion would do? 5% tax on 989 billionaires, who are worth 22% of our economy. $4 trillion, you could get free college in America. You could get free child care in America. You could get Medicare. You could get all of Medicare for all. I'm for Medicare for all, but you could get Medicare expanded to 50. That's $200 billion, basically. Right. You could do all of that.
Right. I mean, you could do all of that now, but like you could do that, all of that right now if priorities were different. I'll say something about those HBCUs. Those HBCUs don't necessarily need the philanthropy of NVIDIA. What they need is a system where most of those are land-grant universities, where they're not intentionally underfunded for money that they should have from the government, right? The government is robbing HBCUs because the systems in place to make sure that HBCUs are funded are being intentionally dismantled by people who don't want to see black kids learn. So that's a systemic issue that really should be dealt with, whether NVIDIA or AMD or Anthropic or anybody else gets involved. But let me stay here for 1 second. Progressive capitalism, describe what that is, because anybody that was skeptical about why things haven't changed in your district would say that they haven't changed because your overall outlook is in league with the people that control the resources of that district. Right? So like, if you describe yourself as a capitalist, well, under you, the capitalists will always win because you believe in that.
So let me answer both points. Sure. On the HBCUs, you're absolutely right in terms of the endowments and the funding, right? If you look at the HBCUs that produced W.E.B. Du Bois and Martin Luther King and Toni Morrison and all of these great scientists and leaders, you would think they would be funded just in terms of their contribution to American society. And yet you look at the endowments of all of the 103 HBCUs.
$9 million at Southern University where I went.
Wow. But you look
$9 million
even
bucks.
if you include Morehouse and Howard, you know, you're looking at an endowment collectively of about $2 to $3 billion.
I'm sorry, collectively? Chat, am I being...
$1/10 of just Stanford. Am
I being vocab mobbed? What did he say? Conjunctively?
HBCUs. So you're absolutely right that the solution to it is not the charity of NVIDIA or Google. The solution to it is how about we fund institutions that have produced some of our greatest leaders, not because we're doing it because it's good for African Americans, because it's good for America, because these have produced some of the geniuses of America.
It's good for African Americans.
Yeah, but
it has to be okay to say that.
Well, it's good. I believe we should do things that is good for African Americans, but I'm saying it's on its merits as overproduced talent compared to the funding. Yeah. But
maybe he just said collectively and I misheard.
You still need NVIDIA and Google. Why? Because even if you had equality of funding, you have networks of exclusion.
But my first instinct was like, he knows a word I don't know. Like that, I got to look that up.
These folks, they graduate Stanford, they graduate Harvard, they graduate Yale, where I went, or University of Chicago, and they're not looking at the talent at the HBCUs. NVIDIA.
Wait, the more I listen to Roe, the more he sounds like a famous American baseball announcer?
Going to HBCUs is not charity. It's saying there is talent in these universities that you are not looking at, that you are not funding. Why am I passionate about this? Because the only place Indian Americans were hired after the 1965 Immigration Act, when they came here, Stanford and Harvard didn't hire them. They were hired at HBCUs. And to this day, there are a disproportionate amount of Indian faculty at HBCUs.
Oh, maybe he was saying combined and then he meant to say collectively, so it came out collectively?
HBCUs, because the HBCUs took a shot on Indian Americans. And so now that the Indian American community is doing well in Silicon Valley, I say, how about we look for the talent at HBCUs? So it's not in lieu of the funding, it is to look for talent everywhere. Part of the challenge.
Yeah.
Now, on your broader question of why should people trust someone saying that they still believe in free enterprise? Look, there are a lot of
people. Not free enterprise. Capitalism.
Capitalism. Well, capitalism properly defined, in my view, is a free enterprise that works for people who work. Right now, the problem is that the capital class has accumulated all of this wealth, and it's not working for people who just work. So we need a change. Why should capital gains be taxed at less than people who are firefighters or teachers who work for a living? In my view, you should have capital gains and ordinary income be taxed at the same rate. You need to tax all this wealth. Not because I begrudge people who made $1 billion. I mean, it's not punitive.
But if you're going to tax the work, tax the wealth.
You tax the work, you tax the wealth. So that's not working. Why did we allow in this country all this wealth to be accumulated and people not be paid a living wage? They're not being paid $25. You work at Amazon. You won the lottery in some ways, right? You're working at $1 trillion company, and you still can't make.
That's a clip. Wow. I mean, I know he's trying to say as far as what benefits, we won the lottery. But yeah, I mean, obviously. Like with the give and take of a job at Amazon, I I guess depending on but most of the jobs at Amazon, they take a lot from you. I don't know. To me, at least that seems like a clip. Yeah, I don't know what to make of Rokana.
Make enough to buy a house or to support your family, you got to rely on food stamps. You got to rely on housing assistance. How is that fair? So the problem is not that we have a capitalist system to support your family. Work at Amazon. You won the lottery in some ways, right? You're working at a $1 trillion company, and you still can't make enough to buy a house.
Wait, how is that you won the lottery, though? That's what threw me off. I thought he was going to... I was primed for him to, I don't know, glaze Amazon. But no, he's saying, he is calling out like the conditions and the benefits. Amazon fired all their remote workers who couldn't move to Seattle or California. Yeah, they were, the bosses in general, like capitalists in general, were, for some reason, COVID pissed them off and they went kind of insane after COVID, right? And one of the things that was pissing them off was like not being able to order their workers to be there in person, even though the productivity was the same or in some cases better. They just were not, an undertold story, an undertale, if you will, is the radicalization of the rich after COVID, right? Like how bad they were traumatized despite just being, like I would say some of the least impacted people of COVID. Where they were impacted, though, was in their ego, was in the control that they had over their workplace, right? And that's kind of a lot of what enabled this techno-fascist takeover. Speaking of takeovers, let's take a look here. Stop the Stupidity with the 10 gifted memberships, bringing us up to 169 out of 200. So we're 31 points away from being able to extend this. And like I said, chat, I'll go back to the Hasan thing a little bit if we get some extra time there. Here, I'll also do another bonus content item if we get to 200. But I switched over now just in case we don't get there, so that you do get. I think most if not all of this. Trying to see how long he's on as a guest. But yeah, thank you for the gifted memberships. Stop the Stupidity, and yeah, we're at 161. Yeah, the way that he said that thing about Amazon, I started to assume like the opposite of what he's actually saying here, which would be crazy if he was like, yeah, fucking you hit the lottery, you work at Amazon, oh, so lucky, right? I was like, wait, what is he basing this on?
Or to support your family.
Oh yeah, no, this is his pivot. He is trying to, I guess you could say, throw the, or at least performatively throw the tech companies under the bus, and tell people that he is with the working class. He is here for us. He cares about us. He thinks of us, and he's tired of these damn tech overlords that he's been, doing the work of all these years in Congress. He's ready for a change. If he could be president, he could be president of all of us, not just the tech overlords. I need to read off some weasels, I do believe. Also, Woozle, you just became a weasel as well. A woozle, a weasel. Oh my god. That sounds like a thing. Is the woozle the thing from Winnie the Pooh? Is it like the monster in the 100-Acre Woods? The final boss? Ro had a great take on AFDR and how racist it was. Nice. I'm gonna try to make sure to get to that. We are what? 36 points away from 200. That's where we're at right now. We get to 200. I'm going to add an hour to the timer. And well, first of all, I got to read these weasels off. So Imani, 555555. You just got weaseled. Pug Dragon, you just got weaseled. Insectoid, you just got weaseled. Sandy Miranda, you just got weaseled. Walter TX, you just got weaseled. Dust Oh Man, you just got weaseled. Kenshin, you just got weaseled. Janice Farmer, you just got weaseled. Aussie Welder, you just got weaseled. Gallery of Rogues, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. That is 10 weasels. Well, 11 actually. There's a monster in Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, I thought it was like the woozle or something. Is there a woozle that they run into?
You got to rely on food stamps. You got to rely on housing assistance. How is that fair? So the problem is not that we have a capitalist system of free enterprise, which is private property. Like, I believe in freedom. I believe if someone wants to start a business, they should be able to start a business. You don't have to go to the government to start a business. You want to do something as an artist, you want to build something, fine. But it has to be.
I'm sorry, but you kind of do. You kind of do have to go. Don't you literally, if you want to do like a corporation, an LLC, anything above what like a sole proprietorship, right? You do literally have to go, which is most of the ways that businesses are codified. You literally do have to go to the government. What is he talking about?
Be fair. And right now the problem is that people who are working in this system are not getting enough to get a support their.
Okay, Woozal, Wu Man Zal. Friend Zal Rom Pump Van. What? Oh, Gumich is the scarecrow from Scatterbrook Farm.
Family to get a house, to be able to afford their healthcare bills. That's
tax ID and a business license, I think, is kind of the way that
we need America's next.
It's supposed to work.
Now, when I say this, I understand that the New Deal excluded a lot of the Black South with domestic workers and agriculture workers, so it has to be an inclusive New Deal. But they
demanded that. The Southern politicians demanded that.
They demanded it, and you know history. I mean, A. Philip Randolph and Guy Houston were criticizing FDR, saying no, you.
And that's the realignment, right? If you ever, because Republicans do try to confuse people about history, and particularly on the realignment. The realignment presents a great opportunity for them to trick some of the stupidest people out there. You just point to the Civil War and be like, who was the Confederates? The Democrats? Who was the Union? The Republicans? So it looks like the Democrats, even all the way back then, loved slavery. And so that's what welfare is. Welfare is slavery. It's the new, like, right? I'm not even kidding. And there's people in this country that fucking fall for that shit. There are absolutely people who will fall for that shit. And that's why they say it. But yeah, that's just the realignment. In the New Deal itself, although I don't think the constituencies that got left behind, I don't think that black voters necessarily like turned but yeah, the realignment, is sorry. I'm trying to steelman his position, but I'm gone. Yeah. The Dixiecrats were what the Southern Democratic faction was called, and it was representative of the Democratic Party going back to the Civil War. And it's really after the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act that you have this switch that goes on where the Dixiecrats go from sort of slowly first they try to take over the Democratic Party, but then they move out, they become Republicans, and it's kind of a inflection point. Could not remember the word. It's kind of an inflection point in terms of history, but it's really easy to just, if people don't know about this, they don't know how it happened. it's really easy for a Dinesh D'Souza to come in and kind of claim that, oh, actually, no, there was no realignment. The Democrats got smarter. They were like, we'll use welfare, and we used slavery before, but this time we'll use welfare, right? That's the so yeah.
You gotta have.
Oh wait, I think I got some weasels to read out. I do believe it's weasel time. Splashson with the 5 gifted memberships. Dixiecrats, the last of the Dixiecrats left in 1994 after the GOP revolution. Yeah, there were like members of Congress on the Democratic side that were Dixiecrats, that were segregationists, and that like died off at like Strom Thurmond, was he the Republican? But he had maybe changed, and then there was one other really old racist dude in the Democratic Party. Don Omega, you just got weaseled. TR75, you just got weaseled. Ari Bear 6106, you just got weaseled. Death of Philippel Auguste, you just got weaseled. And S Vance, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to, is it 179? So we're 21 points away from being able to add another hour to the stream, do some more bonus content, and also go back into the Hasan thing, because Hasan did have more to say if people are interested.
Have the hospitality workers included. You got to have the agriculture workers included. You got to.
Thank you, Splashson.
The domestic workers included. FDR said, "No, I can't do it." And then Randolph got FDR to say, "Well, okay, at least if you're going to industrialize America on weapons, we got to hire black people," and that was the compromise. But Houston.
Nom. You caught me in the middle of a bite. Thank you, JRGG, for the 100 bits. That brings us to 180. And stop the stupidity with the 10 big ones. Making it 210. 210. That is a lot of weasels. And I get to read them again. And it actually never gets old. And it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm actually not. I actually do like saying you just got weaseled. Otherwise, I would think of something else to say. Okay. Okay, yeah. This is a lot of weasels. Jalen 12, you just got weaseled. Omni Scientoptics, you just got weaseled. Aloha Kitty, you just got weaseled. All glitched out, you just got weaseled. Wendigo Survivor, you just got weaseled. Ashtree 29, you just got weaseled. Jason T.O., you just got weaseled. Ape Atheosis, I can read words. You just got weaseled. WL Wisme 2, you just got weaseled. Clockwork J, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Oh, hey, you know what else is a good thing? Remembering to add the time before the time runs out. Otherwise, it's going to beep at me. So chat, should I try it? Do we have patience for me to try it all in Thai? Let's see. Nung, song, sam, si, ha, ho, chet, pet, gao, sip, sip at, wait, put those two on, sip at. See, this is what I was worried about. I was like, if I have to count in Thai, what if I don't do what if I don't press the button? I'm trying to press, I gotta press every minute that I add. I gotta press. And I was just at 11. Sip song, sip sam, sip si, sip ha, sip ho, sip chat, sip pet, sip gao, yi sip. Is it Yisip at or Yisip Nung? Yisip at, Yisip Song, Yisip Sam, Yisip Si, Yisip Sa, Yisip Ha, Yisip Ho, Yisip Chet, Yisip Fat, Yisip Gao, Samsip. Let me just do. I'll try it. Samsip Nung, Samsip Song, Samsip Sam, Samsip Si, Samsip Ha, Samsip Hok, Samsip Chet, Samsip Fat, Samsip Gao, Si-sip. Si-sip Nung, Si-sip Song, Si-sip Sam, Si-sip Si, Si-sip Ha, Si-sip Ho, Si-sip Chet, Si-sip Pet, Si-sip Gao, Hasip. Hasip Nung, Hasip Song, Hasip Sam, Hasip Si, Hasip Ha, Hasip Ho, Hasip Chet, Hasip Bet, Hasip Gao, and Hok Sip. That's 60. That is 60, and it took me, I'm going to give you a few extra minutes because it took me a few minutes to get through that. Anyway, I know how to count in Thai up to, like, I need to, like, refresh, but I learned to count up to, like, what, like 1 million? But I don't usually do it. So I had to remind myself that was possible. But thank you so much, Stop the Stupidity, for giving me the impetus to firm up my my number skills in Thai. Yeah, usually numbers are some of the easiest things for me to pick out when I hear a Thai conversation, right? I kind of I zoom in on the, the numbers. I made it. I can't believe I made it. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, we added an hour. So we're gonna watch the rest of this and then catch up on as much Hasan as we can watch.
And Randolph and Bayard Rustin were very critical of FDR. But that doesn't mean that we throw out the basic principle that FDR was for, which is that the economy has to work for everyone. So it's pretty simple. You tax these billionaires, the economic royalists of our time, and you finally have single-payer health care, Medicare for all. You finally have free child care. You finally do free public college. You give people a $25 living wage. You have a new economic bargain in this country. And if you don't do it, this system is going to break because of what you say. People are just going to say the system isn't working for us.
I think the question for me is, okay, so going back to your district, you say you know these people. You've been trying to do this for 10 years. You're only one person that can do it. How do people know? I think the question I would think if I'm listening to you is, okay, so how do we stop it? How do we regulate it? All these ideas are great. You talk about this New Deal, but what is it actually going to take to make it happen? We understand what the problem is. We understand who holds the wealth. We understand who doesn't. But how do we actually realize the things that you were talking about? What would be the thing with that?
We got to elect bold progressives to the House and the Senate and to the presidency who are actually going to stand not just for platitudes, but for a concrete policy agenda. And to me, that is start with taxing the billionaires, because that's where you're going to get revenue. Start with ending these foreign wars. No wars in Iran. I mean, for the cost of the war in Iran, we could have had free childcare, free college. I
do want to hear more candidates talking about this, relating the war to cost of living.
Get into the broader issue of morality. I don't want to say I'm for no aid to Israel, but I'm not going to pretend that $3 billion is going to pay for everything else. I think we need to have no aid to Israel on moral reasons. But the no wars would pay for a lot of this. And then you start to get votes. I mean, I don't understand why, if we take the House of Representatives, we wouldn't have a vote on Medicare for all, on free child care, on free public college. Start to have votes. And actually run on a progressive agenda.
Well, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries.
He's forcing the vote.
Vote for Medicare for all.
No, I respectfully disagree with him. I'm in the Congress. I understand the role. I believe once we take back the House, we need to have votes on Medicare for all. We need to have votes on free childcare. We need to build, and people they come on here, they say, we need a bold agenda. We need a transformational agenda. And calling for boldness without the specifics is just an exercise in branding.
Yeah.
I have no interest in just branding. I have no interest in messaging. I want the substance. I want the freedom budget that A. Philip Randolph, Bayard Rustin, and Dr. King fought for. That's not, people say, oh, this is white populism, prairie populism. No, actually, it came from the black freedom struggle. The most progressive policies came out of that freedom budget. Look at what they wanted. They wanted free health care for everyone, single payer. They wanted a jobs program, a federal jobs program with good wages. They were against militarism. They were against the Vietnam War and the defense budgets. Reverend Jackson ran on a lot of that. Why has that never happened? And so you get all these politicians, they're saying, I want transformation. Are you going to be for the freedom budget? Are you going to be for those?
This is some history. I really need to do some work and try to resurface. Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition. Jesse Jackson ran for president in 1984. I think the Democrats, from what I've seen, had a pretty strong negative reaction. They blamed, I believe, the primary, right, for the loss ultimately of Walter Mondale in 1984. And so, just this is the inception of third way neoliberalism, right? These are the people, right? The people that reacted to the to Jesse Jackson's movement so negatively, blamed it, are the people that started us down this this train track of neoliberalism.
Principles,
or I mean, it was you could go back to Carter as well, but
let me ask you this too. You believe in AI. You're a defender of AI.
Well, no, I have been very critical. I've been
regulation, right?
Regulation, but also, I've been for I just had a town hall in Vegas where we were for the workers over AI. So I have said, have a pause on the data centers.
Okay.
I have said no data centers in residential communities or farmland.
Okay.
I have said that you tax the AI and tax the robots because they shouldn't be taking jobs. I've gotten in a disagreement with governor in my state and governors in other states saying that trucks should have truck drivers and being for Teamsters over Tesla. That's been vetoed twice in this state. I mean, we need to be standing and protecting work in this country.
That's what I was going to ask you. So you believe in, based off of what you just said, you believe in the expansion of AI and data centers if there is some sort of regulation or communities vote to include them within their community.
I am for them not being shoved down the throats of communities so communities can say no. But regardless, I'm for a ban on them in residential communities and farmland. There's plenty of space in this country. There are plenty of deindustrialized places and industrial sites. We don't need to put them in residential communities, taking people's water, driving up electricity costs. Now, if a community is fine with it and it's away from the residential community where it's not going to affect.
So again, a lot of what he signaled to is a fairly, trying to occupy the left track, if you will, in the upcoming presidential election. Assuming he runs, he said he's going to make his decision on or around Thanksgiving, maybe after Thanksgiving. But I mean, you can see places where there's little carve-outs like that, right? You've got Republicans endorsing data center moratoriums in places like Texas and Michigan. I'm not sure if you'll see that. I mean, you've seen some sort of at least a signal towards being anti-data centers in Wisconsin, and this is gonna. This is the thing that if the Democrats, fail to get the House, but fail to take the Senate, or somehow fail to take the House, even, this is going to be why. It's going to be how slow they moved on data centers versus how quickly Republicans were to just be like, hey, this is just one industry, and plus we don't have to keep to our promises after the election. let's just be anti-AI before the election, and then we can change back afterwards and go from there.
The water or prices, then they should have the right to say that. But there got to be terms of agreement. Where are these tech companies? Are they investing in the schools? Are they investing in the communities? Are they investing in job creation? They say, oh, we created a data center, created jobs. Great. But what else are you doing? And so it's got to be a reciprocal agreement. And I know what problem people have right now is that they see all the wealth piling up in the hands of folks in my district, and these data centers are taking. They're taking the water, they're taking the land, and the communities aren't benefiting. And many times these governors have fast-tracked it to just shove them down the throats of communities.
Another thing that people see is that no one that seems to be pro-AI can make a compelling case about how it increases human productivity and actually helps people. It seems as if what's happening is two things. Number one, an economic Ponzi scheme at the top of our economy between these companies, Alphabet, well, like whatever you want to name, right? To where they're working with each other. And that's not enriching people, right? There are actually almost two economies, one which is failing and the other one which is based upon this almost just increasingly speculative bubble that is bound to burst, right? So that
and a fairly useless technology.
That's a economic playground that you can't play on.
Like even some of the things that early on people were claiming as being, these are really good use cases for AI, like programming, turn out to come up with a big downside, and that being that it's impossible to sort of build on something that that no one understands, a piece of software that no one understands the way that it works.
Play in, shall I say? And then even if it worked, what you would get would be like just almost dystopian levels of automation that would cost you your job. So people are like, why? What's the point? Like, okay, so I'm already working.
Like, it feels like a wallet inspector scam, doesn't it? Like, it feels like something that should not have worked, right? For them to be like, oh yeah, we got this thing called AI. Yeah, it might end human life on the planet Earth. It might also, I guess it could, best case scenario, it takes your job. Worst case scenario, it creates like a mirror virus that kills off all of humanity, right? You'd think that the answer would be a pitchfork and a torch in the face of the person proposing such a technological, a tech tree turn
for a wage that.
But instead, people are just like, oh, I don't know, maybe can it pretend to be my girlfriend?
My government refuses to guarantee they won't go up on the minimum wage because that hurts the capitalist class too much. And my promise is a data center that makes my life worse in service of automation for my job that will then render me worthless in this capitalist society. So the whole question would be, what's the fucking point in the first place? Why? Why would anybody be pro AI?
Well, you're right. I mean, I am. That's why I've said our first priority should be to defend the jobs. That's why we should have regulations saying trucks should have truck drivers, that employees should have bargaining about how the technology is used. Now, if the technology is used to enhance medicine or workers, can we use AI to help discover some cure for cancers? Sure, for rare diseases. Do I use ChatGPT sometimes? Because you may ask me a question on HBCUs, and I was like, I forgot. Right? I've been thinking to myself, well, what is the total endowment? Is it $2 billion or $4 billion? Probably when I go out, I'll put it in ChatGPT. I'll get an answer.
Oh, yes, Miss Anek. This is people do trust AI way too much, and there's a great example of it. Like, yeah, I'll ask AI. That's how to figure it out. Yeah, and just if you could we just have it replace the Google search? Yeah, there we go. The Google search was working too well anyway, right? People weren't spending enough time on the site. We got to invite the uncertainty of AI into the process.
Fine. but it's not eliminating my job. And the reason that
it's just telling you hallucinatory numbers and you're trusting them, Ro.
AI is being eliminating jobs is who controls
Did you ask it how many R's are in strawberry?
AI? That's the question. Right now, the control of AI is in the hands of these tech billionaires, and they're out there telling us what they want to do. We're not guessing. They're saying we want 30, 40% unemployment. And what I'm saying is that the decisions of AI needs to be democratic. It should be the workers saying, okay, you want to do AI? Well, you're not going to be able to replace workers with it. You want to do technology that's going to make our life easier? Fine. But we get more free hours. We get a share in the profits. And you better not be laying.
Yo, it's almost like you're wishing that there was something that the workers could use to claim a little bit of that equity, like a little bit of ownership of the, what would you call them? The things that you use to make money, like the means of I don't know, production. It's almost like you see, this is the problem. This is the problem. I mean, I do think that the technology of AI is way overblown and its limitations are showing up. They're not really getting past those. It does have certain use cases that it's valuable for. It's going to be used for those. But yeah, it's being jammed down our throats on anything and everything. And there's a lot of things that really just do not benefit from AI being inserted into the workflow. That's not to say that there won't be someday a automation technology that does replace many, if not all, jobs. And yeah, if that happens, we better damn well be sure that we've got some stake in that. We've got some ownership, like that the working class does not just have this precarious situation where we're relying on we're relying on a line item on somebody's budget that they constantly want to reduce, the place that they look to squeeze the most, right? And then the other place that in terms of the products we buy from them and the profit margin on those. But yeah, we're kind of getting fucked over on both ends of it. The means of production, yeah, that sounds a little radical, but it's funny how he just kind of stumbles upon that. Anyway, that's not what he's trying to say, Chad. He's not for seizing the means, but he is again. Unfortunately, this is one of the further left candidates that has gotten into the presidential race that is being talked about as a candidate in the 2028 race. So, you're kind of it's reminding me of the California primary. You've got a kind of dearth of talent, a dearth of excitement, and a lot more, honestly, like a lot more, establishment politicians than are really popular with the base.
Off anyone, and that needs to be regulation. But I think that you need people who are going to be willing to stand up to these tech billionaires who understand the technology and are going to say, but we're on the side of the workers. And that's my argument of what I've been.
He did give a nod to to sort of like his pitch to the capitalist out there was like, hey, we need to change this stuff, otherwise it's not going to work. He didn't specify what this not working actually means, but if it's anything like the original New Deal, I mean, that primary focus on that was saving capitalism from itself, making it kinder and gentler, softening the edges, and getting the public on board with that instead of what was nipping at FDR's heels, which was socialism and communism. In fact, his vice president during the first term was such a socialist.
Been doing in Silicon Valley. They ran someone against me. They put up
and they swapped him out with Harry Truman.
$1 million and ran someone against me.
The whole world could have gone differently, Chad, if it had been Wallace that took over from FDR instead of Truman.
Because I called to tax him, and because I'm not seen as friendly towards AI, and it's not that I'm a anti-technology. I just want to make sure that the technology is benefiting workers and families and not benefiting the capital class.
Broad question, and because I have to ask you this, and then we can move off this because we could do the capitalism thing. I'm in a mode right now. We could do the capitalism thing.
Are you a democratic socialist or no?
Yeah,
you are.
Here we go.
Actually, I'm almost past that.
Here we go.
At this point, I cannot see any reason for anyone to espouse for this late stage capitalism that we're in right now.
But let me ask you this: by democratic socialism, do you mean social democracy, or do you mean, which is basically people can still have businesses, they can still have private enterprise, but we have a strong social safety net of healthcare, childcare, public education, or do you really mean that we collectively should own all of the means of production in the country?
I'm the former.
So it's so funny how he can actually signal that. Like, that was implicit in what he said, Chad. And I was wondering, do you realize that you're kind of tiptoeing close to means of, production discussion here? Like, when what you want, a stake that would give the public the right, not the privilege, not the the possible policy, but the right to a UBI, it would be incumbent. The only way that you're going to force that, the only way that the workers are going to have the leverage to get that is going to be through, seizing the means, right? But there he is. You're not one of these seize the means of productions guy. The solution to your goddamn quandary is seize the means. It's crazy that he doesn't see it. Actually, it's not that crazy. Well, there's someone once said about it's very easy for a man not to see that which is in his financial interest to be able to continue to ignore.
So I'll tell you one thing. I actually think that question is bullshit.
Okay.
and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
So 2 reasons. So let's start, just so we don't give people too much, let's just nibble at dignity.
Yeah.
Since dignity is impossible. Let's nibble at dignity. Let's say healthcare, education, housing, and hunger.
Yeah.
Let's just say those things.
Okay.
Right. Let's just nibble at it, because I think most Americans could agree on that. As far as your life not being extracted for the wealth of 1,000 people in the country, it doesn't seem like we can get to that right now.
Yeah.
The reason why it doesn't seem like we could get to that, I mean this with affection, is because it seems like you guys are them. So if you are in office and you're calling yourself a capitalist, well, then you, by definition, align with the capitalist class. And there is only certain ways to control a wolf. Like, a wolf hunts, a wolf eats, a wolf gets blood on its fangs.
Yeah.
And so you can try to make a wolf sort of look for different prey, or try to fill it, or try to, but in the nature of the system that we're in right now is to extract wealth and dignity out of people and leave them scrounging around for their dignity in other places. What I would want in a perfect world, and I understand this, would be there to be humanist, like actual candidates that think, okay, I'd fight the capitalist class because I care more about a hungry child than I do about free enterprise. That we're not going to always lead when we have these conversations about what's good for business, because what's good for business is good for us. That's obviously a lie. That's ahistorical. That's a lie. Now, what I would say is there was a time when that was true, where productivity, living standards, all of those things were increased. But now we're looking at that actually going backwards. The life expectancy changing, infant mortality changing, health declining. We're getting stupider, right? We're less educated than we've ever been. Almost everything that has to do with our personal dignity, late stage capitalism is like robbing us of that. But our politicians are still avowed capitalists. It seems like there's nobody actually advocating for us.
Well, I hear a lot of that. First of all, I'm not for the capital.
Michael Freitag, I am very suspicious of anyone who promotes Van Latham. Yeah, look, I was going to promote this guy, but the check hasn't cleared, to be honest, so I guess let's shit on him instead. No, actually, I don't know much about this podcaster. He's got Ro Khanna on, and Ro Khanna has just signaled that he's going to make a decision about his potential presidential run in 2028 on or around Thanksgiving. So that's my main reason for checking this out.
Capitalist system that is there today, and I'm saying that when you look at a free enterprise system, it needs to have.
I mean, I'm happy that he's holding Khanna's feet to the fire on capitalism. It's nice to actually have some pushback on that argument for once, but I don't know much else about Van Latham.
Spheres that are totally apart from it. Healthcare is one of those areas. This is why I'm for Medicare for all. I think we got to get rid of the profit system when it comes to people's health. So you shouldn't have people's cancer, people's heart disease commodified and having people making hundreds of millions or billions of dollars who are insurance executives. We should have healthcare as a human right, and that should be outside the system of capitalism. When it comes to making sure that people have education, that should be outside this system of capitalism for public colleges. So it's a mixed economy. But what I fundamentally believe is actually that would long-term be good for America's economy and economic growth. It just won't be great for the small capital class.
Right.
And it would have broad-based economic prosperity. And we had that kind of a capitalistic system we were moving towards it in the 1950s and 1960s, not for everyone. Obviously, there was racial segregation and there was discrimination against immigrants. But we should have that kind of a broad-based enterprise system where certain things are beyond the profit motive.
One last question for me on AI. If the people who created...
So, I mean, it is a pretty open SOCDEM stance that he's taken there, but with a lot of, like, I believe in capitalism kind of rhetoric thrown in there to boot. I would say that he would do better to hold Van Latham's feet to the fire. He's much more of a capitalist groveling puppet.
AI and control AI. The goal...
Then what, Ro Khanna?
For them was to have productivity that's cheaper and faster. Then how is it that...
But then again, like as I say, he's, signaling SOCDEM there without really wanting to embrace anything of the label. I will say there's a lot of... SOCDEM is a spectrum, right? You've got people that want like a few parts of the economy to be sort of taken out of the private sector, and you've got people that want almost everything of importance, at least, right, to be taken out of the private sector, and then some kind of niche type industries, I guess, to be the only thing that is operates like that.
We're going to get them to now use this tool for the complete opposite thing that they never intended to do. Doesn't it feel...
Yeah, I'm looking for this Dean Withers stuff for you, chat. We're at 40 minutes now. Maybe I should switch over. Well, is there more good? There were people in here excited about this podcast. I'm wondering where they are. Because there's not, I mean, there's rough timestamps here. There's not like specific timestamps. Let's see how long they stick with the capitalism discussion, and then maybe we'll switch after that. Because I'm grabbing the Dean Withers allegations content for you. I want to try to watch Dean's video. He's got like a 3-minute video that's just like his synopsis of what he has to say about the allegations. I saw, what is his name? Like Denki. Oh my god, I can't remember this guy's name. He's got like multiple channels. One of them is Shepherd Boy, Denki Jabo. Sorry, I cannot pronounce shit right now. Has a fairly long video. I don't think we'll have time for. The Jam looks like they did a segment on Dean Withers. So maybe we'll take a look at what Dean Withers has to say, and then what the Jam had to say. But yeah, let's get done with this capitalism discussion first. And if I have time, chat, I'll try to wheel back to the Hasan content, because I know I kind of left that abruptly. It just we hit double bonus territory after I had started the bonus content, so it kind of puts me in an interesting place. But it just reminds you, if you're only here for the regular content, just remember the regular content could. There could be another segment after the bonus. I just want to make sure that I cover these bonus topics for people. It's kind of
impossible.
Well,
kind of a promise I make every day. If we hit 200, I do 2 bonus items. If we hit 100, I do 1.
It's impossible if we don't regulate it and we don't give workers control over it. and we don't have
there's a woke part. That's kind of what I wanted to see. That's the brunt of what God damn, I'm interested in this capitalist conversation because they are at least trying to, push back. Like a lot of times when somebody is like, well, capitalism is the best system and we just need to get back to the good capitalism. Now we do the bad capitalism. But before we did the really good capitalism and we really, tickled the feet of the rich with our, top, top income tax rate. Right. We really gave them a little tickle on their pinky toes, on their feetsies. We really
policy, right? So one thing we should do is tax AI, tax robots. Right now, you want to hire someone, you bring someone on here, you got to
tax anything that pisses me off. How about that?
Pay their healthcare insurance, and you got to pay their payroll tax. But if you say, no, I just want ChatGPT to do it, you don't have to pay a tax on bringing on a chatbot. So I'd say tax that chatbot so that you
get taxed.
Put a human being on the level. But one of the things we went on a bipartisan delegation to see the Pope. He has I'm of Hindu faith. He's Catholic, but it doesn't matter what your religion is. He has written the most comprehensive humanistic policy on AI of any world leader. I mean, our president.
I thought the Pope was kind of based on like the Pope said something based about AI, and then somehow the AI people got to him, and then he was like, "Oh, actually, we got to do it like this. We got to do the Catholic approved AI. Like this is the good one, though." Right? I felt like more like he kind of sold out. I don't know what that was about. I don't know. I don't follow the Pope. I'm not Catholic. We should probably, let's see. People said there's a woke discourse in here. Let's get to that. Transcript. Where is your wokeness? Where can I find wokeness? Where can I find Brian Griffin? Sorry. I'm still thrown by that shit. I almost want to get back to the Hasan stream just for that. Okay. Oh, look at this. Okay, yeah, straight up. Whoever said all right, here we go. Wait, what? No, here. Wait, did I miss this? Was this? No, it's right here. Okay, I did not. Oh, we were going to get to it anyway. We were right there. That's crazy, chat. I went in to look at the transcript to find where wokeness appears, or woke appears, and we were almost there anyway.
Yes.
Okay. What does woke mean to Rokana?
Woke means understanding American history with a lens of what has happened to people who are black or brown in America.
Gay,
marginalized.
Trans.
So when I say, when I learned history in 10th grade, my favorite teacher,
dancing around
Mr. Longo, and I learned about the New Deal. I did not learn that the New Deal excluded people who were agricultural workers or domestic workers. Not because my teacher was racist, not because my teacher wasn't trying to do a good job, because that's not the history I learned. I became woke when I recognized that the history I had been taught was not the complete picture. I woke up to the fuller picture. That's what I think woke means. It's to have your eyes opened to your blind spots of the stories that we've been told and to understand voices that you may not have accounted for.
Now, give me
So some people are interpreting this as Roe kind of planting his flag to the left of AOC. I mean, this is not him, reigniting all of the debates and the discourse of 2020. But, it's the same question that she was faced with, and he answered it in a more thoughtful way with a greater historical, perspective and with an actual understanding of, and actually responding to like what that term originally meant instead of what, a bunch of chuds have turned it into and a bunch of libs have essentially accepted, right? Is like, oh, wasn't that silly? You know, you thought we could do something about the disproportionate effect of police violence on Black and brown communities. Like that was so silly. That was so woke of us. What were we thinking?
The criticism of that endeavor that you witnessed either socially or culturally, because I completely agree with you. The thing that...
Wait, did I miss this again? What, right before this, he asks, are you woke? And the follow-up is just yes. Understanding of American history.
Is he has written the most comprehensive,
the Pope and the
humanistic.
Yeah, we were literally right there.
AI of any world leader. I mean, our president doesn't read or write, so it's not the American president. North Star. No, we need a different. This is the lesson. And then they had progressive reforms, and they said, no, what we need to do is
unions.
You have unions. We need to.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Anti-technology.
So let's move off of this now. Let me ask you a question directly. Are you woke? Would you describe yourself as woke?
Yes.
Okay. What does woke mean to Rokana?
And he didn't go, I'm more of a woke 2.0 type. Yeah, I mean, there's woke 1.0, and you know, I mean, that has some good things about it, but it went too far. I'm more of a woke 2.0 person. No, he's not doing any of this equivocating. Yeah, it's kind of refreshing. But again, the whole question of Rokana, I think, is like, you know, do you trust him? He is the best politician as far as the skills of politics, and you know, that has a negative and a positive meaning. He is the, you know, he is, I believe, the most strategic maneuverer. I'm trying to make this sound. He's the most strategic player out there on the field right now, right? Whether he'll win or not, it's a open question. He's not polling at the top. He doesn't have the name recognition. And, you know, obviously, he is going to be, you know, if he does end up the candidate, he's going to be fighting against a very racist headwind at the moment. But I do think he has skill. The question is, do you trust him? At the end of the day, is he the guy that was lying to the tech bros all the time, or is he lying to us now? Right? It's a real question, and I don't have the answer to that question yet. But I do think that, you know, his answers on these questions that I think AOC kind of, you know, left herself open on, I do think these are at least more thoughtful.
Woke means understanding American history with a lens of what has happened to people who are Black or brown in America.
Gay,
marginalized,
trans.
So when I say, when I learned history in 10th grade, in my view, was an overreach in that. Not do I believe that?
That's 10 or 15 years. That lends people to be able to weaponize that word as something negative.
Wait, let's hear his whole question.
Has there been any overreach in that in the last 10 or 15 years that lends people to be able to weaponize that word as something negative?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that, you know, if defund the police, in my view, was an overreach in that.
2028 is going to be brutal.
Do I believe that there is racial profiling in police departments? Yes. Do I believe that there's police brutality? Yes. Do I believe we need to understand that what's happening with ICE today and the brutality we're seeing as immigrants is something that Black Americans have faced for generations because of law enforcement used against them? Yes. Does that mean that we don't need police? No, that doesn't.
So yes, I disavow the thing that literally no one was saying, and I reinforce the media narrative that somebody out there was like, you know, what if we just made crime legal? Have you ever seen Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome? You could solve all the disputes in the Thunderdome. You know, you just get a bungee, you get a chainsaw, you go to work on each other, right? Two men enter, two people enter, one person leaves. That's how, you know, that's the future. We don't need cops. We got Thunderdome. Oh my God, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. He's so honest about the whole, you know, the derivation, the origins of woke, what woke actually means. And then he's like, but yeah, let me just also grant this gross right-wing mischaracterization of woke and, you know, imply a slogan means what the right-wing narrative about it says it means, because I'm just going to offer no resistance here. I got no solidarity. I'm another shitty American politician. God damn it.
Doesn't mean that. We still need police. So one can look at things that, in my view, went too far, but not reject the idea of being awake to the realities of historical injustice. Immigration may be another area. You can believe that we need...
Wait. I'm sorry. Immigration is one of the other areas that we need to, like, was a good part of woke, or immigration was another area that we can cave to the Republican viewpoint and say, haha, actually we're relying all along. It was just us Democrats trying to get more votes, but you caught us. History, you know, vindicates the Republicans. Yeah, they were right. The Democrats were just lying. There wasn't a humanitarian issue. There wasn't an issue of fairness. Pathway of citizenship. Smash way to citizenship. Yeah. Fuck that shit. We're all anti-immigrant now. Is that what we're saying? Is that where we're going? What's the score here? What's the...
Secure borders. You can believe that we need secure borders, but still be horrified with what's happening to folks who are undocumented, who are being killed, like Lorenzo Salgado, 52-year-old father of 3 young kids, shot to death for no reason, even though he was a construction worker being in this country. So I think that the problem with this is we can say that there are specific policies where progressive ideas may have gone too far. We don't have to reject the concept of understanding that race matters and understanding that there are blind spots about race. And the reason we shouldn't back away from that is if we back away from that, we're giving a permission structure to what Donald Trump and others want, which is to erase black history, to erase immigrant history, to say, you know, let's just whitewash all of it.
Wait, how did he actually finish up on the immigration thing? That's important.
And even though he was a construction worker, like, you can believe the realities of historical injustice. Immigration may be another area. You can believe that we need secure borders. You can believe that we need secure borders, but still be horrified with what's happening.
How about, do you believe that people can come here and claim asylum if their lives are fucking in danger in their home country? How about, do we respect basic human rights at the border, or do we have some bullshit system where they got to remain in Mexico? That's the question. That's the answer I want to know.
Happening to folks who are undocumented, who are being killed, like Lorenzo Salgado, 52-year-old.
And this whole caving in to the Republicans on the border question makes it harder for you to make a moral standpoint where you actually could have some traction, where Americans are sick and tired of this ICE thug Gestapo, this masked Gestapo. Now they got fucking shocker gloves. They got shocker gloves, chat. Who told these assholes? Can you imagine if you're playing tag with a friend and the friend was like, I got shocker gloves. Like, I mean, no, I shouldn't even joke about that. It's not funny buzz, you know, it's like a taser on the gloves, right? They're just going to be shot. That's going to be their standard operating procedure. They just come up and shock you and ask questions later. And they don't, you know, they like, you know, I am a US citizen in a lot of cases has not been an acceptable answer to these assholes, right? So it's not just people who don't have, you know, their legal status.
Father of 3 young kids shot to death for no reason, even though he was a construction worker being in this country. So I think that the problem with this is we can say that there are specific policies where progressive ideas may have gone too far. We don't have to reject the...
But the policy was you can apply for fucking, you can apply for asylum in the country. You don't have to wait in another country. You can come into the country, make your, and the solution to the problem with that, because, you know, people that follow the issue are going to know there's the problem with that was that people would file for asylum, and then the case logs would back up and up and up and up, and they'd be in the country, sort of like allowed to be here, and without, you know, a trial, without a hearing on their asylum status for a very long time, right? The solution is to fucking hire more judges. Like, how is it so easy to be like, let's hire more cops, and how so hard to be like, let's hire more immigration judges, right? Part of the reason of that is the Democrats would have to fucking grow a spine and go after a policy that the Republicans are going to mischaracterize and oppose them on. And they just have not had the guts to do that, right? The answer to immigration, I swear to God, is pathway to citizenship. If that is fixed, then the supposed chaos at the border goes away.
Concept of understanding that race matters and understanding that there are blind spots about race. And the reason we shouldn't back away from that is if we back away from that, we're giving a permission structure to what Donald Trump and others want, which is to erase black history, to erase immigrant history, to say, you know, let's just whitewash.
To purify America, that is their prerogative that they're on right now.
All of this and tell a lie about our country.
That's a great answer.
I mean, yeah, whitewash America is exactly the right word for it.
I'm going to attack you on defund the police in a second.
Thank God. Somebody should.
I agree more with you with what you're saying, but
Daddy.
I do. If Democrats, because he had to ask the question about defunding the police and your opinion on it, and obviously there's mixed messaging within the party as far as defunding, not defunding. You talked about policy, which is the part, or like not abandoning what the issue is, which is what I agree with. But it seems like there's this disconnect. I brought up Hakeem Jeffries. He's like, doesn't believe in Medicare for all. He's like, that's not the issue that he's behind or he's pushing forward. If Democrats do retake Congress in the fall, what is the first bill that you feel like is worth fighting for or for passing? Because it does seem like, I mean, he would be the leader. You're not on the same page. And I believe you said something along the lines of most Democrats are for this.
Yeah.
So what would be the thing that you would push forward if there is this disconnect?
Well, look, I'm going to fight with everything I have to get to the caucus to the point where we have votes on Medicare for all and we have hearings on Medicare for all. So I'm not giving up on that. But I would say right out of the gate, we should restore the Medicaid funding. We should increase the taxes on the very wealthy to restore the funding.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of the answers he's giving are the right answers, right? These are, in other words, the answers I would advise a political candidate to give if I was on their team.
Medicaid, which is crippling rural hospitals, taking away funding from working class and poor Americans. We should increase the.
But the issue with Roe is like his inconsistency and really the question of trust. It is a very good question, you know, whether or not to trust this guy.
I believe it's got to go up.
I think he's got the skills. You know, I think he's a very confident politician. I just again, it's hard to get a read on this guy.
$25 an hour by 2032, and there's a bill Anna Lilia has to do that, but push at least to get that wage increased. We should get paid family leave. I mean, we still don't have paid family leave in this country. So those are a few things we should do right away. One of the things I hate in the political conversation is they say, well, are you going to hold the Trump administration accountable, or are you going to pass an agenda to improve the lives of the country? Why can't we do both? Why can't we subpoena the people who doged this nation and hold the ICE officers who are killing Americans and undocumented immigrants accountable, and hold the corruption accountable, and have hearings in the Judiciary Committee and Oversight Committee, and every day pass an agenda of what we're going to do to help the American people? It's not either or. In fact, the corruption crisis is part of the reason we have an affordability crisis. So we've got to do both. We've got to hold the corruption accountable, and we've got to pass bills every day that we're saying we're going to improve the lives of Americans.
So you described, I think this happens a lot of times when people are talking about particularly defunding the police, because you say that was an overreach. I actually understand what you mean in terms of the way that sounds to a lot of Americans. But I think underneath what happened is why it feels like an overreach, because you described abolishing the police. So like when you say defund the police, what people then think is, okay, no police.
Right.
Right? That is not what that is. Right? So like what defunding the police is I'm looking right here now, we have a $3.5 billion police budget in Los Angeles. We have around an $800 million budget for homelessness, right? So when people say defund the police, what they're talking about is maybe the police don't need tanks, and maybe the police don't need, maybe they can go with a couple of less helicopters or specialized Israeli training or like whatever that is, right? To take some of that money and then either establish things that are directly resulting in public safety. Shout out to Philip McHarris, by the way, who is younger than me, but one of my big homies on this issue. Now, Philip,
the more
I've ever, so he would say abolish the police, perhaps. But what defunding the police does is
look, the more this question gets followed up on with like hey, actually, what do you think about the actual policy of defund the police as it actually is? Not Thunderdome, not crime is legal, not the purge. No, the actual policy. What do you think about that? Like that, the more that this can get asked, the better, and the more that you're gonna have to see some kind of synthesis with what he just said, and maybe what he's gonna say now. I don't know. Let's give him a chance.
Invest into a community, right? And when you reinvest into that community, you get better outcomes for that community, and you get less negative outcomes from that community being over-policed. Now, abolishing the police is like Scarlet Witch with the mutants. No more police.
Yeah.
Right? So I think a lot of times in mainstream political discussions, defunding the police was described as abolishing the police, which is the reason why so many people recoiled from it. So many people said, well, we need the police. Nobody's saying.
I don't even think abolishing the police is like that. It means replacing the fucking institution. Right. And if you're not for replacing the institution, you are going to put up with some level, you're going to tolerate some level of racism. You're going to tolerate some level of unnecessary violence, because what you're doing is you're leaning into a employment program for high school bullies that fell off after high school. You are leaning into empowering some petty tyrants that are going to cause you trouble. Right. If you cannot think of a better version of that institution, with the commandment to protect and serve, you cannot not imagine an institution actually undertaking that mission instead of making a goddamn mockery of it, because it is what it is. It is the descendant of a descendant institution of slave patrols and of anti-union thugs, and it's always going to act like that. You literally have to change the institution. That's what abolish is about. Abolish is also not crime is legal.
And get rid of all the police except for my abolishment people, and they know who they are, right? What people were saying was that these budgets have gone crazy, and at the other end of these budgets, what we see is a police department that is not interested in public safety. They're highly militarized, and they're interested in what seems more like this almost fascistic order, right? And when you run afoul of that, they fucking kill you. And so might we live in a world where we could train or imagine a different modality of public safety that wasn't that? That's defunding. Abolishing is we don't need the police anymore.
Can I just say that too, though, that I think that, and to your point with what, and Van acknowledged it, like what you were saying, is that the term, not even just in political discussions or conversations like this.
Yeah, to protect and serve is not a complete sentence. Yeah, to protect and serve who? And I think we know what the answer is with this particular institution.
Had a spectrum, and that became a problem. There were people who would say, defund the police, get rid of the police, like just in casually talking. The way you explained it, absolutely right. But the way it went as far as people, whether they were protesting, not everybody, but just some people.
Okay, so this is going to become a debate between them. I don't
just threw out there that had a variety of meanings, which is where the messaging got lost in it all. You're right. That is the terminology of it.
Fact. But this is the reason why. This is the reason why, Comrade Rachel.
Because I'm moving more left.
She's moving left. This is the reason why we would need the Ro Khannas, the Kamala Harrises, and the people like that to make sure that we're not taking a lot of these activists and people that we trust in our communities and letting the right use them as punching bags for saying something that they did not say.
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, it's not my place in any way to police the language of activists.
Right.
And what I don't want our party to do, which is why I said I am woke and I respect activists, is to punch the activists who are not in office, who don't have a title, who are doing this simply because they care about their community. We shouldn't be punching them to kind of show that, oh, we're reasonable and winning votes. And I have.
But you just did that.
I have no tolerance for that.
Right. You just did that.
I have a different role in my view. I got to take any.
Is he? I can't tell, chat. Is he slick or is he dense? Maybe a little bit of both. I can't tell. I legitimately can't tell.
Policy that there is, and convince people in my district, a majority of my district, that this is common sense policy. So if I use a different and what I would say in my district's view, a precise way of how I talk about it, if I say, look, we need to make sure that police don't have militarized like equipment. We need to make sure that police aren't acting in rogues ways like you see now ICE acting. We need to make sure that when there is someone who is homeless or has a mental health issue, the first interaction may be a community.
I mean, it's looking like he knows what the actual policy is. He just doesn't have the guts to actually say it. And if just asked in a random situation, he's gonna be like, yes, no, of course, the stupid protesters and their defund the police. I like police because I'm not in favor of crime. And the police stop crime. Yeah.
Community-oriented intervention rather than an...
He's evolving, but he's not Charizard yet. He's still Charmeleon.
...escalatory intervention. And in some cases, that may mean that actually you have more police officers of different kinds, or it may mean that you have different specialties. And we're talking about what kind of police force is most just and best for public safety. And if I say it that way...
How about public servants? How about like well-educated, well-trained public servants with a real stake in the community? How about that?
I'm probably going to build more consensus. That doesn't mean that I go and say, well, look at that radical who's out there using a different language, because they may mean what you're...
I don't know, chat. I mean, this is where we're going to have to leave it, because I got to give you bonus content. I got to at least give you Dean's side of the story. So like I said earlier, Dean Withers has been accused of the R word, right? And he's been accused by a Twitter account. Whoa.
From losing a goddamn internet argument that they try to stir up.
Just a second. We also got the jam discussion on this. Let me give you Dean's side of the story first. Yeah, aggressing the... Oh my God, it literally says grape. What a timeline we are in. What a timeline we are in. So yeah, prepare, chat. Dean Withers is a TikToker, so there's going to be some algo speak. Obviously, grape does not mean grape. You just take off the G to find out what's actually being discussed here. These allegations were made against him by a Twitter account that is posting, well, first of all, someone else's pictures, and second of all, like a lot of AI slop. So in other words, kind of looks like not a real person is accusing him. Let's see. Let's get his side of the story first, and then we'll see what the jam has to say.
A Trump supporter stole the identity of an innocent 13-year-old girl to falsely accuse me of rape with supporting evidence of poorly botched fake DMs in an attempt to illegitimately deplatform me. In response, the 13-year-old whose identity was stolen made a video calling out the false accuser and anybody peddling these lies using her photos.
Yeah, so the person that was the account said that they were showed up and was like, "Hey, that's not me. I'm not making these accusations. Please, why the fuck am I?" Like the person whose picture I think was used, like, you know, found out about this because she was getting, you know, people were asking her about it, and she's like, wait a minute, this is not me.
Stating that she's been getting harassed and bombarded with messages. An innocent 13-year-old girl. As we speak, not all, but millions of Republicans across the internet have continued to knowingly peddle this false allegation and could what only be described as an attempt to get me killed or to get me to myself, leading to the police calling me, informing me of a bomb threat, and the continued visceral harassment of the innocent little girl who had her identity stolen. Let's unpack this. First and foremost, this TikTok account, under the name of Emily, accused me of rape. They posted this fake DM to prove their allegation. The account posted 2 screenshots of the same faked DMs, for the purpose being that in the second screenshot, they're scrolled further down the page to also include my response. We know that they're fake because in the first screenshot above their message, there is an included date and time. In the second screenshot above that same message, there is not an included date and time. The only explanation for this inconsistency is that the screenshots are fake. The account also claimed to be a young girl, posting many photos such as these to make their allegations seem more believable. This girl is not accusing me of rape. She had her identity stolen by this account. She made a video to clear this up.
So tonight, I was looking through my TikTok comments and I find some comments saying that someone's impersonating me and using my photos to accuse someone, Dean Withers, of sexual assault.
Oh my god, music. No! I always forget this about YouTube Shorts and TikTok. Music is not my friend. They will play copyrighted stuff.
I found this 4 days ago on TikTok. On this photo, you can see there's a little scribble because as you can see.
Come on, can we please get?
I'm now getting multiple DMs and comments.
Even in light of the fact that this allegation is obviously fake, not only hurting me as the victim of them, but also the innocent little girl whose identity was...
See, again, Dean's presentation, it's weird to me. Maybe this is normal for TikTok. I don't know. He's like off. But that being said, the allegations, the proof, the receipts are off, right? This looks like a very much fake thing. And yeah, there's a bunch of right-wing accounts still. Look, there's ones that'll straight up like try to be like, no, there's really something there. There's really like he really did something to like he R-worded someone, right? There's people that'll do that, and then there's other people like Bearing. I just saw a Bearing video, if you remember the PNG tuber Bear jackass account that used to exist in like 2016 or something. Well, it's back, and they made a video essentially saying, well, maybe or Dean didn't do a rape, but he said believe women. If we believed women, we'd have to, he should be, he should still be called a rapist, even though, I don't know. It's just, it's weird stuff. It's false accusations of hypocrisy. And, but yeah, that being said, like, I mean, he's not doing himself a lot of good with just like this overload, this 13-year-old innocent girl, innocent minor girl, innocent, like, I don't know. There's something really off about his presentation. That being said, I don't think he's guilty. It does not seem like he's guilty. It does seem like this is a, op to try to get apparently a very popular TikTok debater, canceled. So
was stolen to make them, many Trump supporters haven't cared. MAGA influencers like the older millennial Asmongold and thousands of others
Asmongold
peddle these false
Asmongold's being dishonest? No.
Allegations across social media so hard to the point that for the last 48 hours straight, this has been a top news story on Twitter, amassing over 50,000 posts of mostly Republicans calling me a rapist. For those,
I mean, I'm just guessing that he is actually like just he's been, like that he doesn't like being called a rapist by like 1,000 people, even if it's obviously dishonest, even if it's obviously fake. I think it has gotten to him. It's anyway, it's a weird video, but
some even on the right that have made videos condemning these false allegations. Thank you. You know who you are. This is the guy that cried for Charlie Kirk. So Dean Withers is kind of a weird dude to begin with. Speaking of beginnings, let's begin to watch the GM podcast, because they've got a take on this Dean Withers situation. I haven't been following this chat, so maybe I'll learn. Maybe they have
some shit and literally try to end your career, get you locked up.
All right.
I see first, it was crazy because before the allegations came out, there was this like trend with Dean Withers where like motherfuckers would go on his live because he does debates and stuff on live. People would go on his live and purposely like run the bath water. Dean would be like, "Yo, so what do you support Trump?" And then they'll be in a bathtub or bathroom and be like, "No," and it'd be like an echo. It'd be loud as hell. He was like, "Are you in your bathroom?" He'd be like, no, I'm not in my bathroom. And you hear the water splashing in the background. Just bullshit. Why? Yeah, he'd kick them from the live, and it would be like a fluctuate of people just doing the same shit.
So it's like a way that they like Rickroll or poop sock Dean kind of.
Just trolling the fuck out.
They be coming out. They be like, "Yeah, I don't support Trump," and then 10 seconds go by. We are Charlie. They were spamming the "We are Charlie"
trolling this nigga. So recently,
yeah, there's something about Dean where I can see people trolling him a lot.
I went on there.
Oh my God, we got 2 minutes left.
And then I think it was when it first kicked off. He was on live, and he was like, "Okay, so somebody in the chat is accusing me of raping somebody."
Wait, that's how the accusation dropped from a chatter? That's crazy.
And then it was a whole bunch of people trying to point it out, and he was like, "Okay, so we're just gonna get to the bottom of this right now." And then he was showing the screenshots of what the person was posting on their TikTok, and he was pointing out how like the times don't even match up with the screenshots, the width or whatever of the text was not lining up with how an actual DM looks like on TikTok, whatever.
Because the person made fake DMs.
Exactly. The person made fake DMs, right? So it gets worse because, like, he's digging into this person. He realizes that, number one, I've never sent this person a message before. Number two, it's like, it was weird. It was like the account just kind of like popped up out of nowhere. Come to find out, it was a random Republican nigga that be on live debates with everybody. Random Republican nigga.
Okay, no, so I can't totally sign off on this yet. I think I've heard this. This is what Dean thinks, right? There's a person on TikTok, a underground debater, I believe Dean. Which is great that there's underground debaters. Did we have underground debaters on Twitch, chat? Were there any underground debaters? Anyway, there's underground debaters on TikTok, apparently. This guy was one of them, and I don't know. It sounds like he was jealous or something, or didn't get on with Dean, or somehow felt slighted. That's Dean's, theory. I don't know if he's got any proof of it, right? Because, people will... in these sorts of situations, people will start to be like, what if it's this person? It's very easy to convince yourself that like, it's gotta be this person. So I don't know if I, especially being like, he does seem to be affected by it. Like he seems, I don't know. I don't watch Dean a lot, right? But it just, he's like when he says he hasn't got sleep, I kind of believe him, right? He kind of seems like, he might be a little sleep deprived. He kind of seems like this might have affected him, and you could understand it. It's a pretty gross allegation.
Stole a 13-year-old's identity to accuse this nigga of raping him.
Nigga.
Whoa. They went and found like a 13-year-old.
A random 13-year-old page.
I seen the picture, some random girl, and it mind you, again, this is a child.
Literally screenshotted it off like her highlights.
Yeah. The 13-year-old girl then came out and was like, "Yo, Dean did not do this to me. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Somebody stole my identity to do this. Don't believe that bullshit. I never met this. Don't do this shit."
Whoa. Wow.
You know what all these bitch ass Republicans came out?
Older millennial,
Joel, Big Tooth Patrick.
Joel Patrick.
Didn't the stank do it too?
Ooh,
One in chat if you recognize any of these names.
Gold, yeah, he came out.
Asmongold, okay, that one doesn't count. That one's easy.
Off Twitch for saying he should, like, the migrant mothers, fathers, and kids should be killed.
Yeah, like, okay.
Yeah, he just got banned up.
His favorite candidate got fucked on. James
Fishback.
In the
he lost.
Republic, he lost to Byron Donalds, that in Florida.
Both.
James Fishback was like the Groypers, like still got over 100,000 votes, mind you. Like he's a Holocaust denier, Nazi nigga. Asmongold that was backing him.
That's not anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Don't-
Okay, so she's 17 now, but the pictures they stole were from when she was 13.
Yeah, he got like maybe 10% of the vote or some shit got fucked on. But
whole ass nigga.
Yeah, so these are the type of niggas. So they were doing media storm on this nigga saying you did this to the 13-year-old. Mind you, all you niggas should be sued for defamation. If I'm that nigga, I'm crashing.
No.
If I'm that nigga,
I'm
crashing.
Dean Withers,
I'm crashing.
I'm going to come up on a generational bag.
Generational bag.
Because there were a lot of Republicans that kind of put their names to these allegations and went full hog on them, right?
Because the damage is already done.
The damage is done, and they want to do it because these niggas are mad that Dean.
But the question is, are they going to be able to find the TikTok account, right? They said that there was a TikTok account that made the accusations first. Are they going to be able to find whoever's behind the Twitter and the TikTok? Are they even the same person, right? That's, but yeah, obviously the people that put their name to this shit, yeah, that was a bad move. I think Dean does, I mean, I don't know how much you make as a TikTok debater, but from what I've heard, Dean's doing well for himself. He's, very popular figure.
Obviously makes them look bad. His whole thing is debating right wingers. And the thing is about these people is that they're animals and that they're evil. I remember being a nigga on TikTok who was doing debates, and I had DMs faked about me. These two white dudes went on their page.
My God.
They launched
My blood's going to boil.
They launched it like it was like a you dig, and they was gonna get off with it. It's this bitch named Garrett Videos at the time, and he was like a shit propagandist, right wing on Trump 2020 type nigga back in that era. They made a video about how California is doing reparations and they're racist and they're making white people pay for it. The article said there was a study in the Congress in California about how they could possibly do a reparation proposal. It wasn't what he said. I called the nigga out for it. The nigga got mad. The nigga tried to go back and forth with me. He was like, you're a commie, you're a socialist, literally just brain dead shit. I was just trolling the nigga. I'm laughing at the nigga. I'm like, that's what you're saying because you don't have an argument. Your shit, Wake up, go to sleep. Wake up the next morning. Random white with 100K on TikTok. This creator, JJ, told Garrett Videos to kill himself. They put up screenshots, fake DMs, me telling him, yeah, go kill yourself, you fucking da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Never text.
You can actually relate to waking up with a very large stream with your name in the title.
This nigga one time in my life.
When I tell you, it might have had been like 4 people that like conjured up this thing to like take this nigga down.
Yep, and I start get DMs like, I can't believe you told him da-da-da. I immediately didn't even breathe for like 5 hours before I made videos. Me and this nigga got the metadata to show that we never contacted this nigga on his account.
Bro,
like
I remember this.
We went live. We showed like, look, we downloaded the Instagram data.
Yeah, it shows unedited.
It shows unedited. If you try to backspace, do anything, backspace, add the letter back, it will always say edited at the top. It was unedited. This is the DMs that these niggas had. None.
They just made it up.
There was no DMs.
Eventually,
you typed in a nigga name and it didn't pop up.
Eventually, we pressed they bitch ass. It was like, we're gonna sue you if you don't do this shit. This was like, okay, I'm sorry. Took down the shit. His account got deleted. They admitted that it was fake DMs. Yeah, because their pride was so fucking hurt from losing a goddamn internet argument that they try to stir up some shit and literally try to end your career, get you locked up. These bitch ass niggas, older millennial, has lied 500,000 times in his internet career.
Yeah, and that's the person that's involved in the Dean allegations.
Will say deliberately flagrantly.
Well, is that something he's dealt with too, or is that like the other? He mentioned the other account, another account that.
Oh shit! That he hasn't even looked up.
The one that got tased and pissed himself?
I think so.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he got like arrested or some shit.
Yeah, he got arrested and he pissed himself. You fucking idiot.
Shit niggas, but they like Dean is like the pinnacle for them, and they're like they can't get past how
he's their Hasan. Yeah,
pulls views and he makes them look stupid.
He's definitely their Hasan.
They try to make up a rumor that a 13-year-old that he.
But like. Wow. Rumors saying you assaulted a 13.
And you made
First
fake
of all,
DMs.
since when in the fuck
like,
do
what?
them
care about that. It's that, and you made fake DMs. They made fake DMs.
Oh, I
saying,
thought you said something else. I thought you said 50 M's. I'm like,
he better get 50 million from Aspen Gold, them bitch ass nigga.
Yo, that's the biggest reaction.
What? But yeah, so you made
Lame-ass
fake
nigga
DMs.
Joe Patrick Tombo. I mean, you see, it doesn't. You see how it feels when you accuse Trump of.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
Trump,
So the right wing brain is.
This is what I was talking about.
Like
Trump
Like the ones that there's the dead enders that are trying to say no, he actually did this shit, and there's the ones that are saying, well, you got to believe all women. It doesn't matter, what the how fake the accusation was. You believe in believing fake accusations, so you should die by the sword that you live by.
has just
He just paid out the motherfucker.
He did pay out the bread. Joel Patrick, the thing about these soup brain niggas, which is why even like the debate thing has gotten so sour in my mind, is because it's like you almost have to engage with these niggas framing of people who are not on planet Earth to like look more presentable, look more reasonable. You got to win this argument against this nigga who's obviously fucking bullshitting. And the thing with this shit is that like in their mind, in the right wing argument debate bro mind, it's like these people are pro women's rights. Let me be anti pro women's rights. So what's gonna happen is, well, let's see how they like it when it's a false accusation against them.
Yeah.
Still doesn't change the data that says that you're more likely to be raped as a man than you are to be falsely accused of rape. But anytime they can try to it's the same thing with the trans women in women's sports. It's a non-issue. But they try to see, this is the hypocrisy. Dean is pro-woman. What happens when we say that he raped? But then when it comes out, it was fake. Like, you think it's still gonna stick after that?
Like, regardless of.
Let me ruin the nigga life.
It does kind of have a weird parallel with the whole the NBA players mischaracterizing what gender self-ID means and saying, so if you really are pro trans rights, then I should be able to just wheel on over to the WNBA and play for a women's team because I self-identify, right? It's their
Let me ruin his life to prove my theory.
Like, what?
I'll show you how we're all the same.
And they're gonna rip you apart too, just like these men who definitely did it.
Meanwhile, this nigga Trump, bro.
Because Trump's one of them.
Bro, he literally just had to pay out the lawsuit.
TG and Carol.
Settlement.
He paid
her $5 million.
The money
You
left.
did it.
Yes, he paid it.
So what point were you trying
What
to
do
prove?
you mean? Well, he didn't do it. He just wanted to pay it. Why would he pay it, the president of the United States, if he didn't do it?
He got found liable.
How do these things work?
You know what liable? I mean, to the niggas in the Aspen Golds of the world, liable means
Liable means you did that shit, bitch ass nigga.
Meaning they put it in front of the jury and everything, and it could have been 51-49. They said signs pointing to he definitely raped that woman. And that's why you have to pay millions of fucking
President
dollars.
of the United States just got found lot.
That's why I did it.
They tried to impeach Bill Clinton over Monica Lewinsky when he got head in the Oval Office.
He got headed. Well, okay, wait,
Yes.
what was it again?
Yes, Monica Lewinsky.
But it wasn't. But it wasn't on.
It was.
But it wasn't on camera.
It wasn't on camera. No, it was.
I always used to think that it was under the desk.
I don't know who found it out, but they pressed her about it, and then she ended up admitting to it. But like there was a whole thing that came out, and the problem about it was like
I think she follows the gym.
I think she does. I think she has like the room for it. Shout out Monica Lewinsky. But I think the big scandal was also because he was with Hillary, and he was cheating on Hillary and XYZ. They tried to impeach him. Literally, those Republicans, like Lindsey Graham, was standing there acting outraged about the same nigga who's okayed like deaths of 100,000 brown people. Was like in 2003 being like, or in the early 2000s being like, oh my God, this is the worst. We gotta impeach that nigga. They did, but they didn't convict him.
They impeached him?
They impeached Bill Clinton. But they didn't convict him, but they impeached him for that because it was so improper for the time.
Improper for the time, and then you elect the pedophile.
I mean, it's crazy.
Nigga, if I was the president of the United States,
he was with Epstein and them.
Nigga, I'd be on the bowling alley fucking my girl. I'd be on the Oval Office fucking my girl. I'd be on the front lawn fucking my girl. I'd be in the back like, nigga, what? Is you crazy?
If I gotta make a decision I don't want to make, I think niggas is crazy. Am I wrong?
Bill made 9 decisions he ain't want to make that day. He said, fuck it, bro.
Yo,
Oh, it's Bill Clinton's
birthday today.
What, bro? It's his birthday. Hey, in the hindsight of the Epstein files releasing, do you know how fucking crazy it is that all these bitch ass niggas sat up there and watching it try to impeach this nigga over this? Y'all niggas was all fucking kids and y'all try to impeach. Yes. So just for the current president to be found liable of raping someone, and we elected him. He said grab him by the before they elected him the first time.
Yeah. Niggas was like, damn, we gotta support him.
So I'm gonna prove shit. So you wanna know how I'm gonna prove my point?
Funny, man.
We get a white streamer and he someone.
That's crazy, bro.
To do what? You're gonna go back and suck the nigga who got found liable for again.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, y'all really
Dean,
some
man.
evil niggas.
I ain't gonna
yo.
lie,
Yeah,
Dean. If
man.
it was me, I'd sue them for apps. And I don't even fuck with Dean like that. But when I seen this, I was like, yo, like that's first of all, it's horrible. Like, let's be real, it's horrible. And it's like, we're not gonna be those that are gonna be how y'all niggas see folks like you. But like,
you can get to it. You wanna know? I'm gonna say, you know, the who were laughing at Hasan getting like indicted and shit by the federal government, and we were like, probably shouldn't do that because they're coming after your bitch ass too.
Yeah.
I'm not about to laugh at the Dean Withers getting a false accusation because it's from our enemies.
Yeah,
bro.
Did you see what they
22 years? We got a lot of skin in the game, but we got a lot more to go.
Man,
drop that article. Just no bitch ass.
For real?
Hey.
Like on certain things where like niggas will be like you'll laugh at Dean or you'll laugh at Hasan. Like you're just a nerd. Like, you need to be bullied.
No, you do need to be bullied. You need to be smacked, like genuinely. But
like, you on some nerd fire.
I've seen niggas in our comments be like, I can't wait for y'all. Like when y'all and XYZ, and it's like
you have no idea what is even happening.
What are you talking about?
Like, bro,
you can't wait for someone to falsely accuse me for because I'm advocating that we should
women's rights.
That overall we should stop. We should stop. There should be consequences to men
People
harming
like that
women.
need to be stoned.
Yes,
that's the only.
You can't wait till I get my own.
And what to prove
as if that would
prove a point.
And
Like,
as
what?
if that would stop me from then still being like, yeah, you should not
You know
rape
what they
women
think?
because
You know what they
I
think?
got a false accusation.
You know what they think? Y'all, man, we need to stop. Y'all niggas need to stop women. Matt gets a false allegation. Man, fuck these bitches, bro. Like, damn, man, y'all was right, man. Like, that's what they expect.
That's what they think in their deluded fantasy because you are the problem. That's
You're
the thing.
the problem.
So when I talk about
Yeah, no, they're freaked out by the fact that like when they encounter a man that's not, buying into this whole women are lying narrative that most allegations are false, right? They freak out because they're kind of like, wait, no, but that's they think that they've got a kind of camaraderie of the accused thing going on.
When we talk about what point would it prove? The point is, majority of the time you should believe the woman.
Yeah,
Why?
like what?
Because majority of the time the woman isn't lying. Why?
Oh my
because
God.
You look at it and you look at the cases by cases of when the nigga actually did do the thing, and it turns out that if you tally up the raw numbers, the nigga probably did it because the nigga also has a lot of the societal power. So before they could do it, and no one would give a fuck.
Yeah.
So now we're in a society that gives a little bit more of a fuck. So that's why you're gonna hear more instances of it happening because niggas have already been doing the thing. It's just now catching up.
Yeah.
The fact that you think that this would prove an argument, like
if anybody
still believe the
if anybody in here got an allegation, like motherfuckers would come on this couch and talk about it the same way we do everything.
Yeah.
Because the reality of the situation is like it's going to be just like Dean's situation, which is like it's almost comical how bad the allegation is.
That wasn't even
if you even look at like the TikTok that was posted, it is literally a random photo of this girl with no face.
It's an allegation for the sake of being able to say there's an allegation. It's an allegation meant to be able to point out to say, and get however many people just don't know or are that much of a sucker to believe that, yeah, no, Dean Withers is a, confirmed rapist.
Because the nigga screenshotted off her highlight. The nigga blocked out the fucking lyrics of the song that was on her story just with black scribble and then just wrote a fat ass paragraph of like, I was 13 when it happened and then this happened. And Yeah.
This is how
Yeah.
soulless they
Like,
are.
so
You bring a 13-year-old child into whatever thing you want to do.
So the conversation. Well, sorry, continue.
I was like, and you got caught doing the nut shit, bro. It wasn't even real. And like, you really stole a 13-year-old idea.
The one thing I want to remind people that's not, and they haven't mentioned the supposed culprit, right? Dean did, right? And I'm not sure how much proof that Dean has for that, right? But there is a tendency, I don't know, to try to play internet sleuth around the, you know, when there's a sock puppet account doing something bad, there's a tendency to want to play internet sleuth. You know, who are those person's enemies? Who has the motivation? And then to just kind of throw out an accusation, thinking that, like, I don't know if I'm correct in the allegation, right? And I'm like, you did it. They'll be like, oh shit, you got me. I guess I gotta, you know, like, the dishonest person is gonna stay a dishonest person, even if you've, you know, guess their guilt, and like 9 times out of 10, you're just guessing, and you're just drawing another random person into this bullshit, and whoever the fucking culprit is, they're laughing, right? When you, so that's why I'm a little bit iffy about, like, you know, Dean and watching his whole reaction, because he does identify the person that he thinks is doing that. I didn't get any sense that he actually that he has proof, that he has like a good reason to suspect this person. I think it's just literally some underground debater that, you know, he has always had a thing against Dean Withers. So, but anyway, I just want to emphasize, that's the one part of the, you know, we know that this is a fake AI account. We know that the pictures that were used was of a girl that's come up and said, hey, this is not me. She was 13 at the time. She's 17 now. But what we don't know is, like, you know, who was behind the account, or at least as far as what I've seen, which is a little bit of the Dean, I think, had a live stream where, and it's not, there's not, he does keep repeating himself. He does keep going back and back to he's an innocent minor child, an innocent minor girl, right? And you know, it's the weirdest thing too, because again, from what I've seen, he's innocent here, but I'm not sure if he's doing a good job of, like, there's something weird about the way he keeps repeating himself and stuff. And again, I don't know if the person that he's blaming is actually the culprit, or this is kind of like his, you know, his headcanon going on.
Yeah.
Like the 13-year-old that no soul.
What, random question? Do you trust Snopes? Not necessarily.
The 13-year-old that we have talked about, Celeste, the motherfucker that's actually had something. It's like, you would see that and be like, we should take this opportunity
to take him down.
For what?
So
like they do try to be, I guess, the reservoir of truth on the internet, but they do have apparently some biases.
At the end of the day, whether it's false, whether it's this, we should stop it all across the board.
Yep.
All across the board.
No, you weren't afraid of that. You've learned to knee jerk, and you want to feel like you're not a puppet when you do it. You want to feel like that is like, no, there's like an arbiter of truth. It's called Snopes. It's fucking magic, right? You can find sources. I'm not anti Snopes, and I do think on most of the cases, Snopes is gonna give you at least like a good rendition of what we know and what we don't know about a matter. There's oh my gosh, that's the time right there. But yeah, no, like, I do want to say that I think that some of the, like, bias that's projected on sites like Wikipedia and Snopes, sites that kind of get known for being, you know, a pretty non-biased source, a pretty reliable source, and are that most of the time. You know, at the end of the day, you know, there could be particularly, I find this with like figures, public figures that have some following, especially like a cult-like following. You know, it does seem like sometimes there'll be fans of certain people that'll camp out their articles, and that'll kind of just make sure that controversy section never stays added, or make sure that there is, yeah, they'll kind of, I mean, I do think that sometimes, like, the interest in a particular Wikipedia article can lead to the interested parties kind of trying to take, in the same way that somebody tries to take control of a subreddit, right? Like the whole Destiny thing with Livestream Fails, with H3 Productions. There's a few subreddits out there that they've taken over, right? I wouldn't be surprised if similar shit happens from time to time on Wikipedia. So that's my, I do think these are reliable sources most of the time. Snopes in particular, I'm trying to remember, there's a particular issue in which they're fairly biased in, but I can't remember what it is right now. And we have run out of time for the stream. And I'm gonna send you to somebody kind of cool. We're doing a fun raid tonight. If you're watching with me on Twitch, where I guess the majority of the people are, it's where everybody disappeared to, out to Twitch. But yeah, there we go. Damn, YouTube chat, you haven't got quite like that in a long time. But thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I'm reading you into Shy Thembo once again. So jump in that raid. While you're doing that, let me shout out my Patreons. Oh, a new Patreon, Snopes.com. No, we're just kidding. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Foul. Shouts out to Al. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, yes, the raid is about to go out. Fly, my pretties, and tell Shy Thembo to have a good stream. Clearly, YouTube chat is racist. No, they're just like, they went to sleep. No, actually, not everybody. Chenter, you were still there. I don't know what happened. YouTube stopped caring about the stream or something. Was it when I stopped talking about Hasan? Maybe that makes sense. I guess people are here to hear about Hasan, and I'm here telling them about Rokana. So I guess a little bait and switch was felt. Anyway, much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other. I'll be here again tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, we'll stream for 4 to 6 hours once again. And I think we're talking about Professor Dave. Shout out to Jam, most definitely. That is, I've watched, I think we've watched one other podcast of theirs. But yeah, no, they you know what they did? They took a internet drama and they made it concise. They made it interesting. They made it fun, right? I actually enjoyed that. And, it's a goals to be able to be more concise myself. So maybe I can learn something from them. It's a little easier when you can bounce it back and forth with several people. But yeah, no, it's, this worked out, 20-minute clip. And that's about how much time we had to talk about this. So again, much love, everyone. Take care of yourselves and each other. Make sure to like the stream on your way out, and I will see you once again tomorrow. Until then,